on this newest round of severe weather. First tornado warning issued on probably going to be a fairly long day. So let's come in here. We're looking Coffeeville, we're looking Oxford, we're watching a storm that's out south of Charleston that's prompted this tornado warning. As you can see, in effect until 11:15 a.m. And it's for the storm that's south of Charleston, an area of circulation moving northeastward toward Water Valley, Coffeeville, Oxford, and having potential to produce tornado. Now, this instant, thankfully, as we define this, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could develop into a tornado. One has not been spotted at this point. But with the way the atmosphere is structured today, strong and long-lived tornadoes are possible. We're at the beginning of that threat. I'm going to get the angle on this right, make sure that I have that correct. I'm going to get Coffeeville in the next track that we showed on this a minute ago here. But for folks that are ahead of this, we need to make sure we find our safe place. We're looking for the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room. If you're in Paul or Tillatoba, 10:45 in Tillatoba within about 10 minutes for you. Long Branch at 10:58, Water Valley about 11:08. Taylor at 11:17, College Hill at 11:28 in Oxford. As you can see there, about 11:26 for all those students over there in Ole Miss. It takes a little bit more of an easterly track. But again, we're at the beginning of a long day. The thing I don't want to miss, and we're going to hit right out the gate here. This might seem odd considering we're cutting in for a tornado warning, but there is a significant and very potentially deadly flash flooding threat with this. Why am I mentioning that? Well, we have a zone here where these storms are developing and will continue to develop next couple of hours. There are other confirmed tornadoes down south that we're watching as well. But in this zone right along here, there's convergence. There's a lot of moisture coming out of the Gulf of America. And as that moisture hits this convergence zone here, we'll continue to see storms rotating, trying to produce tornadoes really in this zone here from probably just north of Amory to Houston to Kilmichael and just south of Clarksdale, Holly Springs, really in this zone for the next 3-4 hours in particular. And so that will enhance the potential that you have multiple opportunities to see tornadoes in your area, but also that you're picking up just absolutely massive amounts of rainfall, more than 2 inches per hour in some spots. That could lead to deadly flash flooding. So before we get all wrapped up, no pun intended, in the tornado threat here, cannot miss the fact that some of those roads that tend to flood in this any kind of situation will have very significant flash flooding dangers with what we have. A lot of different lines showing up on this graphic behind me here. I want to call your attention to the blue ones. And as I show this box here, this has been something issued just within the last few minutes here. A tornado watch that involves pretty much all of our Mississippi counties in effect between now at 10:30 in the morning, essentially, until 6 p.m. tonight. It's a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. And I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, here for a second. We can probably bring him in on shot one and hopefully know the answer to this. The tornado probabilities on this watch. Have you had a chance to check those out yet?
I have not, but I will give that a look right now. But I mean, yeah, they're high with this system as we've seen through yesterday evening into the overnight and now into the present. Just going to continue to see that high likelihood of tornado development, and not just that, but we're talking about EF2 plus tornadoes developing.
And the when he says EF2 plus, what he's referencing, and check out those percentages on the graphic here in a minute. The the EF2, we're talking about strong tornadoes. You get above EF2, well-built structures are taking on significant damage. And don't say this lightly, it's not inconceivable to have not just EF3, but EF4 or greater damage out of storms today. With the kind of rotation tracks we've witnessed on this, with the damage we saw overnight last night, especially in the Elliott area, strong tornadoes are possible, long-lived tornadoes are possible, and multiple opportunities are there to see impact from those, unfortunately. So again, tornado warning issued until 11:15 a.m. does involve locations in Yalobusha and Lafayette counties. Tillatoba, you are in the more immediate path of this as we come in a little closer. Charleston, you can see right there, looking near Paul and Talala Road there is where I show our rotation the most significant at this time. Moving the general direction of Tillatoba. Checking for debris, that's not something that I can confirm, but we're also far enough away from the radar site that that tends to be a little bit of a struggle at this distance. I'm going to check and see if I believe we're probably too far away to catch from Memphis tower Doppler radar. Yeah, you can see the edge of that is up here, northern Yalobusha County. So I'm going to have to probe this one from a few spots. I'm going to go all the way from Monroe County and look at it. We'll see that rotation, a couple spots there, actually. We'll look at this north one for a moment. That's more deeply in there. The Paul one definitely stands out most, and it also shows up again best when we're looking at from Memphis. Even though Memphis, it looks weaker through Memphis, we're just looking through a lot more precipitation. And so that means it scatters more of the energy as it gets closer to that. And all that to say that there luckily are questions. But unfortunately, as we saw happen last night with some tractor trailers that were knocked off of I-55 when it moved near the Duck Hill area, and when it crossed that one long-lived storm last night, crossed and knocked some tractor trailers off the road. We hope that doesn't happen along 55 here in 51, because always most vulnerable when you hit them from the side. And your SCOBY there, Tilatoba, as this moves in, that's a possibility as well. At the very least, some strong straight line winds that could be up in excess of 65 to 70 miles per hour possible out of these storms today as well. And there, generally speaking, is where our rotation is, but we're looking fairly high up. So let's get a track on this. Again, 45 miles per hour, how fast these have been moving to this point. Some of them actually have moved a little slower than that, but we do expect those storm speeds to pick up. And if this were to hold together and make it to Tilatoba, I show about 1045 for you based on its current location and speed. And say that I might be a little too specific on where we're putting this. Let's go ahead and I'm going to bump this northward, maybe just a little bit more. Catch slightly more there, but we go call Pine Grove Church. I believe that would be there in Yalobusha County, coming in at about 1046, Tilatoba 1046, Philadelphia Church at 1054, Sweet Home Church at 1057 and 1058, Lick Branch Church. Going back here to the wind mode, storm track Doppler radar, in your Mount Olive Road, where I show our most impressive circulation at this time. Define what we're looking at here for a moment. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. You're watching Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside our Gabe Maynor, meteorologist, and meteorologist John DeLusick, tracking a line of thunderstorms that is just beginning to start to show more rotation to it. At this point, as you can see, as we switch between different radar sites there, different radar sites show different representations, and it looks a little stronger on this one here, moving toward the Tilatoba area. I'm going to force this to stay on the Memphis radar, if that's giving us a better look there. Tilatoba, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Latest scan, yeah, just updating. It's pretty close to right overhead. A couple of areas along this line where that's trying to spin up. But I'd say right over top of Tilatoba, an area of increasing circulation. Could be wind damage, could potentially be a tornado in the development phase right now. And either way, could be damaging. So let's make sure we're in that tornado safe place if we live in Tilatoba. Those tornado safety rules: a sturdy structure, middle of the lowest floor, place where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and then stay there until we can give you the all clear. So I'm checking our discussion here with the National Weather Service in both Jackson, Memphis on these storms. Not a lot of reports on this as of yet. I'll bring our meteorologist Gabe Maynor, who is also kind of monitoring things here. And Gabe, I'm going to toss this to you for a second to let you kind of track this for a moment here as we go over to camera 1 in the Weather Center.
Yeah, so Mal, the difference in what we're seeing is these have actually sped up just a little bit. I did a storm track over the last 30 minutes, and it has now shown going from 45 miles an hour to now around 50. So I want to do more of a track with that 50-mile-an-hour storm track as it moves in that northeast direction towards parts of Yalobusha and Lafayette County. So I'm going to put that right there on the rotation as it moves there towards Oxford. You can see those times listed right there. Scobie, 1045, Tilatoba, 1048, on towards Water Valley by around 1109. Continue to see it move towards Springdale, 1114. We're talking about Oxford, students returning from spring break, 1127. Hopefully not traveling today, as we are dealing with these storms moving through all day long. But if you are there already, just getting back from that spring break, go ahead and have that safe plan ready, so that way when the storm does get there, still at this magnitude, you do have that safety plan in place. Parents, I do want you to let those students know as well. If you're watching us, go ahead and screenshot this. 1127, that's what we're talking about when it enters parts of Oxford. It may speed up a little bit more, so let's say 1125, but definitely something we're tracking, 1125 to 1130 for parts of Oxford. I do want to say, with that watch that has been issued, we are going to see, I was talking to our meteorologist, John DeLucick back here, that it's greater than a 95% chance that we will see a tornado developing Not only that, but a greater than 95% chance that we see at least one EF2 or greater tornado. That's the thing with these PDS watches, that you're going to get strong development, and we're talking about strong, dangerous, and possibly even deadly tornadoes. Hopefully, just everyone heed the warnings, get that plan in place, and especially if you are in Yalobusha County, Lafayette County, go ahead and get that action plan going.
Appreciate that. That's meteorologist Gabe Maynard there, continuing to track that storm. I've gone to a different storm, not in our area yet. I want you to take this picture if you recognize locations such as, say, Greenwood or Winona or Grenada or Eupora. And yeah, this is still hours in advance on this. But indications are that some of these storms, if they can really get going, can hold on for a long period of time. We talked about that last night on that storm that moved all the way through from west to east the area. We tracked that early and had a similar issue there. And by the way, in the back room, we're going to have to make sure we're modulating, we're keeping mics down, we're bringing them up as we need to, as people are doing this. So we keep all the mics down except for the one person who's on there, if we can. And so let me reset here for a moment. Long track storm, likely to hold together for a long period of time. And so as it does, that's why we're tracking this so far in advance. This could be one of those high-end tornado producing thunderstorms. And as Gabe mentioned a moment ago, on this watch, 95% likelihood of it producing an EF2 or greater. That'd be a strong tornado. They don't put 100% likelihoods on things. That is basically them saying, let's just put it in the max, highest likelihood possible. That's what we have on this. So it's likely we're going to have strong to damaging tornadoes. This one is already proven to be a confirmed tornado, and that's why we're tracking for such a long distance there. So gave you ample time to hopefully take those pictures. While I'm doing that, it's a reminder about unsafe places. Today is not a day to mess around with these. We need to make sure we are in the safest possible location, and that would be not the things that you see on the screen there. And that also means not trying to drive into and through and around these, because there are inherent dangers associated with that. So again, shelter list right there has all the different addresses, WTVA.com. If you screenshot this, go over to your pictures and press on that QR code, it will give you the link. It will take you to WTVA.com. But I have what probably is a tornado, at least in the generation phase, if not touching down here. Now, on the latest scan, right along I-55 near Tillatoba. Unfortunately, this is continuing to strengthen. Looking at the wind mode, looking at all parts of that, definitely looks like it is probably in the development phases at the very least. Looking for just how strong the shear is, the difference of wind change there. We're looking at about 115 mile per hour pixel to pixel wind change on this. That's important because that tells us the kind of the strength that we're dealing with here. You'll see the number change as it tries to adapt to the data. But that is a significant and potentially damaging and hurtful situation. So Philadelphia Church, we show 1053. Lick Branch School, 1056. Fords Well Church, 1059. We're looking at a Water Valley Landing there at 1103. Joy Springs Church at 1105, 1106. Lovejoy Church and Bynum Creek Recreational Area at 1107. Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially be a tornado moving in your direction. Your County Road 216 and County Road 211, likely when we see our next update here in a moment. So pull down those rules. Let's get on some larger locations around here. As far as Water Valley proper is concerned, again, I'm going between a few different radar sites here. I'm getting vastly different views of this. So I think that Tillatoba position, that's from Monroe County. Let's see what, as it changes, we're just far enough away from both these that I'm going with what Monroe County is showing on that. I think it's got a cleaner inflow shot. So I'd say just north of Mississippi Highway 330, again, moving toward Highway 211, 216, up in here. To the west of Velma, I would certainly be in my tornado safe place in Water Valley and Velma. Let's get the angle on this better. On the precipitation mode, I need to have Water Valley. I might have gone too far north there. On the precipitation mode, we're going to stick with that. I think it's going to give us the clearest shot here. We need to be tracking that towards you in Water Valley. 11:11. Current time is 10:50. So that's saying maybe 20 minutes into Water Valley if it continues at 45 miles per hour. It's not impossible that it picks up some speed. At some point, we do anticipate that being the case. But if you live ahead of this, we need to be in that tornado safe place as this storm continues to strengthen. Going back to the wind mode here, not quite as impressive on this latest update. And I would say that I don't want to get too close in here on this, simply because we are looking so high up in the thunderstorm. But moving toward the Water Valley area, Long Branch, Doppler radar indicated area of rotation. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, here, and what he is kind of looking at is some of the other thunderstorms and looking ahead at some times as it moves into our area. Gabe?
Yeah, so talking about that same system, it's just producing large amounts of hail as well. We're getting reports of about 1.5-inch hail within this system, and you see that large hail core on the right outside of that Grenada County area. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I'm back on radar. We are in Busher County. But you're seeing it right across Tillatoba. Those deep purples that are happening Tillatoba, Oakland, Long Branch, right along that 55, I-55. We're going to see large hail development within that on top of the tornado warned storm. Go ahead and take it to wind mode here real quick and kind of walk you through what we're seeing, even if it's not a tornado. This is still something that needs to be of the utmost concern because we're getting anything I've seen upwards of about 55 miles an hour sustained winds. We're seeing 41 right there on the northern side of Tillatoba. So it's still going to be some gusty conditions as this moves across. Earlier, when that rotation was a bit tighter, 54 to 60 is what I was seeing on wind mode. So this is a concerning cell that's moving across, and we're just continuing to track that more and more as we head into the still morning, or late morning, early afternoon. Further to the south, again, that cell that's moving just north of Rolling Fork, still a ways away before it reaches us here in northeast Mississippi. But doing a long track on that as it moves in that east-northeast direction. We're seeing it reach parts of our area with Winona, 1216, Grenada talking about 1223. And I know that's a susceptible area being that what they experienced overnight. So just go ahead and get those preparations in place, get that safety plan, find out, and on our website, WTVA.com, has that full list of shelters that you can go to. We want you guys to stay as safe as possible. Still a ways away, as we talked about. That's over an hour away. But go ahead and get that action plan in place as this is moving further into a very unstable environment. And this has a likelihood of lasting even that much hour and a half. But overall, no reports of any damage so far within this system. It's just a concerning cell that's continuing to enter that unstable environment, even up in Busher County. So as of right now, Matt, the good thing is we have not had any damage reports, and hopefully that continues to be the case. Still, this is a concerning cell.
Absolutely, it is, very much so. It's still in an environment where, see, what's going on is this has clean inflow. Do you see how there's really not anything out here in advancement? And those winds out of the southeast are clean into it. And that means clean, warm, moist. And that combination is what feeds these thunderstorms. So that low level warm, moist air, we expect this to mature. And though this is heading toward Oxford now, I would not at all be shocked if this strengthens the way it's capable of strengthening. If this ends up taking more of an easterly track closer to New Albany and maybe eventually Corinth, if it can hold on that long. There's just an area where the winds are in here enough, and so a lot of times you get a little bit more of an easterly kick, a right turn, sometimes the way we would describe that. As that matures, I would say is very much on the table as a possibility. That's why we're kind of leaning that direction on where we're going. Did get a report of some hail falling in the Oakland area associated with this. Did not get a size on that. That was on our Facebook Live chat that we have going on. You can always interact with us there. If you have weather pictures, the best possible way to send it is not to my email. It's to either weather@WTVA.com or use the WTVA weather app to send those in. You send it directly to me. I'm talking here. I'm not reading my email. So weather@WTVA.com. Send those pictures, send those videos, send those damage reports into that so that we can get those and pass those along to the National Weather Service as we continue to monitor this storm that's attempting to produce a tornado that continues to move through Yalobusha County. As I go between a couple of different radar sites here, you know, so they look vastly different because we're looking from vastly different angles. As I continue to look here at the Monroe County site, this is all the way, near the Amory areas where this radar is, so it's a long ways away. Just not a great angle on this, unfortunately. So we're just having to kind of just go off a gut on this more than anything else. Water Valley, though, we showed 1107 based on that, and that is a little faster than what I had a second ago. So I think we were about 11:10 a minute ago, 11:08. So we've lost a couple of minutes there, but we're now still just a little more than 10 minutes into the Water Valley area, an area of rotation that continues to show signs of intensification and is in an environment where it could rapidly produce a strong tornado. It is only 11 in the morning, and things are more likely to get more volatile by, say, noontime, like 2 o'clock. But by that point, this will probably shift east. So this could be one of your more impressive rotations that comes over top of the Water Valley area today. So 11:08, we're tracking this for you. Springdale there 11:13, Oxford 11:27, Abbeville by about 11:37, Spraggins by 11:41. Let's come in here, street level on this. Kind of give you some locations we think could be most concerning. Again, I cannot guarantee that this is a tornado on the ground at this moment, but Velma, we need to be in that tornado safe place there. In saying that,
It's getting tighter.
getting tighter. It's right on the edge, and the thing I'm not 100% sure of is that we're not dealing with a side lobing issue there.
Yeah.
But it's pretty close to the right spot. There's a couple areas near Farmers Market Road there, and they're very near County Road 225, where we do have the circulations. Let's go ahead and circle both of those. And here pretty soon, once this gets into northern Yalobusha County, we'll be able to look at this from the Memphis Airport Tower Doppler radar, which is an important tool to track these. Yeah, both those spots there do not show any debris on it, but both those locations, let's track them both. And so I'm going to do, because again of the lack of certainty, I'm going to do what we call a squall track. But both of those angles do definitely show that southern circulation at this point here. So based on that, I'm going to track that one first, put on everything that we put on it. Yeah, let's keep that one on. Let's concentrate on that one. That north one, we're going to get rid of. Let's clear this off. Let's be more specific. County Road 225, southwest of Water Valley. We have a developing tornado at that location there. One I cannot confirm at this time, but one that could potentially be developing as we speak. The radar is yet to update on the latest scan out of the Monroe County. We're there near the bend on 225, southwest of Water Valley. Again, time to Water Valley. This is cut off a little time, 11:05. We need to double check the speed again, because I feel like that I'm losing time here on this, and 45 might. We expect them to pick up speed, and it might have already happened. So I'm going to go up to 55 on this until we know differently. So let's track that. You can see that latest update where we had it a moment ago there. So Water Valley, I show 11:06. So at 55 miles per hour, we're looking at about 11:06 into Water Valley. An area of rotation could be a tornado in the development phases right now. I cannot confirm it with tornado debris, but obviously that's something that happens after the fact. If you know somebody that lives here in the northern portion of Yalobusha County, obviously Velma, we need to be in that tornado safe place, because I'm looking so far away that the exact positioning, could it be half a mile to a mile off what I'm looking at? Yes, because these storms tilt a lot versus what they're at the surface. That tilt, hopefully the angle helps, where if this place is a little too far in advance, as opposed to too far behind at this. But we need to be in a sturdy structure in the middle of a lowest floor, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. Speaking to the all clears for a moment, as we look back toward the west, the Gatewood community, Coffeeville, I think we can come out of those tornado safe places from this circulation. There will be more. There will be other circulations, but from this one, we could probably come out of that tornado safe place. If you're back out in Tilatoba, same thing, we can come out of that tornado safe place. But obviously, Water Valley, this is heading right toward you right now, and could potentially be strengthening more. So the latest update there behind our track, it still shows it about the same spot that we had it a moment ago there. I'm waiting on the precipitation mode to update. I'm going to circle it for you. So right along County Road 225, southwest of Water Valley. Next update will be within the circle that I show you there. And again, let's double check the time here in the Water Valley, because you'll notice that we are just kind of letting these minutes tick away here. Now we're somewhere between about 5 minutes or so to the middle portion of Water Valley there. You see where it has that Union Hill Church. It's right at the edge. We'll be entering the city grid within about the next 3 minutes or so of Water Valley. So we're going to stay in nice and tight on this one. That means, Gabe, I need you looking at every other rotation that could potentially be out there. because that's part of what we're going to have to do today. We're going to have to get in real close on these when they get towards cities, and then be watching everything else, because it will be very easy for something to jump up and surprise us today. We good?
Yeah, I will say
Okay.
55 miles an hour is what I got. as
55?
well.
Okay.
We do have pictures from the storm that I will get pulled up here in one moment.
Where are they at? I might be able to just pull them up on the iPad.
Yeah, John sent them up in Spaces, on Severe Weather Spaces.
Okay, give me just a moment here. We'll get that up and going. And so this would be from this storm?
Yes, it was hail in Tilatoba, and then as well as just the low cloud deck as the storm moved across Water Valley.
You mean the move toward Water Valley?
Toward Water Valley, yes.
Yes. So this is the most recent picture on this storm here, moving in closer to the Water Valley area. So a lot of low-hanging stuff. There's no guarantees you're going to see anything. It's a reminder we don't need to go to the front porch in Water Valley to try to see this, because in all likelihood we're not going to have a whole lot to see, and that just puts ourselves in danger. We need to be in that tornado-safe place, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure in a small windowless room, to wrap up with blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect from debris, and stay there till we can give you the all clear. Get all these tracks here updated at 55 miles per hour. Yes, they are. Okay, so let's get, again, new track in based on current location. I'm going to pull down those tornado safety rules, not because they're not important, because they're covering up Water Valley, because of where Water Valley is versus where they are. And so, again, County Road 225 near the intersection County Road 56, actually probably closer to County Road 103 in Yalobusha County, where we expect our next update to be as this moves in. So again, we need to be in a tornado shelter, and obviously we're hoping that this isn't as bad as it looks like it could be, but certainly it is a strengthening tornado at this time. Unfortunately, yeah, we're going to be just outside of the radar range there for the radar at the Memphis airport. Okay, now latest scan has gone slightly more east. Double check that. No. We have this area still right there. We have kind of two areas of concern along the leading edge of this. And both are just running a little ahead of the precipitation. I'm hoping that means we're getting what we call a side lobing issue, where basically, it's a nerd term, but the way it's hitting it is it's taking rotational loft because of just the way in which it's hitting the storm. It's taking rotational loft and placing it and making it look like it's at the surface. And sometimes that happens. That's the only positive spin I can give you, because if that's not the case, then I have two areas of circulation that we need to be protecting ourselves from. And so yeah, so those are the two that we're looking at there. So I'm going to track, because of the uncertainty there, the whole kind of leading edge to the north and east. And of course, Water Valley, this shows 1108, based on the fact that previously we've tracked this going straight in, and maybe it's going a little more north. Either way, we're high enough up that I'm being way too precise. We are not capable of being as precise as I'm indicating there. Water Valley, obviously, we have to be in that tornado safe place. Belmo will need to be there as well. Damaging wind moving across Mississippi Highway 7 and Mississippi Highway 32 pretty much now. Both of those from a different area of damaging wind and possible rotation with this as well, as it kind of moves into the Water Valley area in Yalobusha County. Let's clear off that latest track. A couple spots again. Still a couple of spots along that line there where it's trying to spin something up. Same locations we were looking at just a moment ago there. Looking for tornado debris. Luckily, nothing I can detect on that at this time as well. I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, kind of looking at the other thunderstorms around. You're looking at that Belzona storm. Tell me what you got.
Well, so it's moving at about 45 miles an hour at this point, and so I want to do a storm track on that. The reason why is because of the path that it's heading on. It's heading to a very susceptible area that was impacted by late last night a strong tornado that went through that region. So I'm going to pull up the velocity couplet, and you can clearly see, I mean, look at that wrap around, the lightning production right along that center of rotation. That's a strong tornado that's still moving through parts of Belzoni into Greenwood, and it's just going to be moving into parts of Grenada County. It's just a matter of how strong is it once it reaches that point. So looking at that extended track up there towards Grenada, giving you guys a couple of times. And again, this is still over an hour away before it reaches our viewing area. So this is something that you take a picture of, you prepare for, go ahead and get that safety plan in place, because we want to be over prepared rather than under. So let's walk through those times. Belzoni, 11:19. On towards Greenwood, as we mentioned, 11:56. So that's approximately 15 minutes from right now. It's still just outside of our viewing area. Whenever we start moving into Montgomery County, we're seeing Winona, 12:24, over an hour and 15 minutes away. Continuing that track, 12:33, Grenada, Coffeeville, 12:53, Calhoun City by 1:08. Now, this has been one that has been concerning for over an hour at this point, if I remember correctly. But even off there towards the south, we're getting more rotation forming just on the south side of that, and we're seeing that. And sure enough, just issued a new tornado warning on the south side of Rolling Fork, moving through Cary, and then going to be impacting that same region where the tornado is right now with Belzoni. So going ahead and looking at that and doing a storm track on that, going to follow that same path, but it's going to be more of a northern track than the Belzoni storm right now. So doing an extended one on that, it'll reach the probably western portion, Belzona. I apologize, but we'll see that reach more of the western part of Grenada County, and so we're going to see that one reach on into Inverness, 12:01, Glendora by 12:50, Tillatoba, who's all hail produced in that storm in Lafayette County. They're going to look at 1:18 Tillatoba, 1:08 Grenada. So multiple cells moving right towards northeast Mississippi that are of the utmost concern, even if they are an hour and a half away, just because these have been the strongest producers so far. So looking at the extended look, go ahead and just take a broad perspective. The one that's of concern here in our area right now continues to be Yalobusha County, moving into Lafayette County as we speak. So for parts of Oxford, that's why it's of a concern, because it's a highly populated area that it will impact. Looking at the latest scans, though, I'm just going to go through the past couple. We're not seeing as strong of a return on the rotation, but what it looks like it might be doing is building more forward and more. Looking at that rotation, right over Water Valley right now, going to put a circle on that couplet. Seeing it just on the east side.
Hopefully, you'll hear better over here.
Highway 7, moving in that east-northeast track. We're going to see it reach right towards Water Valley, 11:08. Fuel by 11:38, Burt by 11:46, and headed closer to 11:49. Expanding it out, I do want to do a track all the way to Oxford, just so students there right now can go ahead and get a preparation. But I mean, Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, but looking at this, if it continues on that northeast track, it should go south of the city of Oxford. But if it does go more of that northern look, we're seeing Oxford closer to 11:31. So here in the next 23 minutes. So we're just moments away from this reaching into southern Lafayette County, and it's going to be impacting parts of southern parts of Oxford. And so correct me if I'm wrong, but it's kind of trending in that path, right?
Yeah, I think that's generally the path that this is going. And I will say that my confidence in this producing a tornado at this moment is not particularly high. It is rotating. It's probably producing some sporadic wind damage, but I would say that this is kind of best case scenario for one of these storms today going over your city there in Water Valley, because yes, it's rotating, and yes, there are a couple of spots. Man, and saying that there are a couple spots there that still look like they could potentially be something trying to spin up. Unfortunately, we do not have a perfect look at this in radar, no matter how great or powerful is a snapshot of what's going on. North side there, definitely some rotation on this as well. So a couple spots there where we do have the rotation. I think the National Weather Service, when they have to replace this tornado warning in about 6 minutes or so, might end up going with a severe thunderstorm warning on this with the tag tornado possible. Just because we have not had reports of a tornado, any sort of damage out of this, thankfully, at this point. But we are continuing to get in a number of pictures and videos of it near Graceport Crossing in Coffeeville. I'll pull up this video our meteorologist, John DeLucic, got for us. Where is this? Now, John, where did this come from?
Cody is a Graceport Crossing, and it looks like looking toward Grenada and the Coffeeville area.
Okay, so in Graceport Crossing, looking toward the Grenada and the Coffeeville area. Hold on. One more time. Give that to me again.
It's in Graceport Crossing, looking towards Grenada and Coffeeville.
Gotcha. Okay. So yeah, looking into that, certainly some dark clouds, some low-hanging stuff. No guarantees you're going to end up actually seeing any of these rotations and circulations today, and appreciate that video coming in just a little bit ago to us. Also, a few pictures of hail Did get one from Johnny in Tillatoba saying this shot. So we haven't talked a whole lot about hail. We're not going to talk a whole lot about hail, but there will be some hail reports that do come in with this as well. So let's reset things here real quick. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhon alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard, John DeLusick, tracking storms with the potential to produce tornadoes moving through North Mississippi. We're at the beginning of this, I don't know if you want to call it second round, the big round that's going to be from basically now through early evening, where strong tornadoes are possible out of these storms. But we're still waiting for those storms to fully take that next step to produce tornadoes in our area. There are some that are continuing to attempt to produce those kinds of rotations, but thankfully we have not been able to confirm on this one tornado touchdown. But any confirmation from tornadoes comes after the fact, unfortunately. So we have to prepare accordingly, knowing that it's possible that this could produce something. And so with that in mind, I'm going to give you a storm track on this most impressive portion there. As we track that up, generally speaking, I'm going to clip the Oxford area with it. As Gabe was mentioning a minute ago, probably stays a little bit east, and honestly, it does. Let's just go ahead and adjust our track then. Now there's a couple of storms, obviously, pretty heavy ones, producing probably some flash flooding style rainfall there, moving into the Oxford area as we speak, especially if they continue at this level for any period of time. Certainly there's going to be some streams to fill up pretty quickly. But here's our track of our rotation portion of this storm near Springdale at 11:13, Taylor 11:16, Yakna at 11:25, Altus 11:28, Denmark 11:31. Doppler radar indicated rotation. We cannot confirm it in any way, shape, or form, thankfully, at this time. Let's go to the wind mode here. And we're going to keep it on the wind mode, and we're going to go wide. We're going to check kind of all of the areas of circulation. See, that's the thing. Okay, I want to point right there. Watch where my finger is here for a moment. And you see how I have that red and the green? And it's a fairly strong looking rotation. If I were to just, pull out my tool here where we can check and see how fast that rotation is, 83 miles per hour, that's pretty strong. But the thing is that if you go back to the precipitation mode at that same spot, you see how there's not any precipitation up there. Now there is on the latest scan, but the last one there wasn't. And so let's just make sure that we're on the exact same scan on both these to make sure I'm not going to be fooling anybody. Yeah. So you have your wind couplet there, and it's out here in the clear area. I think that's side lobing. I think we're taking wind from aloft, we're transferring it down to the surface, and that's what's making it look stronger than it is. So all that to say that's a positive sign, but clearly it's got a lot of strong rotation up there, and we're waiting for that to work its way to the surface, because that's what happens. The rotation from a tornado starts with a mesocyclone, a rotating upper level part of the updraft in the thunderstorm, and then that rotation translates down to the surface at some point. And so the fact that it's rotating strongly aloft is the reason why we got those rotation tracks on models last night for these storms, and the reason why they certainly are showing rotation now that eventually could get into something stronger. But there's a bunch of notches here where we show that potential. And as you can see, a new severe thunderstorm warning drawn out by the folks at the National Weather Service Memphis, and that will replace our tornado warning within the next minute as we kick over to the latest on this. And I'm bringing in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. Yes, Gabe?
Well, I do want to say that severe thunderstorm warning that just got issued, what's happening to the south of that, and it's included in this warning, is a cell merger. These cells moving south of Coffeeville are moving in a directly north direction as these have moved more in the northeast. As these combine, you're going to get that energy combining together, and you're going to look at an interesting setup. And that's really what I would say is the most concern right now, because of the energy that's about to interact. And of course, this is already a tornado warned storm. So it was kind of encompassing all of those factors in this one warning.
You're absolutely right, Gabe. We talked about this on Facebook Live a little bit ago, how you don't typically see the inflow storms showing up so prominently. All of this, man, look at that out there in the North Alabama as well. Forgive me for a moment why I do a nerd thing here as we look and evaluate this, but you see that arc of moisture there? That's the lower level moisture coming up at a specific level of the atmosphere. That'd probably be 850, looking at the height above the surface, 850 millibars. And again, nerd thing here for a second. But that is the moisture aloft that's feeding into this. And so these bands that you see heading south right there, they're all kind of working northward. These are feeder bands that are going to be feeding in that change in wind direction that Gabe was referencing a moment ago. And that's what's going to start to transition this from kind of a broken line of really, really heavy rain producers that are somewhat rotating into violently rotating thunderstorms within the next hour. And maybe within a shorter period than that. So I think, Gabe, you absolutely nailed it with that. With the merger that we're seeing going on here with some of these storms coming up from the south, that's going to whip this around probably again. If it does the worst that it can do, take it a little bit more east, or what we would refer to as a right turn. I'm gonna bring Gabe in here again. Gabe, what you got?
Southern Lafayette County is starting to get a little bit tighter on rotation. If you want to pull it up on there, but I have it right here where basically you're getting this wrapping around where, you get that inflow channel and that starts to rotate that column of air. And we are getting a tight couplet whenever I pull it up right here. You're looking at some brighter returns and also lightning highlighting that area of circulation so that whenever you get those things in line, it starts to look like it's intensifying and possibly producing. I know it's not tornado warned right now, but it's definitely looking like a better atmospheric setup on that Southern Lafayette County storm.
You're right. And again, like we mentioned, this is the rotation from aloft that it's being depicted closer to the surface now. But I mean, in this atmosphere, it's really only a matter of time if you get the wrong kind of cell merger here that it wraps up and goes. So that is clearly the concern, and that's the reason why we are still on the air covering this at this moment. In saying that, let's get a longer track on this toward New Albany. And I'm going to keep the strongest part of that storm there south of Oxford. And so we show New Albany for you. We'd be looking about just before noontime. Current time is 11:17. And we'd be looking at what, about 11:55 there for New Albany. Altus, about 11:29. Etta at 11:43. This is Doppler radar indicated rotations. For those folks that have weather call next gen, you're like, well, where's my weather call? It calls you when a tornado is moving toward your location. And at this point, we have rotation. We do not have a tornado moving toward your location, but we could potentially see this take that next step soon. Let's look wider here. I'm going to look back toward the Belzona storm. I want to see the latest on this one here. See if I can make it change radar sites for me a moment. Golly, there's just a lot to look at here down toward the Jackson radar site. Let's pull off all this lightning.
And they're about to either have to extend that
Yeah.
or expire it. And from what I'm looking at, from what I've seen, they're going to extend that. And it's going to be in Carroll County, right outside of it.
Yeah, it'll be at least Carroll County. That I don't know that they'll take it all the way to Montgomery County on that, but they're going to have to make that decision here fairly soon. Let's get you a long track on that. And because this is going to be a very long day, we might suspend coverage here for a minute, frankly, just to save energy, if we're being perfectly honest. And then come right back on once we end up getting a warning for our area. Here's your longer track on that storm. Again, I'm going 55 on this. Are they 45 or are they 55?
They were getting to 45 on the southern half, but up north they're moving a little bit quicker at about 50 to 55.
So this might be fast. I'd rather give you the fast time than the slow time. I'd rather it tell you it's going to get there sooner as opposed to too late. 1 minute too late is way too late. So there's your time as this moves toward, again, we're looking Winona close to around noontime, 12:11 or so, a little less than an hour for you. We do anticipate they will probably extend a tornado warning near your area with the next warning if they do not completely encapsulate you. It'll be pretty much right there to about the county line, and unfortunately, definitely watching. Let's come up north here. Let's go back to the Water Valley storm. As we're looking up toward Water Valley, that storm northeast of there. And saying that, yeah, that's definitely wrapping back around more. Near County Road 371, just northeast of Water Valley near Yakna. Approaching Yakna, I should say. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation. 11:26, we show Yakna. We're looking at Denmark at about 11:30. And again, the near term here, we're about 11:20 into Pine Flat School in Lafayette County there. Current time is clicking over to 11:20 right now, pretty much. So coming toward you, Doppler radar indicated rotation on this storm that could potentially be making it try to possibly try to spin up a tornado once again. Let's give this a few moments. We're going definitely have to watch this one closely. It is attempting to do something here. I'm just not convinced that rotation's all the way to the surface yet, but clearly it is an environment that is ingesting some unstable air that's allowing it to kind of do this. So ahead of this, I'd recommend, though this says Doppler radar indicated rotation detected, severe thunderstorm warning. There might not always be a ton of lead time before these put down strong tornadoes today. And so take this picture, send to the folks here in advance. If you know new location, if you do know people in northeastern Lafayette County, eastern Lafayette County, and southern Lafayette County, send them this picture and let them know that this potentially damaging storm is moving toward them with rotation that is strengthening and doesn't officially have a tornado warning at this instant here, but at some point could take that next step to produce that. Let's give it another scan, because I mean, it definitely, I mean, it looks like it there. It's trying really hard. Let's look. We should now be able to see it from the radar at the it's just going to travel right at the edge where we don't have a great look at that. That's unfortunate. Gabe, let's look at pull up some MDOT cams there in the Oxford area for a moment. Let's kind of look at that and address the fact that, you know, people in Oxford proper are not as are frankly not as in danger as some other locations at this time.
Just scrolling through and looking at the campus of Ole Miss as well as, you know, the square and things of that nature, it's just saturated roads. You can see some gusty winds out on those MDOT cams, but with everything remaining further to the south, all you're getting right now is heavy rainfall and winds up to about 10, 20 with gusts possibly even up to 25, 30. So it's still a breezy system despite it not having necessarily a tornado warning. But I mean, you're going to see some strong winds out of this. I'm going to do a use our quarry tool to kind of highlight some of those wind gusts that we're going to be seeing. So give me 1 second to do that. Yeah, so anywhere from 16 to 20 miles an hour is what we're getting right now. But even on that tornado warning storm, I mean, if it's not producing a tornado, it's producing 62-mile-an-hour sustained winds within that couplet. And so that's still a concerning cell as it's moving across and damaging at that. Looking at the latest scan, and we're going to see anywhere from still 59 to 60 miles an hour. So still producing strong wind gusts, whether that's rotating or not, that's going to be damaging within that system. I want to look at the overall look of this. Like, on reflectivity, it's not as strong of that rotation. You don't have as strong of an inflow, but you're still getting that rotation. Seeing it right there, here is just east of Highway 7, moving up towards Highway 6 or Highway 278, whatever you want to refer to it. But again, it's going to be a system that we've been tracking for several minutes now, and that latest scan actually has more of a rotation just south of County Road 482 and south or east of County Road 7. Or Highway 7, I apologize. But as it continues to move towards Highway 6, going to do a storm track on this. Now, we did get a report that this is moving at about 60 miles an hour, and that is faster than even what we were tracking here. So this is going to be an overestimate on regards to what we're seeing path-wise. But what it's going to do is enter western Lafayette County, not Lafayette County, western Union County. And it's going to produce some damaging winds at the very least if this continues to remain extreme south trend. So hearing that, let's go ahead and walk through the times. We're going to see it reach the Yakima area, 1126, Eda, 1143. Bring that over into the Monroe area, 1141, North Haven, 1155, Blue Mountain, campus of Blue Mountain College, 1201. So right after that noon hour, then on quickly by 1207. Now, that's if this sustains that same strength that it has done. So far, honestly, we have been lucky that this has not produced, being that this is a very unstable environment. I want to look at the entire line just to make sure that we're not seeing anything major developing. Rainfall so looking on the east side of Oxford, I do want to say that we're starting to get one of those inflow channels and rotation mapping that, seeing that right across the east of Kiel, South Highway 30, moving across Highway 30 probably in the next minute or two. Let's go ahead and do a storm track on that. I'm going to keep it at that 60 miles an hour that the National Weather Service has told us, just as that continues to track into western Union County. on into the Blue Mountain area. So looking at storm track on that, you are going to see these times be a little bit quicker from what they were before. That's because this is an entirely different rotation that we're tracking. So looking at times, we're talking about at 11:31, Myrtle 11:40, Concord 11:46. Talk about Blue Mountain, it was going to be 12:01 with that other rotation further to the south. With this one, we're talking about 11:49. So 13 minutes, 12 minutes difference from what it was with that other rotation. Ripley 11:55 and Faulkner 12:02. So again, these are not confirmed tornadoes, but what they are rotating columns of air that have potential to produce a tornado, as it is a very, very unstable atmosphere. Looking at the latest, I mean, we're probably getting some large hail development there in Oxford. I want to look at a few NDOT counties that are happening around the Oxford area, especially on the southern side of the city. So one moment to do that as I pull it up. So Oxford, I'm seeing blinding rainfall based off of that. Looking at the part of Oxford, and it's environmental. You're seeing heavy rains come down all across the square. You can see it on the southwest camera. I want to get along the eastern side of the state. So we're talking about the Highway 7, Highway 6 intersection. Yeah, you're seeing the cameras waves of the wind. That top left on Highway 7 is bouncing up and down on those gusts as these storms are pushing through. And yeah, so that's just what we're tracking. Heavy rainfall, strong wind gusts within this system. Well, let's go back and look at where the archer is. That's just going to build that strength or more of those tornadoes. So a little further back to the south and west, where that tornado warning storm has been tracking through parts of the Mississippi River on into Rolling Fork, and now looking more into Carroll County, which is right outside of Montgomery and right outside of Grenada County. So we need to be paying attention to that. This is still a very active system. I'm not seeing as much rotation, as much of a type of couplet as what it once was, but we'll still do a track on that. I want to say these were a little bit slower, so I'm going to track these at about 50 miles an hour as it moves in that northeast direction. We're talking about it moving into the Grenada County area, here further into the 1225. Let's go ahead and look at that long time. We're talking about Polymer 1148, Greenwood 1152, Avalon 1205, Oxford 1215, Grenada, I'm sure 1235, Stillatoga 1235, and Coffeeville closer to 1244. This is a rotating column of air that has produced a tornado already. So it's already shown its strength that it can do. It's not a capable of doing that. So far, looking at the whole line, we are fortunate so far that we have not seen a tornado warning again in our area. So far that those Lafayette County storms not producing, and that's a great thing. But looking at the overall line, we're still seeing several notches, and I'll go ahead and just circle the border and then point them out so we can get a visual. We're getting that one right along 331 and one just south of I-30 as well. Moving in that northeast direction, these are what we're tracking as we move out of Lafayette County into Union County and then further into Tippah and Alcorn County. So going ahead and looking at that reflectivity, it does line up relatively well with that. What you can see the equal notch right there as it's wrapping around, building that rotation. And the same thing out there along Highway 30, that inflow notch happening there as well from the western side of Union County. So latest scan has it moving just east of Oxford. So folks in Oxford, you are in the clear for now with these cells. Expanding these out. We're just looking at any further development. Yeah, that continues to be the area of concern. Now, further to the south, we are getting around those storms to build because of the air that it's entering into. So still pay attention, and we'll continue to update you as those cells emerge. But I just want to say that Northern County is starting to get a little bit more organized. I'm not talking about tornadic development, but what we're seeing now is influence on the northern side of the county, just north of 32, as that continues to move in that northeast direction. Still seeing it there on the latest scan and looking at rotation aligning with that. You know, we're seeing the broad rotation right here on the north side of the county, just down to County Road 284, probably moving across that right now. We'll see that enter into further north areas as we head into the afternoon, right along Fayette County. Fayette County, it's just a hot spot right now, but I assure you that all of us will be through the afternoon with how bad of an environment it is for these storms to. So looking at that storm track, I do want to get a time on that as it's moving across, and we're going to keep it at about, I would say 55. 55 right now, I'd rather overestimate than under as it's moving in that northeast direction. We're going to really see that insert the southeast Lafayette County. We're going to see that near the Thanksville 1149, in the 1154. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock, we're talking about Union County. So continue to see those storms develop. Meteorologist Gabe Main alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawton and Meteorologist John DeLucia. You're tracking the latest on what will be a very active day. I apologize. Here in northeast Mississippi. And so far, getting a few of those tornado warning cells up along Lafayette County, Alabaster County, getting that first warning, expecting more of those as we head further into the late morning, early afternoon. But yeah, so far, we're looking good, comparatively speaking, because in regards to the grand scheme of things, models were definitely building this up. But so far, not seeing those tornado warning storms as active an environment as what it's capable of producing. Does that?
It's still early.
Do what?
It's still early.
Yeah, it's still early. That's
Why
what I
don't
was
you
gonna
switch
say.
to the wall and
Okay.
John move to that position here for a minute?
Okay.
Okay.
So go ahead and tell them.
So go ahead and change to my shot here real quick on the wall. And we'll just walk through this real quick, and we'll just be in a different setting. So we're able to swap that here real quick. Okay, perfect. Yeah, so what we're tracking right now is several severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning storm down along the Greenwood area. Now, one thing I do want to point out is how much lightning is happening within this storm in Carroll County. As it's moving in that northeast direction, you're seeing a lot of activity. These storms are very energetic, and that's just the environment they're entering into. And as it moves further into Grenada, Montgomery County, we're still going to see that same strength there. And honestly, with the rotation we're still seeing, would not be surprised to see a tornado warning extend into parts of those areas if it does continue. So still continuing on that, I want to change this to 50 miles an hour just because of these being on more of the southern side. They have been slower so far as we have entered through the late morning. So John, if you want to check that timing and see if it's moving a little bit faster, it would help out a little bit. But yeah, so far what we're seeing here's a look at times that we're going to be tracking across the area. We're talking about Greenwood closer to 11:47, on into Avalon 12 o'clock, Oxbury 12:10, and then on into Grenada. As we talked about, it was a very active night for you guys last night, and I'm hoping that this fizzles out before it enters your area again. But if it doesn't, let's go ahead and prepare. We're talking about 12:20 entering into Grenada, the heart of downtown, Tillatoba 12:29, Coffeeville 12:39, and Long Branch 12:42. Overall, it's still rotating. We're not seeing a confirmed tornado anymore. I can tell you right now, with those lines coming off of the storm, we are getting some hail spikes. So would not be surprised to see large hail development within that cell. So just showing a very active environment. It requires updrafts for that hail to be produced. So that potential is still there. But so far, looking further north and east, I know several people watching, concerned about the Union County area as these storms are moving in there. So far, avoiding any tornado warning, and as of right now, feel confident in saying that we are still several scans away from seeing that produce. What we always look for is an inflow channel or a tight couplet, and so far those inflow channels are far from being anything of concern yet, but broad rotation happening all across this line. You're talking about inflow channels up around Eda. You're talking about inflow channels down there towards DeLay on the east side of Keel. Even further south there into Calhoun County. This has been Alabaster County. This has been a very active system. So going to give you a track on each of those, moving at about, I would say 55 miles an hour is what we're going to keep it. And just go through each of those notches. So give me 1 second here. Okay, so let's start on the Union County storm as it's moving into parts of Tippah County right now. We're talking about Ripley, we're talking about Blue Mountain, seeing a few times listed there. You're talking Myrtle, 11:35, Blue Mountain, 11:46, Ripley, 11:51, talking about Faulkner, 11:58, and then Walnut by 12:06. Let's keep moving down that line as we move more into the northeast side of Lafayette County. I apologize, give me one moment to clear that out.
I got about 50 miles an hour.
on the Lafayette County storms?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Well, we will bump it down.
55.
Okay. Well, we'll actually keep it 55 just to overdo it and give people a little bit more lead time, just in case these do speed up, because we typically see that with the environment that they're in. So looking at those latest scans, continue to see rotation. I do want to make sure that it's not side lobing, and it is actually rotation. So like right here, you're seeing some side lobing develop because whenever we look at this compared to reflectivity, you're not getting those reds and yellows. You're getting more of those greens because of that dry air, those clear air mode. It's not going to produce as much of those rotations, and this rotation is just false feedback. So it's not a couplet that we're seeing, and that is a great sign. Let's keep moving down the line though, because we are dealing with several rotating storms. Right here, you're seeing a strong storm moving through parts of Banner right now, going to produce some large hail, and honestly, we're talking about strong wind gusts as well. I want to look at the latest gusts on that system. We're going to see anywhere from 10 to 20. I know it's not showing strong returns, but there you go, 36 miles an hour. So despite it not being a tornado, we're still seeing strong wind gusts, and those can be damaging as well, as we have seen. So let's go ahead and track that storm at about 55 miles an hour. Like we're talking about with the meteorologist John DeLucic, it's anywhere from 50 to 55. We're talking about it moving into northern Calhoun County as we speak, southeast corner of Lafayette County, and then on into Pontotoc and Union County. Toccopola, 1154. Buchanan, 1204. North Pontotoc High School, we're talking about 1209, and then on into Darden, 1210. Overall, I would say that we have been fortunate that this has not been worse, but we are still in the very early stages of this development. And looking at that Banner storm, I mean, we are getting high outputs of lightning. So this is a very unstable storm, and it has seen rotation within it. So this is something that we are going to keep eyes on over the next little bit. Still seeing that broad rotation right there along Banner and Pine Valley, right between those two cities. Zooming in a little bit closer, we're going to see that across County Road 275 as we speak. Those interactions of reds and greens currently taking place along County Road 235, 275, and then moving on into Highway 9 west. Let's look at that severe thunderstorm that we're having across parts of Yalobusha County, Lafayette County, Union County, even all the way into Tippah. This is a pretty significant warning just because of how many areas it encompasses. Further towards the south and west continues to be the cell we're watching, as it is moments away from being into that Grenada County area. I do want to say with that, yes, we are getting high outputs of lightning, which we typically see whenever it's those unstable storms that are continuing to produce strong damaging winds, strong damaging hail, and even strong damaging tornadoes. We always see high lightning outputs within that. So looking at those wind returns though, I want to take a look at that, because if this isn't producing, what it is doing is giving us damaging wind gust across the region. We're talking about 58 miles an hour. Let's go to some of those brighter couplets, 32, and some of those brighter reds. I mean, we're getting 65. So just showing you how strong that storm is. And it's been that way, I'll tell you guys, for about 3-4 counties as it moved across the Mississippi River. Let's go ahead and get a storm track on that as it's moving in that 50-55 mile an hour range. It's about to be entering into Grenada County here relatively soon. We're talking about 12:23, so within the hour that happening, Hardy closer to 12:29, Tilatova 12:33, and Coffeeville 12:40. Do want to take a look at this real quick? Okay, perfect. We are sending our Daniela Oropeza out. She's going to be getting a look at some of the damage. Oh, in the newsroom. Okay, perfect. So she's going to be in the newsroom talking about some of the damage here in the area that we've seen over the last 12 hours or so, as the first tornado warning happened around this time last night. John, you had a long shift. Well, it's been a very, very active system, and we knew that going into this. We've been talking about this for weeks now, saying that this time, March 15th, you need to be weather aware. March 14th, March 15th. And that has done exactly that with last night's storm, seeing the damage that it produced in the Elliott community and seeing the potential that it has today following that same pattern. So continue to look at the only tornado warning close to our area continues to be in that Carroll County region, not in our area just yet, but would not be surprised. I want to look back north and just make sure that we are still in the clear regarding any tornado warnings that might happen here in a few moments. John, are you seeing anything on radar so far?
Nothing stands out beyond what you've been talking about. Good stuff isn't standing out.
Yeah. This is definitely a fortunate place to be. You don't want to be talking about 3-4 couplets that are producing tornadoes. And so far, we are still early, yes, but I'll take doing this well, even if it is still early. Let's keep this trend going. Looking at the latest, as we take a look at some of those rotations that we had up along the Union County area, still seeing some strong returns in regards to reflectivity right along that eastern Lafayette County storm. Would not be surprised to see some large hail developing along 331 and 334, all the way up to Highway 6 as that moves in that northeast path. We're going to see that enter into Union County here shortly. So if you live on the west side of Union County, prepare for some loud storms entering your area here shortly. Further to the south, we're talking about Calhoun County, getting some strong returns on reflectivity as well. Walking you through that, it's going to be on the western side of Bruce, seeing a large amount of lightning returns. So we're going to see a large hail core. What does that produce as it moves in that east-northeast direction? That's the question. That's what we're tracking because it is entering a very favorable environment. I want to see how these cells are interacting with the line merger, because what you're seeing, I'm going to loop this here real quick. And you're going to basically get these cells moving in from the south, and I'm going to clear out so that way you can see it. But these cells moving in from the south that are going to merge into the line and increase that instability. Looking at that, I want to take a look at this storm here real quick. Give me 1 second. So these cells are merging on a very unstable storm already. And we're talking about the northern Calhoun County, southeast Lafayette County, right along parts of Banner, on the east side of Banner, moving into the southeast corner, just south of Dogtown. What we're seeing right now is, watch how over time, let me zoom it out here real quick. You see these storms further to the south. We're talking about southern Calhoun County over the last 10 minutes or so. This starts moving north, and we're going to see it move with that main line, and that's where we just see that storm basically explode with energy. And that's where we're going to see something develop. Now, is it just going to be a strong thunderstorm? Hopefully. And hopefully that's all it stays as. We don't want it to produce a tornado. But broad rotation associated with it, we are seeing that across portions of north of Banner, moving towards the southeast portion of Lafayette County, right along 331. Now, we do have right now, since we are in a lull so far, we do have our Daniela Orpeza with some damage reports. Daniela, what exactly are you seeing right now?
Yeah, okay, so right now we are tracking the storm system that we have. Yes, we are in southeast line, all of the tracking the storm, but if you didn't know, sure, and then it's like, everyone is involved in all in various counties, different things that everyone is excited and especially with the fancy.
Is a good time to toss back the regular programming?
I think so.
Let me just double check that. I think we have nothing. We have no warnings right now.
We have a severe thunderstorm warning.
We are going to run on air and we are probably going to do that right now, or we'll do other ones and
Reset. Here's where we are. The time now is whatever. Quick little big picture. No warnings. And it'll wrap it up. And then wrap it up. It'll reset. We'll get you back to the time now is whatever. The tornado.
we want to make sure that everyone can go. So if somebody can say nine to me, what is happening right now?
Well, a big thank you to our Daniela Oropeza and Tanya Carter giving us the latest on damage that we have seen overnight and into this morning so far. Now, looking at big picture right now, we are seeing some rotation right along the just north of Coffeeville. Now, giving you a storm track on that, we are seeing it move in that northeast fashion through Water Valley. Going to see Water Valley by 11:56, Taylor by 12:06, Oxford closer to 12:14, Burt 12:28, Etta 12:31, Potts Camp closer to 12:39. I want to do one more storm track right along that southeast Lafayette County area as that moves in that northeast direction, going to be moving towards parts of New Albany. We're seeing New Albany closer to about 12:15, but other places included in that. Thaxton, 11:58, Flatwood closer to 12:04, Ingomar 12:09, and then as we mentioned, New Albany 12:15, Cotton Plant 12:21, and Bluff by 12:24. Now overall, what we have seen are several rotating storms, but so far avoiding anything of a tornado warning. But I do want to swap out with our chief meteorologist, Matt Lawpon, and he can tell you the latest on what we're seeing.
So current time is now 11:48 as we've been, monitoring things here. This is a highly volatile atmosphere today. I'm gonna make sure is my microphone good. Can you hear me all right? So a highly volatile atmosphere. We are staying on longer than we typically would for just severe thunderstorm warnings because of the potential for these to really kind of wrap up. We don't want to cause any undue, we already know everybody's anxious. Even my kids were anxious this morning before I headed into work, and they're used to me talking about this kind of stuff all the time. But the fact that we have had, confirmed tornadoes this morning, obviously what we had earlier on overnight is concerning, and everything we're still seeing about our projections continue to show the potential for really, we're still at the very beginning of this more significant chance. As we're tracking this storm back toward Greenwood here, taking a very similar track to where the storm moved last night. Tornado warning on that one, and the National Weather Service will at some point here have to make a decision on whether or not they choose to continue to extend this tornado warning into locations around, say, Duck Hill, say Grenada, say right there in Elliott where we had damage last night. And so going at about 50 to 55 miles per hour, as you can see, this would put it into Grenada in about just at about 30 minutes or so there into Grenada if it holds on that far north. We're looking, again, Jefferson about 12:09, Bruce Junction 12:35, Big Creek 12:43, Calhoun City 12:49, and Bruce at 12:52. So what we have to do here for a moment is evaluate some of these lead storms, and something our meteorologist John DeLusk has been spending a great amount of time behind the scenes here is kind of monitoring these storms. At some point, more of these are going to start taking over. There's no real true lifting mechanism. There's not like a front coming in here that's causing these thunderstorms. They're just taking the fact that the air is unstable right now, lifting and then producing the potential for severe weather. And so we do anticipate that some of these will try to mature and start rotating here fairly soon. Those ones in Houston, luckily at this point, they look like they still are about, I'd say 20 minutes away, kind of in the worst case scenario, before they start rotating and become something that we have to truly monitor. But they are in a zone where the atmosphere is completely uncapped, and that means there's nothing to inhibit storm development, and that could then enhance their potential to strengthen and produce something that we don't want to see them produce. As I check our discussion with the National Weather Service, both in Memphis and Jackson, again, we are their visible partners on days like today. Still continuing to monitor the potential for tornadoes. I think last time they had a storm report near Nettleton out in Sharkey County of tornado related to this. Let's go ahead and put on those the ones, because basically largely the reports you're seeing there, the ones where the tornadoes we have ahead of here are from last night. So let's go and shrink this down to just the last 6 hours here. And as we do that, the reason we're kind of talking about this moment is this is heading in a path that will take it very similar to some very vulnerable locations up here that were hit by the tornadoes last night. And so we're trying to make sure that we have some advanced heads up for folks that are probably out in the field so that they know that that this damaging storm is heading toward them. And obviously there tend to be more power disruptions in places like this. And so that just makes locations a little bit more vulnerable. So that's part of the reason why we're doing this extended coverage as these tornadoes try to move into the area. So again, a longer track on this. Speed, I'm still going 55. And Gabe, double check me on that. Are they still at 55 miles per hour? Are they a little slower on that? Let's go and bring Gabe's mic up on one, please.
No, sure. John had anywhere from.
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfect. John had anywhere from 50 to 55 when he was doing it earlier. I can give another updated track just because we never
Great, it's a live drive, about 5 minutes.
Okay.
perfect, but we never get the storm back enough. I mean, timing out the path of the storm. So let me get that here for you real quick, and then I'll let you know.
Okay, and for the back room, what we'll do is a lot of times when we're talking to Gabe, we'll hit a cam 6 shot for the side shot, then we'll hit the cam 1 shot for Gabe there, so that we can get the information he has, because he will have different things on the monitor from time to time than I will have here on the chroma wall. Okay, just a little house cleaning there. Yes, I do want that southwest storm when you get the chance there. So let's look at something a little bit nerdy here for just a moment, because what we have to do is in the midst of this, things are changing about the atmosphere. And so I need to check temperatures here for a moment, see how things are destabilizing at this time. And I'm going to pull off kind of that area highlight. And so you can see our boundary essentially where we have here, where you have this kind of gradient, this change here in temperatures. Of course, that's where we have effectively the rain-cooled air from the north acting kind of like a front, and then all the warm air from the south colliding with that. So that's why we have that band of development with the potential there to produce these rotating storms there. So definitely continuing to watch that potential. So let's look at the moisture values on this. We got to look at the temperature, and let's take a look at the moisture values, and that'll kind of help us to determine the instability, the amount of fuel out there. And see, this is the issue that we are up against. These measures of moisture, again, more of a nerd thing than anything else, but when that comes in at 70 down here at Jackson, that tells me just in the last hour or so, there's this batch of moisture, it's moving northward. So again, everything still indicates we're at the beginning of a pretty long afternoon of, at the very least, tornado warnings, but likely tornado touchdowns, and hopefully not strong tornadoes, but that's certainly still very much on the table at this point here. Latest severe weather risk should have come out just in the last little bit here, and continuing to show similar locations to what we had earlier. This risk put out by the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. So this is not something we generate in-house. It is something we could alter, but we choose to agree with the government on this one here, as you can see the greatest opportunity for these tornadoes in a zone where we've talked very little. I mean, in Macon or Louisville or Starkville or Columbus or West Point, we have had no tornado warning so far. But the opportunity over the next few hours is that you will see the most heating. You will have the greatest amount of moisture, and you will be in the zone most primed to see multiple rotating thunderstorms move over top of you. So that's just another way to emphasize that we are at the beginning of what will continue to be pretty active over the course of the next few hours here. A lot of our pictures coming in at this point that you've been sending us have been things, well, I'm gonna have to get that pulled back up here. Give me just a moment to get it pulled up on our device. And this is, you know, from New Albany, from North Mississippi Storm Chasers, a lot of low hanging clouds, a lot of stuff like this. No guarantees you're going to be able to see anything, even if tornadoes do move into your area. New Albany, an example of a location that is not under a tornado warning at this point, but does have some of these thunderstorms trying to move in. And so as they surge in, there will be damaging winds, and there will be, in some cases, extremely heavy rainfall amounts that do occur just because of just how heavy these storms are. In fact, looking at that potential there as I kind of clear things off, you can see quite a few spots we've had more than 4 inches just northwest of us, and that band of heaviest rainfall is starting to shift more into Oxford and will continue to move in. That is, I believe, a 3-hour loop. Let's bring it back to just the last hour, which will kind of enhance that a little bit more as that kind of populates some spots 1 to 2 inches per hour. I think a lot of these are being underdone. So yeah, we'll definitely have to monitor that. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, here for a second on shot 1 in the Weather Center. And, you know, Gabe, what do you see?
Well, so we're tracking cells that are across North Mississippi right now. And what we have are two that I would say are these are. You're getting one area into Chickasaw County, just west of Houston, and what you're getting is this inflow notch right there. We've been talking about it all morning long. These are one of those isolated cells out ahead, and those cells are merging together, making it stronger, and possibly even making it rotating as well. Even up to the north, this storm just on the north side of Monroe County, moving into Monroe County, this is outside of the severe warm storm. But I do want to say this is increasing in strength as well because of those mergers happening. So what this will do is produce a large hail, and so far we are seeing rotation earlier, and a good sign is that their rotation is not nearly as strong. Let's see if I can fix things. I'll show you what I'm seeing. But you saw those bright returns right there in the middle of your screen. We keep that going. It's not seeing as bright returns. You are getting numerous flashes, and you are getting some of that hail development. So you're east side of Fayette County. It's been a hotspot here this morning. Or west side of Pontotoc County. You are probably going to be getting some of that hail development here soon. You have an overhang of those vehicles in there. But I just want to put attention to that Houston storm, or I would say southern Chickasaw County, as that's moving north. Even those underneath it, you're talking about that environment is getting worse and worse with daytime heating. It's just getting more and more interesting, especially with that strong low level shear.
You're absolutely right. You know, this is kind of an inflow band like you would have on like a hurricane, so to speak, for this. I mean, not obviously there's huge differences, but you can see how you have these individual inflow bands, right? These two lines here, these two kind of highways of moisture going into this storm system, partially feeding into that storm that we've been tracking for a while there, east of Oxford, moving there into Union County, where of course you have that severe thunderstorm warning. And then also another one of these kind of feeding generally just ahead of that main storm back toward Greenwood that will probably has prompted, you know, our next tornado warning that now includes Grenada County. So part of the reason we stayed on here is because we anticipated that this would be extended in, and it has been the case near Avalon. Now Grenada County and Grenada proper under a tornado warning for the potential for this thunderstorm to bring rotation that could potentially produce a tornado into the Grenada area. As we track this toward Grenada proper, and I'm going to do a longer track on this here. Again, I'm going 55, and we will double check that here in a moment.
I got 50 on those.
Got 50?
Down, but that was down around south. Or so that's what you're tracking. Yeah, I would say 50.
50? Okay. So I'll drop that to 50 miles per hour, so we're as accurate as it can be. You'll notice your times might get a little bit longer in some of these spots, just a little bit. But Grenada, inside city limits, we're about 45 seconds away from noontime. And so as you can see, that will be for you at 21 minutes after noon. So about 21 minutes from now, an area of rotation moving toward and into the Grenada area based on the angle we're coming at now. So this is going to track a little bit north of where that strong, damaging thunderstorm that produced the tornado, multiple tornadoes moved through last night. And so Grenada, yes, in the nearer term there, but you go farther down the road, Schooner, we're looking about 1250 for you. Bruce, this is more aimed at you than last night's storm was. Looking at 1258 for you as this moves in your direction. Doppler radar indicated rotation. And so we need to make sure we're taking those tornado safety rules seriously. We're finding a sturdy structure going to the lowest floor, a small windowless room, where we can wrap up on blankets and pillows, put on a helmet, protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. And obviously that's going to be a little bit of time from now. ahead. And so this is, again, defining what we're looking at for a moment. Doppler radar indicated rotation. We cannot confirm debris. At this distance, it takes a nearly devastating tornado for us to catch debris. We're looking too high up for that to be the case. So that's not something that we're going to be able to detect now. But we do have storm spotters out and monitoring these storms, and definitely making sure that we are in good shape as far as that's concerned. But as Gabe was talking about a moment ago, we're continuing to monitor this storm southwest of Houston near Hohenlinden, an anchor in the Atlantic community moving toward generally woodland. This one is in a strengthening environment. It's a developing supercell thunderstorm. And it clearly has the rotation, but it has a little ways to go. And the way you can kind of tell the tornado potential on these to a certain extent without even necessarily looking at anything else is as we widen it, just look at the lightning clusters. I'll pull the radar off here for a moment and look at lightning clusters, give you an idea of where the storms are the strongest, right? So clearly the storms back there, Greenwood moving toward Grenada, the ones there moving into Carroll County and eventually heading more toward Kilmichael there. Those two storms have your greatest clusters of lightning, showing that they are the most turbulent storms. And of course, the one we watched there, now east of Oxford, still one that we're monitoring. But you notice your Houston cluster starting to increase somewhat more, a sign that that storm is strengthening, but it's at a different class level at this point, though it could get stronger in that regard here fairly soon. So definitely going to have to watch that closely. Let's get you a storm track based upon the possible worst case scenario on this. And by worst case scenario, not necessarily for any specific person, but if it were to strengthen and become strong enough to produce a tornado, I would still probably take this. Go 55 miles per hour on this. Just a little faster before it becomes rooted. And I would say worst case scenario, this kind of track is not an impossibility if it were to deepen a bit more. And it might go slightly farther north before it turns east, because as it deepens, eventually it'll start turning more to the east. It goes north until it deepens and then starts turning east. And so I'm assuming it turns east quicker as opposed to later with that. And so that's why we look at this. Houston about 12:12 for you, Oklahoma 12:29, Tupelo somewhere around 12:45 or so. There'll be other thunderstorms before that, potentially for you. Saltillo 12:52, Fulton by around 12:58, and Kirkville 1:04. That is assuming that that continues to strengthen, which it very well could. In this environment, we expect it probably will. Now, the stuff up here around Takapola and Ecru and Bruce, where we already have those storms, again, going back to the lightning where we had that, you know, our original area of circulation is kind of sort of fallen apart somewhat more, but see the new one kind of developing there. Yeah, they just have so many mergers, so many cell mergers going on here, which is not the worst thing in the world. That disrupts the lower level flow. Sometimes they can briefly enhance tornado development, but sometimes they can inhibit it as well. In this case, for this particular storm, I haven't decided which it is. But the rotation, we do show a little bit there. No tornado warning for this in southern Pontotoc County. I don't think there should be yet, but that is one that eventually we will watch. So we're going to start tracking a few things here well before anything develops, just to give you as much heads up as possible. Pontotoc about 12:18. This is a non-severe thunderstorm, a non-tornado producing thunderstorm, but it has a little bit of a funny shape to it. I'd rather track funny shapes now than wish we'd track them ahead. Pontotoc 12:18. If it continues about 50 to 55 miles per hour, there's part of this that's going to run faster than that. But that is the main portion of that storm. Coffeeville, nothing on that looks particularly rough, but obviously back out here when we go to North Carrollton and we look toward Grenada and Duck Hill and Gore Springs, this storm is different and has been strong for a while and is taking a roughly similar path to where we went last night. Not exactly similar, not the exact same spot, and not nearly. I would say it's fair to say this is not as strong as it was last night at this point here. I show it near Avalon there. More of our mid-level rotation, kind of back out there. So I'm going to have to, unfortunately, kind of track a bigger portion of this because of just how high up we're looking, which is always the issue there because of our radar spacing. So I'm going to track it from that mid-level rotation down here toward kind of the front end there and give you kind of a wider track at 50 to 55 miles per hour. And so you'll note there, Jefferson, we show at 12:06. Grenada, we're looking at that 12:17. So give or take about 12 minutes or so for Grenada. And if you know somebody who lives in Grenada, again, here's what we're looking at. Doppler radar indicated rotation. I cannot confirm that this is a tornado doing damage at this moment, but any confirmation, of course, doesn't help you prep if you're the reason it's been confirmed.
It's on weather too.
Okay, so we'll pull that up here in just a second. So if you're in Grenada, we need to be in that tornado safe place. Small windowless room we can wrap up with blankets, pillows, put on helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and then stay there until we can give you the all clear. You are under a tornado warning, under what we refer to as a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. And it's just now noon. We have 6 more hours on this watch, at least until 6 p.m. tonight, before National Weather Service has to decide whether or not to extend that. And at that point, I think it'll be pretty obvious. Thunderstorms up here farther north. Let's kind of work north to south here for a moment. As we look here in Tippah County, nothing that's particularly concerning about this at this point. Any reds and greens stuff we see up here does not look like it is tornado producing stuff. So I think we're in good shape. Our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has been watching locations around Union County as this moves in. Gabe, let's take a look and see what you're looking at there in Union County, if we could, please.
Yeah, Union County, it's just getting the brunt of a very large thunderstorm. It's moving into western sections of Union County. And I was able to pull up our NDOT here in Blue Springs, looking west, and you can see the large shelf moving into western sections. We're going to see heavy rainfall. I know it's kind of hard to see with this far away, but I can see off there whenever those bills start rolling, you can see the showers coming down, heavy rainfall happening there. But then with this, I mean, I want to pull up radar here real quick and walk you through what's happening. That's up in the sky. What's actually coming on radar, that's the storm, and that's what we're trying to hear in a second. But what you're getting is a large amount of light with a very, very strong thunderstorm moving into the area. Strong wind gusts, and going to see some large hail out of it as well. We did get some reports of about quarter-sized hail, and I believe that is in the chat. Matt, if you want to work on pulling that up, possibly. But yeah, quarter-sized hail. So this is going to be a large thunderstorm moving into. I'm going to talk about Blue Springs right there. So we're moving into the heart of this storm. It's going to be a huge thunderstorm that comes through Union County. It is tornadic, and that's a good thing. But strong wind gusts, we can't roll out wind gusts when we get some of the brighter outputs, 33 miles an hour, 34 miles an hour. So it's going to be some freezing conditions. Gusts up to about 40, 45. So even though it's not severe, even though it's not tornadic, it is still something to keep in our mind as that moves through western sections of Monroe and through western sections of Gordo as well.
Okay, so meteorologist Gabe Maynor. Here's that hail he was mentioning. Not quite quarter size. Kelly sending in this picture. I believe this came from Oxford around County Road 227. So appreciate Kelly for sharing that picture with us. I'll shrink that down and look toward it. It's probably that one hail core there. Wait for this loop again. The north side of that area of rotation that luckily has been overcome by all these other thunderstorms and has lost some of that rotation that originally prompted that tornado warning back for Yalobusha County earlier on. Still a lot. I mean, there's just a mess of different things going on. You have your initial rotating thunderstorms and then other things just kind of merging into it. And one of the ways in which we can kind of get a good idea what's going on out ahead of this is if we get some eyes in the field. Is our Craig Ford ready to come up here? Not quite yet. Our Craig Ford is on the live drive with us this afternoon near Monroe County. He's out kind of ahead of this, sort of sampling what the atmosphere is looking like out here as we're trying to track ahead to see really what these storms in advance are capable of, because we do anticipate these are all just rain right now. Probably a little bit of small hail probably in that storm up around Houston, but this batch here, as we go throughout the next couple hours, will start maturing and be more likely to start producing tornado warnings, as will this one. And again, the reason we're in that higher risk is because all of these opportunities for rotating storms. You have 6 rotating storms, 5, 4, 3 rotating storms go overhead. The more rotating storms go overhead, the better your odds of being hit by a tornado. Hence the reason this high risk that has been issued, because of just the sheer number of rotating thunderstorms that we're going to have today. So we will be talking to our Craig Ford about that here in just a moment. Let's go back out here to Carroll County and Grenada County and Montgomery County. And we'll have to come back here to the wind mode. A lot of lightning. Of course, let's get that lightning off the screen there for a second. I would show a couple areas of circulation near Jefferson, and the other one that we have here near Mississippi Highway 35, just south of Mississippi Highway 8 and 7, excuse me, yeah, the 8-7 split there. That is our area of circulation, kind of moving in the direction of Grenada. Go into precipitation mode. It's really kind of wrap back up in this. So I don't know that there'd be really any visibility to see this. So yet another reason to stay inside, stay in shelter, and stay safe, because I just don't know that there'd be any visibility. As we track this ahead, about 50 to maybe 55 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and get our cone track on here. Let's get us into Grenada. We're hopeful that everybody is already in that tornado safe place. Grenada, we show that for you at 12:19. But in the nearer term, Hood Chapel, it's over top of you right now. Current time 12:10 when it should be there. Mason at about 12:13. We're looking at Sanctfield Church at 12:14. Piney Grove School. Again, this would be Grenada County. And about 12:15. Goose Springs at 12:16. And Pleasant Hill School at about 12:16. But Grenada, we're there at 12:19. Let's do a longer track on this. We've been in pretty close on some of these tracks for a while. Let's get a longer track. This storm has rotated, and I mean, you kind of pick out for quite a while where that area of circulation has been. We can pretty plainly see that Bruce, Pontotoc, both kind of in the line of this as it holds together. So I'm going to just double check that so we get our track as accurate as we possibly can. And so based on that current track there, again, I would rely on the times I just told you for Grenada, because that's what your track was more specific to that. But this longer track is to make sure people farther in advance know, hey, we've had this rotating storm for a while. The ones that do it tend to do it for a while. So I think it's in the right environment to continue rotating for quite a while. So eventually, Bruce, we're looking at 12:54 for you. Around the Pontotoc area, generally around 121 to 125 or so. Tupelo about 140. We're looking Fulton about 156. Jumpertown, again, probably not hitting both. But Jumpertown there, about 201. And eventually Rienzi, we can get to there by about 12:10. Again, that's a fairly wide track once it gets to that point. Assessing our atmosphere and the way things are going ahead of this is our Craig Ford. He is in Monroe County with us on the live drive this afternoon, monitoring things. Craig, what are you seeing as of 12:12? Just no, I think it's absolutely about to get it.
Once that merges, because that's going to hit us.
The merge is going to spin. I appreciate that. That storm that Craig was driving into a moment ago there, that storm in the Amory area, as you can see, is the one that's kind of merging up there. This is not a tornado-producing thunderstorm, but what I want to draw your attention to is how things do change quickly. So let's take that storm that we do have in Amory, and whatever it does, it will not do in Amory, right? It'll be through there at this point. But I want you to compare what that looks like now, and then look what this storm over Houston looks like. And let's go back an hour or so. And you see how you go back an hour or so back, and it looked pretty similar to that Amory storm. Over the course of an hour, the storm that now is over top of Houston has matured, and a majority of the time, Craig was talking a moment ago, our meteorologist Gabe Maynard and I were talking about how this one, I mean, is continuing to show, I mean, clear-cut signs of significant rotation. Now, the good thing for us is that there's all this other massive thunderstorm in advance that is messing up some of the inflow into the storm. So there will be some kind of cell merger up here ahead. And hopefully that weakens it. But sometimes you can have constructive interference making things worse, and sometimes you can have destructive interference and ripping them apart. And so we are not sure which kind of interference this is going to be when this storm comes in, but certainly the rotation is picking up a bit more on that thunderstorm. Even on the wind mode, we can definitely see some of the rotation there. You know what one of my concerns is? Do we end up with LPs? Most of this is HP stuff. Ecru to Albany, everything like that. But do we on the leading edge end up with something that's more classic? Because that storm could be classic supercell. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't know. It's just there's so many cells that are battling.
Yeah.
And John and I were just talking about it a moment ago. It's like, you know, are you looking at more of a numerous issue rather than a
Intensity?
intensity? Yeah.
God, I don't know what I hope. I hope it's neither.
Yeah, I hope that nothing verifies, but I mean, you have strong thunderstorms in Union County, Pontotoc County, Chickasaw County, and you're even seeing some develop now in Choctaw County and Montgomery County, on top of the tornado warning storm in Grenada County. So it's just like so many storms that are producing each in its own right, its own version of severe weather, whether that be wind gusts, hail, tornadoes. I mean, you are dealing with a very active environment that everything needs that instability. Everything wants it in order to develop that storm. Who's going to get it? And that's the golden question. And that's where you're seeing Houston come in with a very intense storm, not getting that inflow because it's being battled by a storm out to the east. You're looking at the one up in New Albany, and to be honest, I'm looking at that, and it's like maybe you have a little divot on that leading edge of that large, not supercell, but this large thunderstorm that's producing lots of lightning, lots of hail. You might get a little divot that develops because there's nothing out ahead of it. And so that's like the one that I'm watching right now that has, dare I say, the best atmosphere out ahead of it. But it doesn't have a strong resolution because it's just battling so many things.
Appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, continuing to kind of monitor things. I'll pull this up here for a second. This damage from last night's storm in Vardaman near the school there. Probably I think that's one of those awnings, one of the walkway covers. I think they had damage one of those actually a couple of years back when one of the tornadoes moved through there. Don't know for sure if this tornado straight line wind damage. National Weather Service is not going to be doing damage surveys until today is over. They need all hands on deck on issuing these warnings, watching these storms, just like we do as well. And so that was the storm that, again, moved through the Elliott area of Grenada County. That southern portion down there is less impressive than northern portion. In saying that, there are a couple spots along this line where we definitely still show that rotation at this time. And so that's why I'm kind of doing this wider track here. Grenada we show at about 12:19. We're looking at Grenada Lake 12:23. Bryant 12:33, and Coffeeville 12:37. If it continues at, again, that rate it's going right now at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Current time is now just about 12:19, so obviously we're right there on the doorstep of Grenada. I mean, you're obviously in the storm in Grenada. Whatever circulation, whatever it's going to produce, it is presently producing for you, unfortunately, and hopefully everybody is in that tornado safe place. Looking on the southern part of this, I'm looking at, again, near the Glen Wild area. That's one of those areas of rotation that is showing up on here. There are really kind of two spots along this line. And we're just so high up that nailing down the spot is always a bit of a trouble. And we haven't talked about any flooding rainfall potential, but certainly is that with this as well. So this whole thing moving toward the north and east. That's why we tracked this whole line a moment ago there for that potential. Let's go back to the precipitation mode. We're at that point in this discussion where we're going to have to come back wide and check on all these other areas of rotation just to make sure nothing has taken that next step. And again, here over top of Houston, we need to make sure that folks in Houston Parkersburg, Davis Lake are in their safest place. We need to be in our tornado safe place if we're in Houston. We might have a developing circulation there right over top of Houston. You do not have a tornado warning in Houston. We need to be in your tornado safe place there now. This is what we're talking about. Sturdy structure, a small windowless room where you can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect yourself from debris, and stay there till we give you the all clear. Looking at the wind mode here, I believe we have a developing tornado over top of the Houston area right now. So get on the phone, let people know. There's no weather calls going out yet until the Weather Service triggers that warning, which is probably coming. Let's make sure that we discuss that with them, Gabe, in the chat right now, so that they know. But this could be a tornado in the development phase, and there's no guarantee any tornado that forms will be short-lived or weak. So Doppler radar is indicating rotation, in my mind, looks to be potentially a developing tornado over top of Houston as we speak. So we need to be in a sturdy structure. Let's come in street level on this. You can see some times there. Snap a picture, send it to somebody. I'm going to have to bring that down here in just a moment. So let's come down street level on this. Let's go to the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. And as we kind of pull down that, let's go back a scan. And you can see how right there near MLK Drive, south of Highway 8, where it is now, definitely continues to show that rotation picking up in here. So I would hopefully this is what we were talking about. And this is why we stayed on. And this is why we pointed at this storm beforehand. As it quickly wrapped up and around, we might have briefly had this produce, certainly got pretty close to trying to produce a tornado. I don't know for sure if it has or has not. Either way, some wind damage with this, and maybe we got lucky with a very, very close call here. County Road 52, where we have that. As far as tornado debris is concerned, give me a moment to put this to our most sensitive version of Storm Track Doppler radar, where I'm more likely to get a false positive, but I'm also want to just make sure we've got every opportunity possible to catch this. So looking at our circulation right there, tornado debris, that's not something I think I can necessarily confirm. I don't think we can confirm a tornado touchdown at this point, but I do think that we probably have had one. We need to, newsroom, be talking with Chickasaw County in the next few minutes here. We might have had a tornado develop right over top of the Houston area. I would say that northeast of Houston, right there near on County Road 52, as I look at the precipitation mode here, I think I have something that is wrapped up right there. On County Road 52, approaching the Natchez Trace Parkway. That's the Natchez Trace Parkway there. I believe we have probably had a circulation that's damaging and potentially a tornado on this near County Road 52. Parkersburg, Van Vliet, you're in the path of this. Let's stay in that tornado safe place another few minutes here in the Houston area. Again, this is the reason why, man, not always a long fuse before these do what they do. Shady Grove Church, looking at that for you at the 1225. Van Vliet 1226. Hold on a second here. We're fine here. Transmitter's out. So the transmitter might be out because of issues related to this. So they came out with a new severe thunderstorm warning, rotation detected. Let's check power outages in Chickasaw County. That could be the reason why we're off the air on our over the air. And of course, that's the reason why we have these Facebook Lives and everything else going on. It looks like we're off DirecTV and a lot of these other things as well. Of course, the live stream's still going, and unfortunately, we have likely, I believe we have a tornado in progress here in Chickasaw County. Regardless of what that says up there, severe thunderstorm warning. All indications are, to me, outside of we do not have tornado debris yet, that is probably a tornado in progress along County Road 52, just to the west of the Natchez Trace Parkway. This is no more than about 2 minutes and 2 miles away from the Natchez Trace Parkway. You have that exit at Van Vliet there. I know a lot of times that's the exit I usually take when I go to Houston. As you can see, National Weather Service now agreeing with us and upgrading to a tornado warning for locations there in Chickasaw County for the potential that this could be producing a tornado at this instant. You can see all of the phones also going off with the emergency alerts, those wireless emergency alerts. Again, we talk a lot about those, how the different layers can save lives. This does also mean that this tornado warning has been issued to include the city of Tupelo and locations in and around Lee County under a tornado warning because of this Doppler radar indicated. And also, I would honestly say, looking at this, this is likely a tornado in progress going on right now. So all of my different alerts are coming in. That's why you hear my phone going off with all that. Hello?
The National Weather Service has just issued a tornado warning for within 1 mile of your smartphone's current reported location. Take protective action now. To view a Google map of the exact warning area or to read the full text of the warning on the tornado icon button on the main screen. Repeating, the tornado warning has just been issued for within 1 mile or less of your current reported location. Seek shelter in the lowest part of a sturdy building or in the interior. If you are outside in a place where there is no shelter, find a ditch or a low place to lie in until the threat has passed, or you receive an all clear notification.
So tornado warning, Lee, Chickasaw County, tornado in progress in Chickasaw County right now near Parkersburg. Where you see it on here on Storm Track Doppler radar, I believe we have tornado in progress near Parkersburg in Chickasaw County, looking for tornado debris. I may have the faintest return there. I'm not going to call that official tornado debris signature yet, but I would say moving toward Van Fleet and Parkersburg. We need to specifically, and we're going to have to do some math here on this, Gabe. As we zoom in on this, I'm going to need you to go and figure out just in the last 15 minutes how fast this has moved. Because the RFD has wrapped around on this, I believe it's probably going faster than 55. The overall storm might not be, but if we track specifically the circulation over that time, I need to get an exact speed on that to make sure we've got that right. But we believe we've probably had at least a brief tornado touchdown here in Chickasaw County and could potentially still have a tornado ongoing moving toward Van Vliet. If you know somebody that lives near Van Vliet or anybody that's going to be traveling along the Natchez Trace Parkway, we need to stop them. We need to keep them north up in Tupelo. We need to keep them south of Houston. Houston proper, if you're in the city limits, we can probably come out of that tornado safe place in the primary city limits. But here's the deal, that north and east, we obviously cannot, as this continues to be a tornado likely in progress at this moment here near Parkersburg and over top of Parkersburg. You're going to have to say that louder in my ear. Okay, so we're back on over the air. We apologize for that. We've been live on Facebook the entire time, live on the WTVA Weather and News app. If that happens, and it does happen sometimes, well, clearly our transmitter site is down in Chickasaw County, and something happened between there and here that knocked us off. So likely still a tornado along the Natchez Trace Parkway near Van Vliet and the intersection there of Highway 32. This is where our tornado is occurring right now, just east of Parkersburg, just southwest of Van Vliet, looking for tornado debris. I can now confirm tornado has touched down for sure with debris here, looking, I think, at the latest scans. So I'm going to circle our area where we believe our tornado to be ongoing. I think everything checks out that we have tornado debris that we can confirm on this storm. Now, it's going to be a little bit till we know how high it is and how strong it is. But in Van Vliet, we have a tornado occurring over top of you at this time. Longer track time here. Let's get the right angle. And Gabe, I'm going to come back to you for that speed. What you got for me on speed?
40 miles an hour.
40 miles an hour.
Yes, that's what the rotation was in the last 15 minutes, and then almost by that time.
Okay. So it's 40. So it's 10.
10 miles and then it sounds
Okay. I just wanted to double check. Got to make sure the maths.
College math.
Okay. So as we look at this again about that speed, hold on. Let's reduce that speed just a little bit. Because like you said, 40 miles per hour, and I have this a little bit faster than that. Let's clear that off. Longer track here ahead. No guarantees it stays on the ground, but again, long track, meaning on the ground, long periods of time, tornadoes are possible today. And so I show somewhere around 1250 to 1255 for Tupelo, Verona about 1249, Palmetto 1246, Shannon 1245, Van Vliet at 1229. Obviously, that is right now over top of Van Vliet. Our WTVA studios could potentially eventually be in the path of this here, which means Wayne Herford, set a timer on your watch for 20 minutes. And at the end of 20 minutes, come and talk to me about whether or not we need to start sheltering people here. Okay, you're my safety net on this one. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Herford. Let's come in closer here. Parkersburg and very near Van Vliet. We have a tornado likely ongoing at this moment. Right there, south of Van Vliet, near County Road 412. All indications are that potentially, I don't want to get in too close here. I might be overdoing my specificity. I'm going to draw this a wider circle here. So let's come in at street level and track ahead. So I would place it probably now. I'm circling not where the tornado is on radar, but where it will be, to concentrate on that. Come up here. And then we're going to, Gabe, I need you to look at Yalobusha County and give me an assessment on that here in a minute. So County Road 430, County Road 131, County Road 413. This is the Natchez Trace Parkway right there. This is County Road 413. This is Mississippi Highway 41. All in the path of this. We're in the northeast portion of Chickasaw County. Also in the northeast portion of Chickasaw County is Okolona. Okolona, we were more concerned with you last night. This largely stays a little bit north of you on its current path. Now, angles can change. You need to be in your safe place. I'm more concerned with Leotis, with Shannon, with locations up toward Verona and Tupelo based on this angle here. Now, I may or may not have got my guess right on the angle. It might have gone a little bit more north this time. Looking for tornado debris. Potentially a little bit of debris showing up there. As I'm looking at this a bunch of different ways of poking and prodding it, I don't have as high confidence as I sometimes do, and that's a good sign. Last thing we want is a high confidence tornado debris signature. That means something really bad has happened. And at this point here, I can't say that I necessarily am sure about that. Again, how long is this going to be until it, say, gets up here closer to, say, Mississippi Highway 41 specifically? I'm going to set our track at about 45 miles per hour. We go just a little bit fast. And based on where our circulation is now, crossing Mississippi Highway 41 in about 5 to 6 minutes. Over a portion of that time, it's going to be tracking along the Natchez Trace Parkway. And it'll be very obvious what it has or has not done when it goes through that zone. So, tornado warning in effect until 1:15. Let's put those tornado safety rules up there. If you live in Shannon, we've done this recently, haven't we? Need to be in that tornado safe place, a sturdy structure, middle or lowest floor, small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets, pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. In Shannon, I'm again dropping our speed on our tracks here. We had it a little fast a moment ago. Take this picture, send it to somebody ahead of this that lives in Shannon. Current time is 12:32. You might say, why am I asking you to send pictures? Because they might trust me, but they trust you more. So if you get your grandma sending you a picture of a tornado coming toward you, they're, more likely to believe you, right? So let's just go ahead and assume here at this moment that we have had a tornado touchdown. I got to be honest, I cannot say that I am fully confident looking at our debris signature. We've had some things that kind of look like it, but there's just, for one reason or another, thankfully not the most convincing tornado debris signature. So maybe we've gotten lucky. We've been very close on this storm. There are other storms out there we have to check on. Give me just a moment while we check on those. I know this is heading toward highly populated areas, but we have other tornado warnings that need to be addressed, including a new one that has been issued for the storm near the West community, near Lexington, moving toward West community, Kilmichael and French Camp. Gabe, I had you looking at this a moment ago. Let's talk to our Gabe Mater about what he's seeing here on this one. Gabe, what do you got?
Well, so basically what we're trying to do is from running
Absolutely. That's why one of the new tornado warnings issued, of course, on that storm near Lexington that we're tracking there in the direction of, say, Poplar Creek, Kilmichael, Huntsville. We'll come back over here to Chroma Key, if we could, please. And so Kilmichael will show 113 for you. Snap a picture if you know somebody lives in Kilmichael, Huntsville, Stewart, Nolan. This tornado warning moving towards some of those locations, not technically with what the circulation is in the viewing area yet, so we're not going to linger on it. Here's the deal. If this goes the way it could this afternoon, we're not going to have a lot of time to sit on these. It's going to be take a picture, send it, take a picture, send it. I'm hoping it doesn't go that way, but that's one of the concerns that we do have with this setup today, that there might not be a whole lot of time to just sit and get in tight and track these like we sometimes do just because there's too many to track. Looking north of Van Fleet, still do have our area of circulation. This is Pontotoc County. This is Lee County. This is Chickasaw County. That is Monroe County. This area of circulation near Van Fleet, near County Road 413, moving toward Mississippi Highway 41. This is Natchez Trace Parkway, moving toward Verona and Shannon. Moving only 40 miles per hour. I can definitely tell that this is a slower speed than some of the other circulations that we have had. And it does look just a little bit weaker as of the latest scan. Hopefully, that, well, now hold on. Let's just double check that. See, now that might be finally a tornado debris signature that we can formally confirm. Yes, let's double check. There, yes. We have had a TDS there, a tornado debris signature. Let's go ahead and circle it for you. Right there near County Road 118. This was a couple minutes ago. Now let's advance it to where it is now. Yes. So unfortunately, this has now produced a confirmed tornado. As you can see at the top of your screen, confirmed tornado touchdown near County Road 413 in Chickasaw County, moving toward Mississippi Highway 41. This is the one that has prompted the sirens that you hear in the background here. A tornado warning for Chickasaw, Monroe, Lee, Pontotoc, and Itawamba counties. And now the next thing to do is see how high it's lofted, because depending on how high that debris is lofted, we can roughly guesstimate how strong the tornado is, because the higher it's thrown up, the stronger the tornado is. These are rough numbers, but it's just something that we'll be keeping in mind, and we'll be using GR3 or GR2 on number 3. Double check the height of the TDS when we can figure that out. So we'll go ahead and up and down the mics if we could, please. So again, defining what we're looking at and how things have changed. We have Doppler radar indicated rotation that now has developed the tornado, and now we can confirm that debris has been detected on this storm. Unfortunately, that area of debris indicates that something's been hit, and other things could be hit in advance of this as well. Let's go back to the wind mode here. I will say it does look like our wind mode is continuing to weaken. So wind mode is ahead of where the debris was showing it a moment ago. So let's go ahead and give us a new location now just north of County Road 413 in Chickasaw County. A very messy return here on this. Yeah, debris is not caught up. So wind is running the fastest today. So this is moving toward Lee County Road 54, Mississippi Highway 41. A confirmed tornado on the ground as of the last 3 minutes. So we assume that is still possibly the case at this moment here. Let's reset for a moment. It is now just about 12:39 p.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpont alongside our meteorologists Gabe Maynor and John DeLusick as we are tracking a tornado warning for a confirmed tornado touchdown that's about to move into the southwest portion of Lee County. It is probably going to cross very close to the southeast corner of Pontotoc County, and if it continues at this rate, could eventually move toward the Tupelo area by about 1 o'clock. Again, that's assuming about the 40-ish miles per hour that it's going right now. So as we look over here, I'm going to pull up a different radar for a moment. And so looking at that, we can see the debris height. Are we feeling that's accurate?
It was around 15 dust, and I did a pick cross section.
Okay, so potentially as high as around 10,000 or so, maybe a little higher than that on the debris height. So that's That's not good. That means it could be stronger than, well, I mean, going back to that graphic we showed you a moment ago there, if it gets up to 10,000 feet, now we're talking about a strong tornado. So that's something we're waiting for to see how high that debris has been lofted. But not a good sign. Don't want to see that. Looking at this, so what we have happening though, one thing that is working in our favor is this other big storm here has kind of merged with this, and it's just kind of made what was a clearly defined storm a bit of a mess. You might be able to see that a little better here. Clearly defined area of location, likely cause some damage potentially in the Houston area. Kind of on the back side of this, you have all this rainfall in front here. Was trying to cut off the unstable air. It is an incredibly impressive thing to imagine that still had enough inflow to produce a tornado that far, I mean, just being that choked off by the rain in advance. And unfortunately now, this is where things start to get interesting. Okay, so this is where in all of our projections, and we were looking at it and we'd stop the clock and we'd say, well, look at this, right? And we'd go 1, 2, we're about to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I didn't get that 6 there. You get my point. My point is this. Our lead time on these is going to shrink because the quantity of them is increasing. So we're reaching that peak time where we're just going to have tons and tons of these storms to watch. John, we're going to give up on people's storm reports at this point. We're going to have to make sure it's on 3, but you're looking at different ones. You're finding different storms that are ratcheting up the same thing, Gabe. And your guys' the main job here that we're going for here is we're going to want to make sure that we're not going to miss any of these storms. So that means we're not going to have great pictures. We're not going to have some of those other things because we're going to make sure we do not miss any of these storms. Okay, and I'll pull. Is that on weather 3? That's 45. 278, 45. I mean, obviously, a lot of wind, a lot of rainfall there as that main storm is coming into the area. We need to be in our tornado safe place if you do live in the Verona and the Tupelo area where that is located as that tornado warned thunderstorm with a confirmed tornado moving toward you. In saying that, I'm going to give you 2 quick tracks here, and I'm just going to take this. My times are going to be a little off on these tracks, and I'm going to make them go a little too fast. I'm going to go 45, which might be a little too fast because I'm not going to have as much time to get to you. And I'm going to track a bunch of things here. This storm north of West Point. West Point can show 1244. Probably not strong enough to produce a tornado there, but I might not have a lot of time to get back to you. Strong community at 1251, Aberdeen 104. We're watching that area of circulation for you and the potential that at some point that could produce a tornado. The other one near Phoebe, Abbott, Muldren, and Aberdeen. Again, another chance there if that were to strengthen. We'll get back for you. Hookville School at 1247, Muldren 104, Perry 106, Gibson 108, Aberdeen 115. That's a different circulation. Then, yet another circulation that we're watching near McCondy. And again, I'm not wanting to go all crazy on you here and track everything that moves. At the same time, I believe everybody deserves a little bit of a heads up on this. So again, this is a storm that's now south and really east of Houston. Tracking it, no tornado warning on this. But for folks there, as you can see, red, eventually perhaps for you, 104, Fret block, 1244 there. And then that one is starting to get more organized as well and could potentially produce a tornado. We're watching that potential south of Okolona. North of Okolona, we're watching our what has been confirmed tornado. I would put it near Balls Bridge Road, I believe, south of Shannon Road. Some folks out here had some tornado damage last month. I remember that road there. So moving through there, I don't think it's a tornado at this instant, unless I am sorely mistaken on it. I do not see the same tornado debris. I do not think I can confirm tornado on this at this moment. It is trying very hard. I'll circle the area of concern. I'm going to give you a storm track. I'm going to have to check a couple other storms. Now, I know that this is moving into a highly populated area, so we're going to spend a little more time on this one again, unless it completely falls apart. Okay, Verona, we're looking at 1254 for you. Looking at Tupelo at 1 o'clock. Again, that is assuming, make sure we got the right speed on this. 45 miles per hour. Yes. South part of Ripon, you can see that's where that tube low time is coming from, that little yellow circle you see there. Orville 107 if it holds together. Current time is 12:44, just about 12:45. We're watching the TVA 9 News. We have a developing tornado outbreak on our hands here in North Mississippi, potentially. We've briefly had a tornado produced there in Chickasaw County. Not sure for sure that has a tornado on the ground at this instant. If we look at our other thunderstorms here, we're just going to have to go with the wind mode, try to pick some things out. Yallabusha County up here. Again, the designation from the National Weather Service, rotation detected on this. Couple spots along this line of concern. I'm going to track the whole arcing area there ahead at, again, 40 to 45 miles per hour. Actually, I have that 55. Let's drop it 45. And a reminder that if your signal goes out, we do broadcast live, likely on both KZ 103 right now and a 95.1 The Farm. I appreciate our radio partners there. If for whatever reason our signal goes out like it did before, we're there, as well as, of course, Facebook Live and Instagram, all the places. We're also on the app, both the news and weather app. So make sure you have these downloaded. There will be power disruptions from this. So let's move on from this storm here. I do not necessarily have confirmation of tornado on that, so we have to kind of stick with some other things that we're more concerned with. I do have a tornado warning approaching the Baden area. This will be moving southern, including Choctaw County and Montgomery County. Few different areas of circulation on this here. Not very clear cut on the wind mode, so I'm just going to stick with where the precipitation mode has it. We're going to keep it about 45 miles per hour. And I would argue, Gabe, that we set like a rotating timer on your watch for 20 minutes, and every 20 minutes we double check the forward motion on these to make sure they don't pick up speed as this kind of jet max comes in. So the last thing I want to do is be tracking 45 and all of a sudden they kicked up to 55 and we missed that opportunity. So there you'll note, tornado warning for you, Kilmichael 111. That's still a little more than 20 minutes away. So we'll be back to this. Kilmichael, one of the first spots in our area. Baden, we show at 12:55. If operator indicated tornado warning in an environment where additional tornado touchdowns are possible. Go ahead and take a wide shot here for a moment. Let's talk overview for a second. Okay, unfortunately, this is shaping up in some ways as we anticipated with just an everything rotating situation. To this point, our strongest tornado I have seen was last night, that moved through Grenada County in particular, near the Elliott area. These, though, are about to kind of start reaching their peak. 12:47, peak of all the different ingredients for this would be somewhere between 1 and 3 o'clock. We still have a little bit of time before we reach that peak. And so we're going to have to continue monitoring these. There's just so many of them that are continuing to rotate. Let's come up to our Lee County storm. Again, we have a highly populated area being impacted by this. And say that, and I want to just double check Monroe County one more time here. I want to check strong, because it has cleaner inflow. I think strong. Get you that track. I'm going to include Aberdeen in it. And I do want to check in with our Craig Ford, and I don't know if he is still up. Is he? Okay, let's go ahead and check in with him. He's up here near this storm around Shannon. I want to get some visuals up there. Craig, what are you seeing as of 12:48, 12:49? Take over some. That'd be great. We're good here at the TV station. Okay, if you can hear me, let's look at this. You are exactly at 45 and what, Craig? Oh, you're at that 45 in Nettleton. Golly gee, Craig. You're at exactly the wrong spot. Right spot, wrong spot. Right side of the screen there. So, yeah, let's go. I'm not encouraging you to do something illegal, but, you know, don't hydroplane and get back out that direction a little bit, Craig. I'm a dad. Worrying's what I do. Okay, because that is one of the. Let's go back to Storm Track Doppler radar. We can keep. I don't know if we can double box this. You tell me in the back there if we can for a moment. That might not be something we can do. If we can leave Craig's audio up, I want him to be able to hear my voice while we're doing this. But I do also need to get back to radar here for a second while we're talking with him. And again, thankfully for Craig's sake, I don't think we necessarily for sure have a tornado on the ground, but certainly the spot I'm most concerned with, he's very close to. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay. So Craig was driving right to there, going that way. Hopefully he gets far enough out and this is going that direction. That's going to be a really close call for Craig. Again, that's part of the reason why we try not to have people out during tornado warnings. It's easy to get turned around into the wrong spot, but Craig is very experienced and knows that road network there, goes on it every day. He knows every in and out to be able to get around that. So I know that he is navigating to safety at this moment. So hopefully he can continue to hear me at this time, just so that we can have instantaneous contact to make sure he's in good shape. But I would put my area of circulation over top of Nettleton right now. Again, tracking there toward road 1205. Again, Evergreen kind of in the path of this as well. Folks in Tupelo, this area of circulation is staying south of you, but it's directly over top of Nettleton right now. Even National Weather Service noting redeveloping circulation near Nettleton. I think what we saw a moment ago there was probably that circulation attempting to redevelop in front of him, and luckily we got him out of the way, I think, just in time. So Shiloh Church, we're looking at 1254. We have to be in those tornado-safe places if you're ahead of this. I'm going to slide my map here. Nettleton, obviously, we've got to be in that tornado-safe place right now. Fairly recently, this had been a confirmed tornado touchdown. I don't know that I can say I can confirm it at this exact moment, but it is certainly re-intensifying quickly. Can you hear me, Craig? Okay, where are you at now? Good. You're probably far enough east to be just outside circulation. He's just on the east side of town there on Highway 6. So we should miss the circulation by about a mile, maybe 2 miles by this point here. Buddy, that was a close call. I'm glad you're okay. Okay, appreciate that, Craig. So here's what I would do if I were you. So you're going to get out of town. You'll get just enough far enough east there on Highway 6 that it turns south, which I think what you're doing right now, where Highway 6 turns south out of Nettleton. Is internet doing what internet does in Monroe County? Okay. When he gets back, because I know you can talk to him, when he gets back, have him point his car west into the wind. So whatever this burst of wind is there kind of hits him on the front. He's not in a high-profile vehicle, so he'll be fine. But rather point him into the wind there, since it's designed to take on 60 or 65 mile per hour winds. So resetting here for a moment, we have a tornado warning in effect for Lee and Monroe and Itawamba counties. I believe Chickasaw County might still technically be in this, as well as I think parts of Pontotoc County. Both those locations we can come out of our tornado safe place. I would say the same thing, northern Monroe County from this tornado warning. In saying that, though, there are other areas of circulation that we have to continue to monitor in Monroe County, including, we mentioned that one down near the Strong community a little bit ago. Kind of wider shot here. There are these two circulations down here. to rotating storms. Let's classify them as they are. They're rotating storms. I don't know that I have circulations yet. Rotating storm comes first, circulation, tornado, damaging tornado. So right now we're rotating storm signs. So I make sure that I keep our priority list correct. And at this point, luckily, those still have a ways to go before they produce tornadoes. So coming back west here, checking our tornado warning that we have had back near the Vaden area. Man, that storm looks rough. That storm looks rough. Got to get a storm track on this, as we might have a developing tornado up there toward Nettleton, here we were tracking a moment ago here. Near Vaden, though, 45 miles per hour, kill Michael. Eupora, Poplar Creek, in the path of this possible tornado that's going to be moving into Montgomery County. I'm too precise for this. We do kind of a wider track on that whole kind of S area there as we go ahead. So I can do Kill Michael and Eupora in this. Kill Michael 111, Stewart 120, Velez 125, Tom Nolan 126. We're looking Grady at 131, Eupora 135, and Walthall 138. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially produce a tornado. It is a strong area of rotation. It has advanced, so I'm about to slice off some time for you, unfortunately. Kill Michael, we're now down 106 the time there. That's 10 minutes from now. And to Kill Michael, an area of rotation that could potentially be a tornado. So be in your tornado safe place as that moves in your direction. Of course, other strong and potentially very damaging tornadoes down in central and south Mississippi, as you can see. So unfortunately, tornado emergency attack going on for one location down that direction. As we come up here into Lee County, it is less obvious looking at this because we have just so much rainfall showing up on this. But up here closer to the Nettleton area, again, we had that spot that we were tracking that with Craig just a moment ago, where we had our area of circulation kind of wrapping around. Latest location on that, I'd show north of Nettleton. So I'd say Nettleton proper. Within the city limits there, main city grid of Nettleton, we could probably come out of that tornado safe place. If you give me 5 minutes, I'd feel a lot better than right this instant here. But we're pretty much past the worst of it. I would say closer to the Richmond community, where this is attempting to try to spin back up here near Road 1205, moving toward Richmond and Evergreen. Our Doppler radar indicated area of rotation. Again, their sirens continue to go off in the Tupelo, Saltillo, Guntown, Baldwin area. Any of those locations I just mentioned, Verona, Shannon, you can come out of your tornado safe place. Tupelo, same situation here. Here at the studio, we're fine. Back up towards Saltillo and Guntown, of course, also in good shape. Now, Morville, I still probably want to keep you in a tornado safe place. Well, this is kind of heading, again, more toward Richmond, Atney, and eventually Fulton. Sometimes get weird movements on these. So stay in that tornado safe place if we're in Morville. And I know officially in Fulton, you are not officially under the tornado warning for this yet. And no guarantee that they do extend this tornado warning, because I do have questions as to whether or not it is officially producing a tornado at this moment. Nonetheless, let's be today, if you don't mind, if it's not too much of an inconvenience, let's be in that tornado safe place just in case, because there might not always be a ton of time for me to just sit on a storm. Got to kind of hop from storm to storm to storm a lot more. And if you have something, go ahead and. You have anything, Wayne?
You told me to tell you this 20 minutes have been close to 30.
Okay, we are good now. So we are good here at the TV station. Thank you for double checking me on that. And we will try to pull up some power outages if we can here in a minute. Reports of power outages in Oklahoma. I'm sure a lot of other folks here reports of some power outages around the region due to these storms. They're very electric. I turned off all the lightning strikes just because there were just too many of them. They're incredibly electric, and that means that obviously they're hitting power lines. And appreciate all power crews that work so hard to go out, put things back together after Mother Nature tears them apart on days like this. Let's check those 2 storms in southern Monroe County, and we'll work our way back over to Kill Michael. We know that we're about to reach crunch time for Kill Michael. So I'll make sure that we catch this as best as we can for you. So looking at the wind mode here for these 2 storms, the one that is near Macondi in Una, awfully similar to what we had happen in Chickasaw County earlier. Gibson, Aberdeen, Ren, Adrian. If this one were to spin up something, I don't know that it'll be right where it's at, but it'll probably be closer to 45, maybe between 45 and alternate and 45 there, closer to Gibson, if this were to take that next step. That one there has fairly clean inflow. You know what also we have going on? We got that northern storm there that was near Bacondi. Hold on. And there's someone to watch here. Just a mess up here. Here, Ren. That northern storm I would have probably bet on a few minutes ago. But luckily it's not. Boy, they're all... What's happening here? And this, dear God, hopefully keeps us from getting worse. Is, you know, if you throw one stone into a pond, it sends out that perfect ripple. If you get one in this environment, one or two or three really, really big storms, they soak all this up. They become very violent tornadoes. But if you have a ton of stones in there, the interference gets all weird between all the waves. That's what we have. We have a ton of stones in the water right now. Hopefully the atmosphere isn't able to handle that. But Gibson and Amory, I'm going to get you a track on this one here in case this one is one that is able to take that step. So Gibson, I show 105 for you. Ren, 117. You do not have a tornado warning in Amory or Hackett, Carolina, or Smithville. But this storm is in an environment where, depending on how it interacts with the Aberdeen storm, it could potentially try to produce a tornado similar to what happened up in Houston. We will see. I'll give you a track also on the Aberdeen storm. I'm going to track a similar track. I'm just going to drag it over, keep same times and everything. Aberdeen, over top of you, 103, current time 102. About to be 102. Becker at 113, Hackley 119, Smithville 128. Yeah, I know. You're in both those tracks for that storm on kind of the wider shot. The Gibson one is the one I'm a little more concerned with at the moment. And now we've got to go back to Kilmichael. Kilmichael about to be impacted by a long-lived rotating thunderstorm. The inflow isn't quite as clean as it was. It means the air getting into it, what's feeding it, the fuel. If I circle our area of circulation, it's pretty much right there near Vaden Kilmichael Road on the west side of Kilmichael. Our moments are ticking down. We talked to you when you had 10 minutes to go. Now I put into town probably no more than about another minute and a half to 2 minutes. So hopefully we're in that tornado safe place if we live in Kilmichael. In defining what that is, that's the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room. We can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there till we can give you the all clear. This is US 82, obviously Winona there. So Michael, that dot that for one reason or another not showing up below my track, but right there is the middle of Kilmichael. And we're now less than a minute before it arrives there. An area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado. And I do have some blues showing up on that, but due to how difficult it is to see on here, I do not say that I can confirm a tornado touchdown on this. But nonetheless, I still think it could potentially be producing a tornado. Confirmation's a nerd thing after the fact. There's no sort of preparatory value with confirmation. It does help me alert people down the road, but if your house is what confirms it, didn't do you much good, did it? So that's why, regardless of the confirmation or not, we need to be in that tornado safe place if you live in Kilmichael. Again, let's track this ahead toward Eupora. We'll look at that storm over Eupora here in a moment as well. So tracking that toward Eupora, Clarkston, Bellefontaine. Let's snap a picture of this ahead. This has been a storm that has had a number of tornado warnings on it. We have not had, thankfully, a whole lot of tornado reports coming from it, despite the fact it's had a number of warnings. But there are the times on your screen. Wallfall, 131 for you. Kilmichael, over you right now. Before 129, so obviously just doing quick math there, that's about 24, 25 minutes or so for you. Looking at Fame at 139, Cumberland at 145, Atlanta about 150, Manteet at 152, and then there in the Woodland at 154. Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially lead to the development of a tornado as that storm moves in. So luckily we cannot confirm debris on this at this instant. Storm spotters, to my knowledge, have not been able to confirm anything on it as well. Hopefully that continues to be the case. So Gabe, I'm going to trade you places here for just a moment, if we could, as we continue to track this. But clearly a lot of different things we're monitoring. I think we need to come back up to the Lee County storm and then go down to Chickasaw and Monroe County line.
Yeah, a very active system right now. We know that tornado warning was confirmed when it was back in Chickasaw County. Currently, as we track that rotation on the western side of Itawamba County, moving right there towards Fulton, taking a look at that latest path, and I will have to do an updated look at that storm track to see the speed of that storm. But as we extend that out, moving through Fulton, Fairview School, and then on into Red Bay, here's a look at some times. Go ahead and take a picture. Let folks in Itawamba County know that this is headed their way. Abney, 107. Dorsey, 109. Fulton, close to about 115. We're talking about 10 minutes from now. Halltown, 147. Tishomingo State Park, 150. And then on into Bishop, closer to 157. So several minutes from now. And is this producing a tornado right now? No, but it's not far from it, being that that rotation is still relatively strong. Let's go ahead and turn south and look more at the Monroe County storms. We're seeing that high volume of lightning right along that Becker area, and that's where that rotation currently sits as it's moving in that northeast direction. We put a path on that, moving more towards Parham. Should stay just south of Smithville. We're going to see Becker 107, Hatley 113, Parham 120, Turon by 127, and Bexar closer to 142. I want to look overall and just make sure that we are not having a tornado confirmed as of this moment. And currently what it's trying to do is wrap around. So we talked about that inflow channel, and it's not doing so just yet in Amory, but it will not take much to wrap around that tail, and then you're going to get that rotation stronger than what it was. Even back here in New Wren, you take a look. A large, mature cell, all it needs is that wraparound moisture to happen. And so far, staying void of that, but we are not far from that happening. On the leading edge, I mean, despite it not having necessarily a tornado warning on that southern part of Monroe County, we are seeing strong wind gusts as well. Looking at some of those brighter totals, 54 miles an hour. Even on the western side of Smithville, we're seeing 53. So we are just below those severe limits. And give me 1 second to turn that off. And I'm going to ask John, if John, on 2, can you get a speed on these storms real quick? Just an updated look. And let's go on that one that's entering into Fulton now, just so we can have an updated look. So overall, what we have is 2 tornado warnings that we're tracking, but multiple couplets that have the potential for tornadoes. The one in Itawamba County, and also one back there towards Montgomery County. Now, currently, it's moving more towards Webster County as we speak, and a large volume of lightning right along that same spot, but we're not getting any confirmed debris. As I put my finger there, we line up that correlation coefficient with it. No debris signature to confirm that as of now, but still a very mature cell that has had a warning for miles and miles. Sending that into Webster County through Manatee. We're going to see it reach Clarkson 139, Atlanta 147, Manatee, we talked about you, 149, Houston closer to 202, and then on into Parkersburg by about 209. So we are going to see that continue to move through, and that rotation, it's still strong. Fortunately, not seeing a tornado as of right now. I want to look at the large scale, what we're seeing across the region. Unfortunately, nothing confirmed as of right now. I do want to say that storm just south of Abney, moving into Abney as we speak, is starting to get that notch. And what we mean is that inflow channel. So you see how it goes in that S shape almost, moving out towards Abney and then around the city. That's where I do want to take a look and see. No debris as of right now, but that is a very mature rotation. Taking a look at the last couple of scans, just how that has progressed. You see how it's more linear right along Evergreen and Caroline? Then watch as it enters towards Abney, seeing that re-strengthen. So would not be surprised as this polygon is about to move out of that tornado warned polygon, moving more towards Fulton. I would get to your safe place right now, Fulton, as we are tracking that tornadic development and that recirculation within the cell. I mean, that is moments away from producing another tornado warned storm. 55 to 60. Okay, so it has sped up from what we've seen before. So I'm going to take this track off, adjust this here real quick, and move this up to, you said 55? Let's go ahead and go 60, just so we are on the safe side and get you guys as much lead time as possible. Moving towards Fulton and Fairview School. We're talking about Fulton 115. That is 6 minutes away. You guys need to go to your safe place right now. I know you're not in the warning just yet, but this circulation is re-strengthening right along that southern side, just moving more towards Abney. Abney, if you're not in your safe place, go there now, as we are tracking this storm moving more towards you guys. Whenever we look at a debris signature, so far staying void of that, thankfully. And as of right now, I don't have any reports in the National Weather Service chat of any confirmation of it. Fortunate so far, but I'm just waiting on that to be extended because that is still a defined notch that is moments away from producing. Abney, safe place as we speak. If you live along 22 in the Fulton area, go ahead and get to your safe place. I know it's a very busy area. We got Itawamba Community College on the north side. Go ahead, students heading back from spring break. If you are back at school, let's go ahead and get to that safe place. It's important that we go ahead and prepare because, as we talked about, doing one more storm track, I mean, we are 5 minutes away now from reaching the downtown Fulton area, probably about 1:16 reaching ICC. So let's go ahead and look at the grand scheme of things and make sure those southern Monroe County storms are not producing as of now. And it is going to be moving right over the radar site. So it is tough to see, as you can see, that interaction with the Monroe County radar site. So it's going to be tougher to see, but we still have a notch of rotation. Doing a storm track on that, going to keep that 60-mile-an-hour path, moving more towards Parham, and then on into the rest of Monroe County. Parham, 117, Detroit, 126. And I want to go back just because this is the one of the most concern as of right now. Right over Abney as we speak, putting a circle on that rotation. I mean, there it is. There's the rotation that we're tracking and pulling up a degree signature with that. I don't have enough to confirm, and Matt getting a second eye on that. We do have the notch happening right there with that.
I don't think I can confirm either, but that's
It's enough to say get to your safe place now.
absolutely, absolutely. Even in kind of the flash there, you still kind of pick it out. Drop chalk trade place for a moment there. So yeah, Gabe nailed that one. That is one way or another trying to redevelop here near Abney, just south of I-22, northeast of Richmond at this point. So this is Doppler radar indicated rotation, and in Fulton we need to be in that tornado safe place. This is no more than about a mile or two south. I mean, technically west, like on the south side there of I-22, near the Fulton area, moving toward Fulton. And we can confirm that the district did produce at least some damage in Chickasaw County, according to Chickasaw County Emergency Manager Linda Griffin. Several trees along the Natchez Trace near Highway 32 exit. Several trees down there in that area, and a hydroplaning accident along Highway 332 as well. The thing that we don't want to miss, and we talked about off the top, and I said it might be weird, we were talking about that in this situation, but the thing we talked about out of the top was how there's a significant flash flooding issue, reports of knee-deep water in some portions of Calhoun County. I'll have to double check that location here in a minute. I believe that's Calhoun County Road, that'd be Highway 331 near Calhoun County line. Reports of knee-deep water there. Units on the scene. Please avoid the area. So just very, very heavy rainfall out of these thunderstorms as well. And a flooding potential. And believe it or not, flooding kills more people every year than tornadoes. Why? Because you don't take flooding seriously. You take the wind from a tornado seriously. But Fulton, that is what we're exactly hoping right now, that you're taking this seriously. I put it very near I-22. I'm going to see if we can pull up one of those cameras in Fulton to get a shot of this. Let's see here. Yeah, if you've got it, then pull it up. If you have it up back there. Okay.
It's on 3.
It's on 3. Let's take it on 3 real quick then. So this is going to be Fulton. That's looking
West.
That's looking west. So you can see those winds out of the south. All of these are inbound, kind of wrapping back around. They're going to head to the north and try to wrap back around this storm. So I'm going to keep that up in a small fashion here for everything we're doing with Fulton. I know it's going to cover up some of our city names there, and I have to try to kind of jostle around a bunch of different things on the screen. I think it's worthwhile to keep a shot looking west out of this there, as those winds are definitely jostling around that camera. Also, to mention that whether this is exactly a tornado or not, this is probably still some damaging winds going to kind of swing there through Beans Ferry and Fulton. This is Mississippi Highway 25 toward Fulton. There's our circulation, the arrow pointing right at it. You'll also note at the top there, it says it's all 1:15. National Weather Service has extended a severe thunderstorm warning with the designation tornado possible ahead of this there to encompass this. So here in about 30 seconds or so, technically the tornado warning will go away on this, but I'll tell you right now, I wouldn't feel any more comfortable than I did 5 minutes ago in Fulton. Whatever this is, tornado, damaging winds, it's about to move into town. It's crossing I-22 west of the river, west of the waterway at this instant, moving into town as we speak, actually probably over top of the river, the old river there. Lightning starting to pick up on this as well near Peppertown. I show my circulation actually right at the Peppertown exit. There. So again, moving toward Fulton, circulation. As you can see, that tornado warning has now popped off of the screen there, replaced instead by a severe thunderstorm warning with the designation rotation detected. So let's get a slightly longer track on that. I'm going to leave that camera up, even though we're going to go to a completely different storm here in a moment, just so I can kind of see as it moves in while I'm saying that. This is what it looks like as it's hitting. Look at the blinding rainfall. So takeaway number one, you're not going to see it coming. If this is a tornado, it's probably going to be wrapped up in rain. As you can see also, I think we've seen a shift in the wind direction now inbound toward the camera. Have we lost the camera there? Go and let's pull up the one we have behind the scenes here real quick as well. So that would be looking northward. So I'm getting my clear call for weather call, my personal one. Yeah, you can see the wind more from left to right on this. Same location we looked at a second ago, left to right. So we're now probably in outflow wind as opposed to inflow wind. So whatever this is, if the circulation is moving through there, it's probably north of this location. This is I-22. And come back to my camera here for a second. Really definitely jostling that around. So the winds are trying to wrap back and into it. So whatever circulation is, it's north of 22 now at this point. I'm going to leave that up in a small fashion there. Hold on a moment, see if I get it up just the right size. There we go. Moving into Fulton. So again, that's where that camera location is there. So we were seeing those winds, the red winds like this coming that direction. Now we're wrapping around. So again, that's a reminder that this is at least a few moments old. Any radar imagery is at least a few moments old. Whatever circulation this is probably over top of downtown Fulton now, moving there kind of on the northeast side of town. So let's get a storm track on this. We've got to get down to Chickasaw County. So storm track on this, again, based on it being over downtown Fulton. Here's what's in the road ahead. Of course, Fulton right now, we're looking down there toward East High School area, about 118, Eastman at 131, and eventually Mount Carmel Church by 137. Over top of Fulton, where that is at this moment. We got to get to Chickasaw County as we're watching some of those storms there. And it does look like, again, two areas of circulation of concern here. Of course, we still have the ongoing one moving into Webster County. And then, Gabe, I'm guessing you're looking at northern Chickasaw County on this?
Yes.
Okay, let's bring up Gabe's mic here for a moment, if we could. Yeah, there are a couple spots here with circulations. Go Gabe.
Yeah, it was frankly, what it looks like is happening is it was a scout marker that ended up producing it's looking more like the whole picture. It was looking more 2 4 seconds, but now it's transitioning more to an careful application of finding more of those times. Most of them are not too wide. Highway 15, Highway 32, with north on what they see on a continent.
Okay, that's our meteorologist Gabe Mader. Continue to track that storm. We've got to hop south on a different one that's prompted a tornado warning moving through the western portion of Webster County. It's been a little while since we've been back on this storm. The storm has gone through a serious change in its overall shape from where it was more of a classic supercell kind of wrapped back up. And I'm looking at my circulation time almost more on the backside there. Still a strong storm, still potentially wind damage on it, and definitely a lot of heavy rainfall. If you look at the wind on this, I do not depict a well-defined tornado circulation on it, thankfully. That's part of the reason why we've been on different thunderstorms, but as we kind of track this ahead, what Atlanta, Hohen Linden there, Embry, all in the path of this as it moves toward the northeast. Speed on this, we're going about 45 miles per hour as it kind of moves in that direction. We're looking Embry at 124, looking at Anchor at 147, and Houston, if it holds together, at 151. I know we've already had one over the top of Houston. This could be the next one. Before I get too far along, this video coming from Calhoun County Sheriff Greg Paul. We mentioned that flooding along 331. There is a significant flooding issue that we do have with these thunderstorms today. Unfortunately, that is a secondary threat. They mentioned knee-deep water. This is what has closed 331 in that area there. Just copious amounts of rainfall coming from these storms this evening and this afternoon. And so we appreciate all of your pictures. Obviously, we encourage you to stay in a safe place as long as possible. Wide shot here Just double checking. Most storms south of our area have some time before they need to mature. Same with the storm back toward Greenwood. The microstorm we're watching Houston. They were up here. Okay, let's go in here to Amory real quick. And so we're looking closer to Amory. We have actually those two areas of circulation. We talked about these earlier. Yes.
It's on 3.
It's on 3. Okay, go ahead and we'll pull this up on 3. Go for it.
Well, so that's the, the current names, and that's that large train that's moving through there right now. There was what looked to be a funnel like thing coming from the sky. I can't confirm that it was necessarily a tornado, but you see that large rain shaft right there in the middle, where the police are coming through. I mean, that's just, it's concerning.
I appreciate the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters and all their partners for putting up this camera. That nonprofit has done a lot for the our safety in the last year, and I appreciate that. I'm watching this here for a moment. We're watching kind of the rotation. I don't know for sure that I have a true funnel cloud. We're watching there. There's a couple real ragged spots on that system trying. This is likely precipitation, largely there. And it's possible. We're all looking at the same spot there. That could end up spinning something up. I'm going to do the minimized version of this for a second so we get some storm tracks on this. As they are kind of moving the camera back and forth to get a good idea on what they're seeing. Let's look at this for Amory, which is now under a tornado warning because of this, as they are looking north on this. New tornado warning issued again for the potential that this could be up there near Bigby. So that camera's on the south side of town, looking over top of Amory, looking northward toward the Bigby area in that rotation. I say that, there's another area just to the east of town as well. We talked about those two storms and how they would try to mature. That's why we mentioned Amory. We had you in the track a little bit ago. Looking at the wind mode there on Storm Track Doppler radar, it's close, but I don't know that I can for sure say that these are producing a tornado at this moment. Let's get the new track based on Bigby and get the angle on this right. Smithville, you're going to be in the path, parts of Smithville in each case. So I'm going to track the Parham one first toward Bexar. I'd say south side Smithville, we're there right now. So we need to be in that tornado safe place. Lowest floor of a sturdy structure. I'll put that, I can't put that on there and keep the camera at the same time. You know the rules. Lowest floor, sturdy structure, a small windowless room. We can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet to protect ourselves from debris, and stay there until we can give you the all clear. This is wrapping up near Parham right now. Could potentially be producing a tornado soon, if not already. As you can see, confirmed tornado touchdown, the designation from the folks at the National Weather Service. And I think that might be the one that they're doing it on. I got to track the other one that's heading more directly towards Smithville on the north side of Amory there, looking toward that on the camera that you see from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers and Spotters on the right-hand portion of the screen. A lot of data here. Look at the times. Take the picture for the times there. Current time is 1:22, so we still do have a few minutes there into Smithville. Let's look for that tornado debris signature here that we can confirm. And let's double check, if we can, the warning text on this to double check the confirmation method, if we can, to see if they have detected that tornado debris. Well, that might be what it is. Hold on.
Weather spotters confirmed tornado.
Weather spotters confirmed tornado. Okay, so spotter confirmed tornado here. I cannot confirm it with tornado debris at this moment, but again, that doesn't happen till after the fact. And just to clarify, are we talking the one east of Smithville? Or are we talking the one north of Amory?
I would have to check, but I believe this is the one we're talking about with Amory. And they sent a picture up in National Weather Service chat of the funnel that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're able to get that.
I'll have to see here. The Chasers did?
Yes, I'll just have to I'll send a message and see if we can use it, and I'll set it up. And you can pull it up on.
Okay.
So
We'll keep that camera up. And I do see, listen, I do see some things that look a little bit like a funnel there. Main area we're watching is kind of this middle area there. And it's not impossible we don't have something right there on that storm north of the Amory area. So an area of circulation attempting to produce a tornado right now near the Amory area need to be in our tornado safe place because of that potential. I would say this, though. I feel very confident on this one up here near Turon that if this isn't producing a tornado, it will be very soon. I know this isn't a highly populated area, but near State Line Road, northeast of the Smithville area, this is likely a tornado in the generation phase or one that is presently occurring, moving there from Turon toward Bexar. Kennedy Chapel we show at 131 for you. Doppler radar indicated rotation could potentially be a tornado in the development phase is Piney Grove. we're looking at 131. We're looking at James Creek Church at 136, Elvis Spearman Church at 139, Smith Temple Church at about the 140 time period, and Bexar at 141. Doppler radar showing a pretty strong hook there, continuing to develop, rotation continuing to increase, potential for this to produce a tornado increasing as well. And then, of course, if we have two storms that are basically on top of each other. The one we have here closer to Big B, the one that you're looking at there on the screen, I believe. Let's double check with the chasers if that is the correct one, that have the correct direction there. And I'm wondering if that has locked up on me.
I just set it up.
It does look like we are hanging at this moment here, unfortunately. Power disruptions are something that we anticipate in this scenario. Unfortunately, looks like might be an issue. Here is a shot that Gabe was mentioning a moment ago there of that brief funnel that was caught on that tower cam there in Amory by the North Mississippi Storm Chasers just a little bit ago. Again, the screenshot of it, not the actual motion video of it. Not particularly strong. Certainly you had uplift into there, but it could be stronger than what visually it looks like. Sometimes that happens. So certainly have to watch that pretty closely. Man, I'll be honest. Let's look closely at this. While I can't quite confirm tornado debris on this, I have two storms here that are very close to producing tornadoes. That one's curled all the way up on the Itawamba and Monroe County line, and then this one's in the process of curving up. Watching very closely in Smithville. We've got to be in that tornado safe place, and I know we don't have to tell you twice. The wind, the reason I'm just pretty concerned in both cases, the front storm has clean inflow, be able to get the wind to kind of wrap back in, and this has just enough of a window to do the same thing here. So both of those areas of circulation wants to track. And then we're going to need to double check on some other storms as well. Latest updated scan coming around, so it's adjusted the position a little bit more. And I don't know that I can quite confirm tornado touchdown at this point, but again, that's something that helps us after the fact, not at the time. So let's widen things out. Let's clear things up for just a moment. Let's double check at what we're seeing here. Let's looking at Itawamba County, northern Itawamba County. We were tracking that rotation that moved through Houston earlier. That looks like it has fallen apart as we've seen a preference for the storms down in the southern part of the county. If you come back here toward Houston at the next storm, the most recent storm to come through, that one there has some broader rotation as well. I want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, with a little new information coming in here at this time. Gabe, what are you getting?
Well, so we were talking to the Chickasaw County EMA director, and if you want to talk to her specifically, basically they're shutting down the Natchez Trace, and where that storm hit, we're going to go back to Matt so he can talk to her about that. Okay, so with me is Linda Griffin. She is the emergency manager there in Chickasaw County. I know it's been a busy day so far, a long night last night. What do you have as of 1:28 here on live on WTVA 9 News? Linda, are you there? Hold on a second. You were on her AirPods. There we go. Okay, can you hear me now, Linda?
Hold on, I can't hear a word you're saying.
Okay. Better now?
It's in a bad spot, I think.
That's okay. You go ahead. We'll listen to what you have to say. What do you got?
Down the National Trace Parkway in Chickasaw County. We've gotten all the basics taken care of. That was in wrecks on it. We got trees down everywhere on the trace. We got this other system you say coming towards us. We're pulling our responders back to a safe place and getting them off the Natchez Trace. And the Natchez Trace is closed in Chickasaw County.
Natchez Trace closed in Chickasaw County. Just for my clarification, because this one over top of Houston's getting a little stronger as we speak. So I want to make sure I get you what you need to know at this moment. So where are you at?
I'm on Highway 32 at the game area. Headed back towards Houston.
Okay, so this is gonna.
There's no doubt. I'll send you a picture that there was a tornado on the Natchez Trace with all the trees are twisted.
I believe it. I mean, it looked like it on radar.
Yeah, I'll send you the GPS for it.
Okay, yeah, send that over to Tanya. I appreciate that. But heads up that this one that's over top of you is strengthening and it has fairly clean inflow. So I mean, I would. Let me double check your angle there because you're just far enough north. Well, I mean, this is one of those days. There's just more and more, unfortunately. But yeah, no, I'm talking the one that's right over Houston right now. I think if you're heading west on, I mean, you're going through some blinding rainfall, but you're heading west on 32. You should stay a little north of it. Okay. Be careful, be safe. We appreciate all your hard work. We'll talk to you soon.
Get the word out, though. We haven't had any, structure damage reported. Just MVAs, people throwing a natural trace on Highway 32 at that Van Vliet area that you're talking about.
Yeah,
Yes.
just hitting trees. The trees. Did trees come down on any of the vehicles, or did it just end up hitting the trees?
We didn't have any good thing in this, but
Mm.
there's trees down all Wichita County on that natural trace. So we're getting the traffic off of it. It's coming through, and we've got it, officers blocking, the exits so they can't get on.
Okay. Linda Griffin, Emergency Manager at Chickasaw County. Thank you so much for speaking with us on the TVA 9 News.
Yes, sir. And I see some pictures and GPS.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Yes, sir.
So as you heard her say, Natchez Trace shut down there in Chickasaw County where a likely tornado crossed earlier on. Again, National Weather Service will go out, do official storm reports and damage surveys in the future. But in the nearer term, still watching these two areas of circulation here, now likely in southern Itawamba County. Gabe?
Amory's back up.
Amory's back up, so we'll go ahead and pull that back up here on the side for a moment. Again, looking back toward what I cannot confirm a tornado touchdown based on that there, but you can see our wall cloud, the lowering there. This is where everything's going up and into the thunderstorm. And as I shrink this down, I might bring it back full here in just a moment, shrink that down, that's where you're seeing this area here, this kind of open areas where things are going up and into the thunderstorm there, right? And so you're kind of seeing that lowering there where things are going up, and that's where the rotation is. And if the rotation get more active, it'll take that back around. I would say that definitely, though, you're hanging down there, not a funnel cloud just because it looks like it's kind of hanging low. Instead, that is the area where things are trying to go up and into it. Hope that makes sense. Either way, cannot confirm tornado at the moment. We're going to leave that up while we're on this storm here. South of Tremont Academy, though, this one looks, again, more impressive, and I would say that it is not unreasonable that I have a tornado in the generation phase here near Hopewell Road. Nope. That same spot we were watching. We probably have had it the last few minutes while we're talking to Linda. Up here, Duncan Lakes Road. Let's double check the debris mode. Doesn't line up perfectly, but I don't think it matters because I think right there near Turon, we've probably had at least a brief tornado still potentially ongoing now near Booth Road, South Academy, moving toward the Mississippi-Alabama state line. Again, two different storms I'm watching here. This is the western storm there. This is the eastern circulation. Unfortunately, we're having to multitask. I don't know about you. When it comes to multitasking, you're never as good as you would if you were just on one thing. So now they're going to be issuing a tornado warning on that storm I was talking to Linda about there in Chickasaw County. And as those storm chasers are zooming in on the bottom of that wall cloud, we're going to multitask again. So luckily, Linda's up here. She's in that tornado warning, but she's going to hopefully get around that there. But near Aberdeen Road on the east side there of Houston, we have yet another tornado warning that's been prompted. That same storm that we were tracking a moment ago there, what we're looking at. Again, this is a different storm that we're watching near Amory. This is Chickasaw County. And let's get that Chickasaw County storm track. Let's put on our tornado safety rules. With that, keep an eye on that camera there. Let me know if it gets a little more organized. But for eastern Chickasaw County, moving toward Okolona, Doppler radar indicated rotation. Okolona, we show 148. Leotis at 151. Current time is 1:33. Still going about 45 miles per hour. We're going to do a different track that kind of puts on everything we can. Well, I mentioned Chickasaw County. It actually, I believe, is also Lee, Pontotoc, and Monroe counties with this tornado warning as well. That means multiple tornado warnings now in effect for Monroe County on this storm. Certainly strong circulation. And when we talked about that high tornado risk yesterday, and even this morning, we mentioned the fact the reason we were under that, two reasons. Number one, potential for strong, long-lived tornadoes. To this point, I'm not even going to say it. Anyway, let's move on. The main reason why that is issued is because of the opportunity. The fact that some spots we're going to see multiple rotating thunderstorms go over them over the course of time. That is what we are seeing in Chickasaw County, Monroe County at this point. Unfortunately, the superhighway of supercell thunderstorms today. And so I'm going to advance this forward. near Aberdeen Road, pretty much right over top of the Natchez Trace, a little south of where we had that tornado, likely tornado move through a little bit ago is where this is. Witch Dance picnic area, that's one of those, areas, well, that was hit in 2011 by the tornado there, pretty severely, very near that area. So 135, print time 135, so it's over top of that now. Palestine Ministry Baptist Church at 141. Again, Bethany Church at 147. We're looking at Okolona at 151. We'll look a lot closer at that here in just a second, because that's a little less than 15 minutes for you on our next major population center in Leotis at about 155. Doppler radar indicated rotation, a storm that is intensifying, a storm that has clean inflow. You heard me say that to Linda. What does that mean and why does it matter? Well, these thunderstorms up here, still very much ones we have to watch. It could still be producing a tornado near the Mississippi-Alabama state line. But this one here, you see how there's nothing down here ahead of it for about a county? That means relatively warm, moist, unstable air is able to feed directly into this. Those storms with the cleanest inflow, it's kind of like shooting it up with steroids or something else. It makes them stronger. And that is what the potential is, that this could continue to become stronger. We got to come up here to our Itawamba County tornado warning. First off, Smithville, you're all clear. Amory, you're all clear. We'll pull up the camera as we look at the south side of that storm there still. I believe on camera 3, on weather 3. Yeah, they've gone to a wider shot. It's gotten too far away. Don't have a good shot at that anymore. We're looking quite a ways away from that to get that look there. So if you're in Monroe County from this storm, you're in the all clear. Of course, the next storm that's now has those tornado sirens going off in Lee County, that one is up in the northwest corner of Monroe County. But I would say from the first and most recent one, Amory, Parham, Smithville, we can all come out of those tornado safe places if you want to. Stay in them if you want to. But at this point here, we cannot let our guard down as soon as any of these storms pass, because the reality is that depending on the angle this Houston storm takes, it could be coming back here again, the next one for you as well. Still possible this goes more east. So a lot of times you have your one storm and you're done. Today, that's not the case. You have your one storm, and then you have your next, and you have your next. And so that is going to continue, as we talked about earlier, cause major flooding issues, and obviously a little bit of storm fatigue. Let's come up here close into Itawamba County, and let's look here, I would say south of I-22 near State Line Road Southeast, about to cross into Marion County, Alabama, an area of rotation that I don't know that I can say is a tornado at this point. Potentially was previously, could potentially redevelop into one that we should shelter from either way, because Doppler radar is at least minutes old, because it has to scan it, process it, and send it to us. And that takes, got it really fast, got it down to an art, but it takes moments to do that. And so Bexar, obviously in the nearer term path of this rotation at this point, as it's moving toward you. Come back to Chickasaw County. And then I need you, hold on, 2 seconds. Got to hit Winona before we go to Chickasaw County. It's been a while since we've been back on this one. I'm going to track this part near Sawyer. Yeah, we're looking fairly high up in the thunderstorm, so I've got to circle a larger area there near Sawyer and Eskridge. This is an area of fairly broad rotation, but strong rotation. We just look too high to have a good angle on it. So let's make sure we're in that tornado safe place if you do live there near Eskridge. If you live here on the north side of Winona in general, we should be in a safer place if we can be. Creek Centerside School at about 153, Lilac 156, Alva at 159, Reading at 203. Doppler radar indicated area of rotation. It could potentially be a tornado attempting to develop. We will see. According to the folks at Lee County E911, motorists are stranded in floodwaters on South Gloucester Street in Tupelo. That is not a shock. These thunderstorms are incredible rain producers. Most of them what we call high precipitation supercells, or HP supercells. And they're rotating and they're trying to produce their tornadoes, but they're producing tons of lightning and dumping massive amounts of rainfall. So we have a very rare situation where we have both a flash flood, major flash flood threat, and a significant opportunity for tornado threat at the same time. So each of those has their different challenges. Both of them, I would definitely say we probably want to be avoiding certain unsafe places, and cars and trucks in both cases would be places that we don't want to be. You could argue upper floors are different, but let's not get into that argument there for the flooding portion of this. So looking at the wind mode, and changing it from the rainfall mode on Storm Track Doppler radar, I do not see quite the same interaction. Oh, we probably, hold on, 130. While we were wide, we probably had a brief tornado there. I cannot confirm the debris on that. Near Highway 15. I hope Linda was okay. Right there, 128. 130. Potentially, whatever that is, likely has dissipated on the latest scan. But we might have had a brief tornado kind of on the north side there as well. Y'all pray for the first responders out there that are out in this, because they are putting their lives at risk to try to take care of folks that, in this case, as they mentioned along the Natchez Trace Parkway, ran into, had trees fall on them when the tornado moved through there. The problem is that, then as soon as that moves through, there's another storm after that. And then there are other storms after that, and other storms after that. And so it's just, unfortunately, going to be a long afternoon for those folks. Current time is 1:41 p.m. Let's do a wide shot here. Let's kind of do an overview for a second on where we're at and what we expect to continue to happen as we go forward. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpaw alongside meteorologist Gabe Maynor and John DeLusick as we are tracking a tornado warning for Itawamba, as well as Lee, Pontotoc, Chickasaw, and I believe part of Monroe counties, Marion County, Alabama, I believe also with a tornado warning at this point here. And tornado watch is described as a particularly dangerous situation just because of the math on this. So many storms over such an area continuing to produce a significant opportunity to be impacted by tornadoes. To this point, the strongest tornadoes have been down here in central and south Mississippi. A number of very, very strong tornadoes continuing to be possible and confirmed down that direction. We have luckily missed out on the peak threat for that, but we still have two very high precipitation storms that have the potential to not just produce tornadoes, but also exacerbate a very significant flash flood threat as well. It might seem odd that we're talking about tornado warnings and now I'm talking about flash flooding, but flash flooding kills more people each year than tornadoes do because we don't take it seriously. So we have to take it seriously. Speaking to the tornado threat near Scottsville, Hodges, Duketon, all in the path of this rotation that now has crossed out of Itawamba County and moved into Marion County, Alabama. Scottsville, we showed 1143 for you. Atwood, 143 for Scottsville, 154 for Atwood. Hodges 156, Duketon at about 202, Nix Mill at 202, and Belgreen by 204, Rockwood at 207. I would say that's still rotation. I cannot confirm it to be a tornado, but weird things seem to always happen when it crosses the Alabama state line in this area. I don't know whether it's terrain or just bad luck. Hopefully this does not produce a tornado in this zone. There's still a few little interactions there. We'll be watching that as it approaches you in Hackleburg and Phil Campbell and toward the east. No guaranteed tornado, and anytime we can say that today, that's a good thing. We had the second circulation. Again, we had those two circulations on the same storm a little bit ago. I would say that second circulation has largely fallen apart. Maybe sort of near Beans Ferry. I show a little bit of broad rotation, but that would have a long ways to go before that produce a tornado. So I feel pretty good about your situation there, just east of Fulton. As we look down here into Chickasaw County, we do believe we probably had a brief tornado touchdown. Well, we'll say it's possible we had one. I could not confirm it with a tornado debris, but we had certainly indications looked pretty close to that briefly here near Houston. Within about the last 20 minutes, you saw the two areas that kind of broadened out a little bit right there. So hopefully that means that this is weakening a little bit. Nonetheless, as you probably noticed, there isn't always a ton of lead time as the air getting into this can spin these up. And I would say that McCondy out here toward 47 and County Road 404 on the east portion of Chickasaw County, we're going to have to watch this as it moves toward Wren, Nettleton, and Smithville. You can see the National Weather Service has dropped the tornado warning on this at this moment. The tornado potential is down somewhat on it, certainly on the wind mode there, but I would say that looking at the precipitation mode, and when that radar scan comes around again, you'll see it flash. You'll see just a little appendage there. We'll wait just a moment as that kind of comes around here in just a moment so we can see that. But you see that flash that just curves around just a little bit there. That could be our sign that this is going to attempt to try to spin something back up at the front end. Because you have to have the interaction of the warm moist air going up into it at the same spot that we have the wraparound component to the wind from the rear flank downdraft on it as well. But there's also other enhancements up here north. A lot of stuff. Let's bring in our meteorologist Gabe Maynor here for just a moment as he is continuing to analyze things that he's looking at while I'm looking at here. We'll kind of bring him in. And Gabe, a lot of things to track right now at this point. What are you seeing?
Well, it's just going to be a busy afternoon for not only emergency crews, but also for power crews. I mean, taking a look, this is our power outage map for the electric power association. 353 notices on the southern side of the county. These are actually coming in later than what the storm is issuing. So expect more, especially as it enters towards southern Wamba County and then beyond that. Now, I am going to go to poweroutage.us to look at a general overview of what we're seeing. Monroe County, like we were saying, 353 outages there for the county shows you something significant went through and knocked out all of the power there. One thing that I do want to say is Chickasaw County currently still has 0. I know that Coffeeville Electric goes deep to, I guess, like staying in Monroe County, so not getting a ton of outages again at Chickasaw County despite having that tornado warning storm. Up north, Prince County, 50 outages, Tishomingo County, 136. And Matt, that was just strong wind gusts going through. So no matter what you're getting, these are strong storms, whether it's tornadic or just a strong wind gust.
You're absolutely right. And so the thing is we're going to go back and forth between where they are producing tornadoes when they're not, and just kind of back and forth, which, by the way, is excellent. It makes my job harder because we're having to kind of search on some of these, and that is fantastic because my fear, I don't say fear a lot, but my fear was that we were going to have storms that were very easy to pick out, that my children at home have watched enough to pick out. Luckily, we have had to dig a little more, and that has been the most encouraging sign. In saying that, we got to go back to Chickasaw County in a second. I think that one's wrapping back up again. So we're looking here, northern Montgomery County, eastern Grenada County into Calhoun County. I think it kind of clips the northwest portion of Webster County. Kind of broad circulation, strong winds with this, moving there toward the east and northeast speed at right around 45 miles per hour. Is this a tornado? No. Could it eventually develop into one? Possibly. Do we have any confirmation this instant? No. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service has rotation detected on that storm. Let's come up here to Chickasaw County again, though. And the reason I'm back on this one is because our angle has changed. We talked a lot about this angle at which the winds are interacting with this. As we put this on the slow loop there, you can see how it's just kind of kicked the last couple of scans here. Let's go a little slower there. Just kind of kicked more that direction. Sometimes that happens before it tries to spin something up. So the concern is that perhaps that could be near County Road 402, what this is attempting to do again. Now, the lower level winds don't match up perfectly with that. And that's a good sign. Hopefully that's the case and stays the case. Certainly it is not as organized as it was a few minutes ago or about 20 minutes ago. There are definitely a couple of places there near McCondy and up there closer to Okolona. Let's get a storm track on that. So tracking that toward Okolona. Again, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation. This is not an official tornado warning, but just want to make sure that we have as much heads up as possible that this could potentially try to spin something back up if it continues at this rate. So as you can see here, 152 into Okolona, current time is 149, so we don't really have a whole lot of time. It seems awfully fast. Hold on. My speed on that. Oh no, that track's at 60. He's only going 45, right? Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's try that again. There we are. 156. That added 3 or 4 minutes to it, but that 3 or 4 minutes makes a difference. Rotation increasing. And I'm going to track the other area of rotation. It's a little bit less well-defined down south. Probably not enough for this to produce. But you can see that extends your time in Oklahoma. That is not the one I was concerned about. I'm more concerned about the north one piece. 156 Oklahoma, Shannon 207, Nettleton 209, Brewer at 211. Doppler radar indicated rotation on this thunderstorm. As we come up here and we look toward our tornado warn thunderstorm up in the Scottsville area, thankfully this is not as well organized as a little bit ago. That big kind of orange thing is just something that's supposed to draw my attention more toward hail on some days. I don't know how much hail this actually has today. I don't see a tornado on that there. There's some broad rotation. Track kind of the whole front end of that there on that rotation. And we're going to look at some damage reports here in just a second. So there is our rotation as it moves there generally toward Dempsey at 152. We're looking at the Gwynn Crossroads at 154. Hodges at 2 o'clock. Eventually Russellville right about 2:43. So this is going to be some flooding near Bev's pit stop near the, I think this is the Lee-Itawamba County line sent in by Jacob. And this is the concerning thing. You know, again, there's not the wow factor that goes with flooding, but we have some significant flooding issues and we have inches more rainfall on the way for locations where this is right here. In fact, if I just kind of minimize that sign just a little bit here, I mean, for that spot we were talking about, we have one big storm. Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it all be shocked to say I have 4 inches, 5 inches more? Would that be unreasonable? I mean, where that is, 4 or 5 more inches rainfall would not be unreasonable. This is going to be a major flash flooding issue, unfortunately, for some spots. Let's talk to somebody who is, I think, just outside of where these storms are rough down in Monroe County. We're going to get back with our Craig Ford, who has gotten repositioned a little bit. And we do expect probably a new warning coming for his area here fairly soon, likely severe thunderstorm warning. Craig, where are you at as of 152? What is that?
This let's end with high school.
Okay, appreciate that. That's our Craig Ford there in Monroe County on the live drive. That storm that he was looking toward, I got this picture in just a little bit ago, looking toward Amory High School. I'm going to see if we get the name. Give me a second here. I believe Katina sent in this shot there of something. I think that was the same something that Craig was a little closer to trying to spin up. Perhaps that little funnel cloud there a little bit ago. Could have just been a low-hanging wall cloud. Not sure that it was a full-on tornado, though obviously it looks similar to that. That's why we always have to have ground level visibility. Can't quite tell if that's just really, really low. Nonetheless, not a very definitely a scary situation for folks there as that moves through. We're back out here in Montgomery County, looking at some of these thunderstorms here. A couple of these with some pretty impressive rotation continuing to show up on the front edge of those. As I kind of go between a few different radar sites here, just kind of sort of moving it around to force it to kind of change sites. Some of that still a little bit broad. Let's go ahead and track the Duck Hill area here towards Slate Spring and Calhoun City. And looking at that, we're looking at Sweatman at 159, Lilac by around 201, Catarata at 211, Reading 208, Big Creek at 222, Calhoun City got 228. Yeah, we've said you a bunch today, Calhoun City and Derma. A lot of these locations, such as Atlanta and Vardaman, you know, still, in the case of Vardaman, dealing with some damage from last night. Unfortunately, we've had more than a little bit of that around. So many pictures coming in, by the way, speaking to last night and the tornado there and showing you the concerns that we had. This was a picture taken near Camp McCain there in Grenada County, and that is very significant quantity of trees that are snapped off. That was a strong tornado. That's the one that moved again through the Elliott community and was clearly our concern last night. We have not had any reports like this today. Quite a few reports in that area. I'll see if we can pull up some of those pictures here in a little bit, but that's what we're hoping we do not see today. But unfortunately, that's something that still, I would say, is on the table. Certainly has been more the case in other parts of the state. And hopefully that continues to be the case. I'm come down here, this pick and storm real quick. Let's get a storm track on that one as well. It's gotten a little more organized recently. French Camp, McCool, Ackerman, kind of all in the path of this. Durant, we're looking at 210, West at 222, French Camp at 250, Ware at 256, Ackerman 306, Eupora 312. I know in some of your cases their storms going to be there before that, but that's just a reminder that a lot of folks that are out there, the emergency managers, things like that, going to try to first responders, help people, that there is a threat that you go out to help somebody and then another storm comes up and catches you. So, you know, just be praying for those folks that are out there this afternoon, kind of dealing with balancing these multiple threats at the same time, trying to help people out. Let's look at this storm that's just south down there. I want to make sure, check the angle on this, see if we need to get a long track on this. Well, I'm gonna clip southern Pickens County and southern Knoxville County with this one, just in case. So it's a longer track. This is not in our viewing area yet, but we show DeKalb there at 229, Geiger at 256, Utah got to 323, and then of course Middleton 332 to check out of here after that point. But that one's been around for a while. And then just a moment to be thankful. It is a lot worse down south. I mean, these are some violent looking storms, 4 of them in a row. And again, we talked about that clean inflow right off the Gulf of Mexico. These are tapping into that. That is just a wicked radar there. I didn't even catch the one that was behind me. That's rough. Okay. Let's come back up here. Look at our storms. Look at Okolona. Look at Shannon. And let's check these storms and look for rotation on these as well. I'd still say fairly broad on this. Well, we did see a little bit of an increase there for a moment. This has gone back through a bit of a weakening phase, thankfully. Gabe, I need to trade you places. I need to do some meso-analysis and just kind of like look over some other things related to the atmosphere. So trade me for just a moment. I'll take 2, you take 1. Okay.
All right, so what we're continuing to track is that rotation just on the east side of Chickasaw County. Currently still broad, but you can see that inflow notch that we saw in several of these storms, honestly, right there on the east side. We're talking about just west of 45 along County Road 411. So what we're going to do is track that part of the storm as it moves more in that northeast fashion there towards Nettleton. And honestly, would not be surprised to make it move a little bit more east. So that track could be shifted a little bit more towards the New Lynn area or even on the southern part of Itawamba County. So a few times listed there, 216 Nettleton, Evergreen 226, Abney closer to 231, and Dorsey 233. Expanding things out and looking at the broad scale of what we're experiencing across the region, still a tornado warned storm over there on the east side of Itawamba County. We're talking along 22 near Tremont. You're seeing it right there. But still, rotation, broad. Not seeing anything confirmed just yet. Getting a few pictures submitted from people showing updrafts in the Itawamba County area.
but no funnel produced just yet. So just an intimidating storm as it's moving across. And those updrafts tell you one thing, is that it is an unstable environment, and that does not take much for a tornado to be produced. So looking at the velocity, not seeing anything too impressive, but again, we're going to track that out. Actually, I mean, looking at it compared to the reflectivity, not going to get good returns on that. So that rotation way out ahead of it, I wouldn't say that that's anything confirmed just yet. It's just some high winds out ahead of those cells. That tornado warning actually extending into Alabama as we speak. We're seeing it move there towards Atwood, Dempsey, Russellville, going to be in the path of that. And if we keep it on that same time frame, I'm going to do a little map here for a second, just tracking the speed on that. So if we look over the last 30 minutes or so, we're talking about I would say we're talking 55, 60 miles an hour yet again. And so making sure that that is where we're sitting at as it moves in that northeast fashion there, more into Alabama. Here's a look at some times listed there. Talking about Hodges, 207, Duketon, 213, Belgreen, 215, and then on into Russellville by 223. So these are more for our Alabama folks, and just going ahead and taking the precautions and get to that safe place. We're still several scans away from this producing, but as we've seen in this atmosphere, it does not take much for it to produce. Even along the leading edge of that, we're seeing some strong wind gusts as well. I want to just take a look at what exactly we're talking about. High up in the atmosphere, we're getting returns of about 35. Let's get that bright pixel there. Just showing 30 to 35 miles an hour sustained winds. That's damaging in itself. Granted, not severe thunderstorm warning, but it's definitely going to produce that. And hail cores, there are a lot of them with this system. We're seeing that right there in Dempsey. Those returns of some purples and blacks. That's going to be where the strongest hail is. We're talking maybe ½ inch to an inch in development. So if you are in the Alabama area and are about to experience this storm, just go ahead and get that safe place and get where you need to be as we speak. Now, I want to check back in on Chickasaw County and now on to Monroe and Lee County. Still a ways away from producing a tornado or anything like that, but we're still getting those notches of concern, mainly that one south of Nettleton. And I'm going to zoom in on that right there and do a track on it, even though, I mean, rotation, it's not really existent right there just because radar is not picking it up. But we can clearly see that indentation right there moving into that southern part of Nettleton and then east of Okolona as it carries off into that northeast track. Going ahead and putting a track on that. We're seeing Nettleton closer to about 206, Evergreen 214, on into Abney closer to about 218. Now they're saying it's taking more of a northern track, which I tend to agree with on this cell. So let me rework this and get a track that more follows that path. So Nettleton 206, Evergreen 215, Abney 219, and Dorsey 220. Now we are getting some heavy drops on our roof here at the studio. I want to expand things out and look at what's happening up in Lee County. And it would not be surprised at all to hear a few small hailstones as well, especially down around Verona and Shannon. So we're getting that development. We talk about updrafts. Updrafts help with tornado development, but they also help with hail development. And that's why we're getting such large hailstones along with those tornado threats. Yeah, say that again. Okay, let's go ahead and pull up an MDOT. Do you have it over in Fulton or Tupelo? Okay, let's pull up Tupelo because I believe that's some small hail falling at this moment right over the station. All right, so taking a look outside, blinding rainfall for sure. I mean, you're going to get those heavy winds. Okay, so this is Highway 6 in South Gloucester. So on the south side of Tupelo, and guys, that's where we talked about with that hail core forming. Would not be surprised to see some small hailstones developing there. Tough to see them bouncing on the pavement, but if you're in the Verona area, South Tupelo area, buckle up for some hail, buckle up for some heavy rainfall, and buckle up for some strong winds as those pass on through. But what we are seeing is this line progress on through, making the northwest side of our area a little bit of a break. So I'm not going to say completely in the clear because as you can see out towards our west, still some more development along the Mississippi River with such an unstable environment. As this moves in, it could have that severe potential as well. Well, let's stay on the here and now and just let everyone know that you are still under that threat as that severe weather outlook still covers all of us here in northeast Mississippi. This line out towards Montgomery County, we're talking about Winona, Baden, on south into portions of Carroll County, That's really the concern right now as that moves east through the area. Not really for tornadic development, as we are still a ways away from that. I just think that there's not really defined notch that we're tracking. But you can see there's definitely some strong cells in there. We're talking about south of Winona, Vaden. I'm going to do a strong track on that one south of Winona as it's about to go through the area. Let me go ahead and move that here real quick. As it did. So it was hail here at the studio. That shows you that hail, it does not take much for it to be loud and powerful, as that was just about that big, a little peak. So looking at Montgomery County, let's go ahead and track this cell that's going to produce some probably nickel-sized hail, I would say. Hendricks, 209, Minerva, 214, Lilac, 223, on towards Slate Springs by 235, and Big Creek by about 240. Again, not tornadic, but we are tracking a strong thunderstorm moving into those parts. Now, looking at the grand scheme of things, let's go ahead and take a broad approach to what's happening. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in the parts of northwest Alabama. The rest of it, the cell that we've been watching for several miles, is down there in Monroe County, moving into southern Lee County. That's going to move more into Itawamba as we speak, and that's going to produce some heavy wind gusts, some large hail, and it has had the possibility of producing a tornado. So far, we've not gotten confirmation, but we are continuing to track that. Out west, we're tracking Montgomery County. That line of storms right there, you see that moving in that northeast direction, going to be impacting parts of Calhoun, Chickasaw, Pontotoc, even as far north as Lee and Union County. So that northeast track just carrying all these cells through the area. And I know you think, hey, I already dealt with it. I don't need to deal with another one. Unfortunately, this setup, it's not following that pattern. Let's go ahead and get back on Nettleton. I want to see what's happening here because I know it's not showing it on velocity, but we are seeing a very interesting setup in regards to the reflectivity. You see that wrapping around. We talk about that inflow notch, and that's doing exactly that. Wrapping around that moisture and pushing in that inflow, allowing it to wrap around and slowly starting to get that turn back in place. Looking at how that has progressed over time, just wanting to do it to see the progression. I mean, yeah, you're getting exactly that. I'm going to loop this over the last 30 minutes or so just to show you what exactly is taking place. And just watch. Watch how that starts to wrap around yet again. Seeing it right there, and then moving towards Nettleton, we're starting to see that wrap around again. So Nettleton, winds are not matching this as of right now, but I want to say let's go ahead and be as safe as possible and get to that safe place just because we are starting to see that get a bit stronger, and wind returns are showing some stronger winds as well. So correlation coefficient, our tornado debris signature, not showing anything, fortunately, but this is getting more interesting as it moves into southern Lee County and then more into western Itawamba County. We're talking Evergreen, Avenue. Getting a storm track on that. Again, winds not matching, so I'm going to keep it on reflectivity as it moves across 278. It's going to be impacting parts of Evergreen by around 216, Avenue 220, Dorsey 222, and then Fulton 227. Now, moving it a little bit more north as that warning goes, we're seeing that move more towards Fulton 227, Dorsey 222, and then let me try and get some of those eastern Lee counties in there. Richmond 216. There we go. So severe thunderstorm warning just got issued and considerable damage possible. Reason why they're saying that is because of the strong winds. And honestly, and Matt, if you want to take a look at this yourself, whenever we got this over time, we're starting to get that wraparound moisture yet again. So Nettleton right over the top of you. Wind's not exactly lining up, but the setup on reflectivity, it's exactly the picture.
What you're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you need for a tornado.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's possible that that is what it is trying to do. Again, it's trying to produce another circulation. This obviously is the one that triggered that tornado warning, possibly produced a couple of brief spin-ups near the Houston area, now doing it again near Nettleton. Hey, you're noticing the same names over and over again? There are two big issues that is causing. Obviously, a lot of folks being stressed out and having to deal with the same issues over and over again, but also the fact that that we're dealing with some major flooding issues as well. Just for example, from Tupelo Police Department, please ask folks to stay off of the roads if at all possible. Several streets are flooded: Main, Front, South Gloucester, Varsity, West Jackson, Rankin, etc. And more cars complicate things. Last thing we want is people stalling out. We've already had inches and inches of rainfall. I think, as I mentioned a little bit ago, with more on the way, it's not inconceivable you could have another 3 or 4 inches of rainfall if everything goes the wrong way in some of these locations that have already seen well over that. So let's go ahead and pull up one of those MDOT cameras in the Tupelo area. Go ahead and pop that up here. So that one's not so bad on South Gloucester. It does not look like there's a lot of folks on that road. And of course, the hospital there on a hill, So it drains fairly well at that location there. It looks like for the most part, people are staying in, staying out of this, which is, well, frankly, a very encouraging sign. That means obviously that first responders that need to get the people that have bigger issues can do that. And yeah, well, okay, well that's encouraging to see. But anytime we just have this sort of a situation where we have these kind of storms, you have flooding, rainfall potential, you have tornado potential, it's just more threats to complicate the response for people that are charged with responding. Near Nettleton, again, that rotation, broad, I would say largely. The precipitation mode here definitely is continuing to get more organized on it. But at this point, I would say I'm less convinced on the tornado potential than kind of some other stuff related to this, certainly the heavy rainfall. And with me now live as of 2:10 is Doug Manzel with the Tupelo Police Department. I mentioned your quote a minute ago about some of the issues we're having here. Certainly looks like some water issues around the city, correct?
Yes, sir. You just too much rainfall in one.
Man, okay. So it seems like things are, at least the fact we're getting some breaks in between here might be helping.
Correct, yeah. But talking to the control shift, as the rain subsides, things get better. Some debris is washed up on the roads, they're having to deal with flood waters, but other than that, it's working out okay.
Okay. Anything else you want to pass along to folks at home?
No, sir, that's it.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you for all your hard work today and dedication every day of the year. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Okay, that's Doug Manzel with Tupelo Police Department live with us on WTVA 9 News, talking about the flooding issue here. Going back a couple of minutes, the Lee County E911 near the Shannon area reporting golf ball size hail with this storm as it moved through Shannon. And so that is, I mean, I knew we had some potential for some large hail, but that's surprising looking at what radar is showing that it had golf ball size hail. That seemed pretty large. Certainly some hail detected on that as I kind of go to one of the hail modes that we have on it. I don't show nearly as much at this point here, but still potential. Maybe we could have some hail on that. Kind of back up in here closer to the Evergreen and Abney and Richmond area as it moves toward Fulton. And then the rotation kind of more on the south side with that. So definitely have to watch that potential. That's not something we've had to contend with out of a lot of these storms. New tornado warning has been issued in Knox County near Macon and Sugarlock. That tornado warning issued just in the last few moments here. Doppler radar indicated rotation. The reason why, I mean, this is not a particularly large storm, but it is in a somewhat more volatile environment down south where there's a little more fuel. You'll notice less thunderstorms to the east and southeast. Most of this is very high level moisture as we're scanning well over a mile, almost 2 miles in the air when you get this far away from the radar site. So there's there's cloud deck up there. So that's most of what that's capturing. And then obviously more significant damaging tornadoes down south. But this new tornado warning issued that does include the city of Macon. And we need to make sure in Macon, of course, we are getting to that safest location. We have not mentioned Knox County very often today, or last night for that matter. But you're in the zone we're going to have to watch closely in Knox County. Of course, we're tracking this into the Macon area and time frame for that. Again, assuming it's still going about 45 miles per hour. Actually, this storm track is 55. We 55 on this?
I said 55 earlier, but that was on the Alabama storm.
Okay, so I'm going to go 50 then on this. Probably split the difference on that. About 55 miles per hour. And I'm going to have to pull down our tornado safety rules. It's not letting me drag it out far enough. There we go. And we'll take this all the way up to include locations in Lowndes County that are in the path of this. I can adjust that there. So you can see New Hope about 2:53. Current time is 2:14. So we're looking at Macon about 2:20. Again, very near Sugarlock at this time. Why has this tornado warning been issued? It's been issued because a Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially lead to the development of a tornado. Thankfully, at this point, a tornado has not been spotted nor confirmed. But of course, that confirmation and everything related to that happens after the fact. So no guarantees that we will have confirmation of a tornado on this at any point in the future. But certainly the way the atmosphere is structured today, we do anticipate continuing to have storms try to produce tornadoes. Gabe,
Well, I do have a
will we bring
picture.
Gabe's mic up, please?
Okay, make sure. All right, I do have a picture that was submitted by Sunny of the Coffeeville tornado, or at least the rotation that we were getting reports of at 11 o'clock. I know that was earlier today, but at least there is something that shows what was exactly happening in the sky. It was a funnel that was just below the cloud base, but it's a really defined funnel, and I went back and it lines up with exactly the Coffeeville storm. So we saw rotation. We were waiting on confirmation of what exactly that was. Give us a better idea. And I set it up in spaces. If you
So
want.
go ahead and pull up this, and you keep talking, Gabe. So this is that shot you were talking
Yeah,
about.
so I mean, you're seeing the funnel on the back end of that, or the middle of your screen right there. What that's doing is basically going to, it's not touching the ground, it's not causing damage, but it just shows you how volatile that atmosphere is. You can see it just touching down, following that track of where that rotation was. And I'm going to just show you guys where that lines up. Just going back, what, 4 hours now? And then zooming out, give me 1 second to show you that. Just because we were looking at this, and it was concerning as it was tracking across parts of Calhoun, Yalobusha County. So let's go back, and I'm going to pull up that velocity couplet, and we're seeing it Coffeeville. Let's pay attention to that by about 11 o'clock. See that rotation right there, north of the city? That picture, that lines up exactly how that rotation does. You're seeing it right there. So what's happening in the sky? There it is right there. You get a picture of the action and also a picture of the radar confirming that's what took place. So fortunately, doesn't look like that was necessarily on the ground, but we know that this has been a very active pattern, and we know that there's several more storms moving through the area, and we're just getting, we're still continuing our extensive coverage. So right now, seeing that tornado warning in effect for Knox County and Lowndes County, moving into Sugar Lock as we speak, but looking at those returns on the radar. Yeah, so it's just north of Sugar Lock now, moving into parts of Macon. Whenever we look at that, it is a tight couplet, looking at that, but no confirmed tornado debris signature, fortunately, but it's going to follow that 45, Highway 45 all the way north up until about the time it reaches just east of Brooksville. It's going to be moving in that northeast fashion. So looking at the latest, okay, they're continuing the severe thunderstorm warning for Lee County, but I want to take this on that about, let me make sure that, yes, 50 miles an hour as it moves in that northeast, a very north path. It's just because it's one of those isolated cells. We're talking about it reaching Macon 218. That is 1 minute away, and because it is such a tight couplet, let's go ahead and get to that safe place now. Tornado warnings in effect, and if you're anywhere ahead of this, Brooksville, I know that you guys dealt with a tornado within the past year. Let's go ahead and get back to that safe place and go ahead and prepare. GTR Airport, we're talking about 246, Columbus 252. So highly populated areas that this is going to impact. We need to get to our safe place before it reaches in, hopefully dissipates out. But let's go ahead and look at the atmosphere that it's entering into. And if you live in any of these places in this path, go ahead and take a picture. Let your friends know that they need to be preparing for this storm. So it's entering into a, adjust this here real quick. Bear with me 1 second. So it's continuing to cycle around as we've seen with these storms, and it's going to just cause that inflow notch, and that's why we're getting that rotation. We're talking about south of Macon. We're getting it right there. Let me zoom in a little bit more to show you guys. See how it rotates in that cyclical pattern. I mean, you're seeing that spiral into the city of Macon. So right now we're looking at downtown Macon dealing with this tornadic threat. We look at that couplet. Yep, it's a few scans behind, but right now let's move that north into Macon. Going to put a circle on that rotation as it's moving through, just to show you guys where that sits at. So currently this is about 218 is what it's tracking, but I would say that you're looking more about there. Moving a little bit north, lining that up with our debris signature, nothing to report so far. A great sign, meaning that we are still in the clear from a confirmed tornado. But this is still early stages. This is still has the potential to produce that. That's why we're tracking it. Moving north, we're talking about Macon impacting you right now. Going to be moving east of Brooksville by a little bit. We're talking about passing County Road 388 here in the next 10-15 minutes or so, and then on into Lowndes County. So if you live on 792, on 388, let's go ahead and get to that safe place just to stay as safe as possible. And we're talking about east of Brooksville. More than likely, as this moves in that northeast path. Columbus is tracking right for you if it stays, of course, on the same path, but if it also stays with this intensity. And looking at the latest scans, we're still dealing with a pretty tight couplet of rotation right there. And so we're talking about Columbus reaching you. We're going to just put those times up again. 2:52 this afternoon, about 30 minutes away. Let's go ahead and prepare, get those safety kits ready, and find that safe place. If you need to go to that shelter, let's go ahead and just be getting that together. Talk to your family, talk to your friends, get everyone where they need to go. We're talking about US 82 Military Road 254, Columbus Middle School by 258. If you live around there, you'll need to get to that safe place, especially if this continues to strengthen like we're seeing. Now, one thing that we did see on the latest scan, and one thing that I want to point out, is that see how it's right here. See how it's just like a lot of energy. You're seeing a lot of development in Macon, even south of there. What we're seeing on the latest scans, going to extend it to now, is that we're starting to get those to merge, those two cells that were just a batch of moisture. So now you're getting those returns of it spiraling all the way around that Macon area, and we're seeing that moving slightly east of where Macon sits. So, yep, and there's the latest scan. So showing you exactly that path. So we're seeing more of an eastern path as it moves over Highway 14 as we speak, moving east, and we're going to see it go east of Brooksville. I can confirm that based on the path right now. Expanding things out, I do want to see that latest path as we have gotten those latest scans, and returns are still showing a pretty tight couplet there just west of McLeod. So Mennonite School, if you live around that area, let's go ahead and get to that safe place. Live along Highway 45 just east of there, Bugs Ferry Road, Macedonia Cemetery Road, Deerbrook Road. All of you guys need to find that safe place as this storm continues to move on through. Currently seeing it over Highway 14, and let's go ahead and get a circle on that so we can see about any debris that could be being produced as we say. So far, we're in the clear, but still seeing that well-defined couplet even on reflectivity as that moisture wraps around. You get that inflow right there moving into the storm. So this is continuing to get the energy it needs to sustain and tighten that couplet possibly. Let me expand things out. I do want to expand things out and just also look around the area. Make sure that there's nothing else we need to be tracking at this moment. That main line, we are still seeing concerning conditions out of that with strong wind gusts, damaging wind gusts, and even some hail development up north as we were tracking that southern Lee County storm. That's just battling a ton of different storms that are eating at each other's moisture. So fortunately for us, that means we're not seeing as much likelihood for a tornado developing here in the next few moments. Looking at velocity, again, confirming exactly that. We're getting that little couplet right there, but when we line that up with reflectivity, let me just go ahead and change it over. It's on the backside of the storm. No longer a concern. What we're looking at mainly is going to be on that leading edge, moving towards Abney, and even that is well below what it once was. And you're seeing those strongest winds actually out there towards Cardsville, Beans Ferry, moving towards parts of Tremont. I know that there were a few power outages in Itawamba County. I'll get our meteorologist John DeLucic to look at power outages on 3, just to see updated numbers from Tom Bigby Electric, and we'll get the latest from that. But our main concern at this moment continues to be down in Macon. That's still a well-defined storm, and that's still going to be the one we're tracking moving into the afternoon hours. We're currently 2:22. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor, alongside our chief meteorologist Matt Lobhahn and meteorologist John DeLucic, tracking the latest on what has been a very, very active Saturday, as we've told you guys all week long. So this is no surprise, and I hope that everyone listened to what they needed to do and stayed as prepared as possible, because it's just been a busy day. Busy, busy day. Let's go ahead and get the latest track on this storm as it moves east of 45, moving through Deerbrook and Cliftonville. Seeing Deerbrook about 231, Whitebury 249. Going to move this east there towards Cliftonville just to give you a time. We're talking about 233. But what this is doing is moving more in a northern fashion. Looking at that warning altogether, let me expand things out and show you. We're going to see it basically start down in Macon. We're seeing it east of Macon right now. And as that moves north, we're going to see it clip parts of Columbus. What intensity will it be at? That's the question, and that's what we're continuing to track with this storm. But whenever you see a couplet defined like that, I mean, that's exactly what you need with inflow, outflow, interacting and moving in that northern direction. That's what we'll see as it crosses into parts of southern Lowndes County. Do we have power outages pulled up?
I do have power outages taken on 3. We were 353 customers in the Monroe County area without power. Not too shabby in the Monroe County area. There's like 15 customers out there, and then we'll be a south of however. First, another 25 on 76. Then colleagues with Grenada counties to actually bring those rates 1,064 votes.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. It's just been a busy the last 36 hours or so. And even on Tom Bigby, do you have that pulled up as well to where you can track it? Okay, so Well, just shows you significant cell moved on through there. I'm going to swap places with our chief meteorologist, Matt Lobhan, with more on the damaging storms.
Absolutely. As we continue to track what has been obviously a very active pattern, watching our severe thunderstorms, including the tornado-producing thunderstorm potentially we have down here near McLeod. And so, moving toward Prairie Point, it is interesting that the precipitation is not matching the wind mode as well as I would hope, but that is just a very strong velocity return, really, that's gotten more organized. I do think that there's a little bit of a radar error going on right there, and sometimes when we get those radar errors, that means something bad has happened. So hopefully near the Mennonite School there, moving toward Cliftonville, Bigby Valley, we have an area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado in the developing phases right now. And then we're going to have to go up and check. Looks like Monroe County again, and a few other locations again, because unfortunately some of the same spots having issues. But down here in, this would be Noxubee County, northeast of Macon, moving toward Mount Horton Church. We have a Doppler radar indicated area of circulation that could potentially be a tornado attempting to develop. The precipitation mode is looking through a lot of stuff, so it does not have the greatest look at it. The wind definitely shows a tight pixel-to-pixel wind change there. Very near, as you can see, Bugs Ferry Road is Prairie Point Road. This is near the Mennonite School. We need to be in a sturdy structure. I know there's a good communication system that goes between the different communities there in Noxubee County. Thankful for that. Thankful for the phone trees that you at home put together to make sure that people stay safe. It takes everybody, and frankly, what you guys do is more important than what we do. It's that buy-in from the community that really saves lives. So thank you so much for the work that you guys do to keep people safe, your friends, your neighbors, your family, on these kind of days. Pilgrim Grove Church 230. We're tracking that potential tornado toward Cliftonville at 2:32. Current time is 2:27, so about 5 minutes away from you. Looking toward Drake Hill Church by 2:32. Eventually, if that holds together, Foreston, which is up there in very near the, of course, the line between Noxubee and Lowndes County. Looking at that at 2:44. Smith Chapel at 2:44. Eventually, Concord School at 2:47. Muris Chapel at 2:40, 2:49. Whiteberry. So Doppler radar indicated rotation. Let's check for debris again. Something I cannot confirm, thankfully, is tornado debris. I'm going to make our radar as sensitive as it goes. Part of the reason I just don't automatically have it in this most sensitive mode is it's more likely to give us false positives. But if we're having to really kind of poke and prod the thing, we can go more sensitive. So cannot confirm tornado debris on this at this instant. Let's go ahead and wind things back out and look at some of these other storms that we have. Again, just a lot of different things here to check. So let's start back southwest and work our way north. So as we start southwest, we're looking back down here toward Kosciuszko. Let's look at the wind mode there. Up northern part of Atala County near Carmack. Let's get a loop on this here. Yeah, right there at the leading edge near Atala Road 3122. That's an area of circulation. Let's check where it looks like with the precipitation. That could be the right spot. Let's track it ahead. And again, we'll continue to go about 45 miles per hour on the speed. Poplar Creek, Huntsville, Mississippi, both in the path of this. Poplar Creek we show at about 238, Stewart at 249, and looking toward Pelez at 253, Tom Nolan 255. This is an area of circulation. At this point here, I cannot confirm that it's a tornado, but it's an area of circulation. And I do think, by the way, to clarify some of the language we're using here today, we're going to be confirming these tornadoes after the fact. And some of these maybe tornadoes will end up being tornadoes once damage surveys are done. So I don't want to diminish any of these, but instead to say that we don't know for sure. And so, especially when you're out here far enough away from the radar site, which is what is the case there, for locations in northern Itala County. We just do our best to try to make sure that we can be as safe as possible. I'm going back and forth here. I'm actually looking up here toward Lodi. I'm going to kind of check that with our, it's out just a little ahead, so that might be a radar error nonetheless. In Webster County, that is getting a little bit more organized. Just kind of track that one ahead as well. Walthall, Clarkston, Manatee, all in the path of this. Again, if you're tired of hearing your city name continue to pop up, I apologize for that. That is one of the reasons this was a high risk for severe weather today, is the multiple opportunities to be impacted by severe weather. So Walthall, we're looking at this storm, damaging winds, some rotation, maybe some hail. Fame at 247, Walthall at 240, Hohenlinden there at 253, Dancy at 256, Manatee 259, Woodland 301, Anchor 304, Houston at 310, Sonora 307, Food Basket store there about 314, and then Una at 316. Doppler radar indicated rotation, something we're definitely continuing to track there with that. My weather call was going off because yet another severe thunderstorm warning issued on this northern section of the line. And then here in a moment, after we look at this and look at locations in Itawamba County, we're going to do some all clears and some real all clears.
Matt, I think it might be
And-
worthwhile to go back down to Knox County. It's starting to wrap around a little bit tighter with
Yes,
lightning
it
activity.
is. Okay, hold on. Yeah, you're right. Precipitation's not keeping it up. We do not have the debris on there. It is trying hard, and this is also kind of like in the Mississippi Delta. This is fairly open down here, so you don't always get immediate debris signatures if it's a tornado and it's over an open area, which is a possibility on this.
There's a lot of farming real estate down there.
Yeah, a lot of farmland down there, folks, for this to go through and hopefully not hit as much. But near Cliftonville, it does not look quite as impressive as just the last scan did. But there's still at least damage. Two things happen here. This is some damaging winds because you have the radar enhancement there. So it's damaging winds lifting toward Cliftonville or Bigby Valley as the storm's trying to wrap around the tornadoes. You get the winds kind of wrapping around it, and as it does, well, that's actually more the wraparound, but the combination there forcing that spin to go north and possibly try to produce a tornado. So again, if you are here in northern parts of Noxubee County and again southern Lowndes County, you're in the path of this. Let's do the longer track that takes it toward Columbus. And again, I'm going to probably keep this on the east side of Columbus here, unless something dramatically changes. I don't see a reason to have Columbus, the main city grid of Columbus, in this. That's not to say it doesn't try to kind of maybe pull a little bit more to the west, but I think our angle is pretty good on this there. So if we're ahead of this, and clearly if you're in the city of Columbus, we need to be in our tornado safe place. Sometimes I don't think I clarify this well enough. I'm going to tell you, in Columbus, I think it's going to stay east. That doesn't mean you come out of your shelter in Columbus. That means if you're in the tornado warning, we're in the shelter, and then I'm giving you guidance beyond that. Sometimes people will say, well, he said he was going to miss Columbus, so I came. No, we need to be in our shelter if we're under these warnings. Because by definition, when these tornado warnings are issued, they're a government warning put out by the National Weather Service. And so I'm not going to tell you to ignore what they're saying on that by any stretch. I'm just trying to give you further guidance that, yes, I think this is probably heading a little bit east of the main portion of Columbus, but there still could be some Columbus addresses on the east side closer to New Hope that could be impacted by this circulation in one form or fashion or another. So again, defining what we're looking at here, this is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could develop into a tornado soon or could have been within the last few minutes. As I pull it down, I do think it has weakened ever so slightly the last scan. So that's a good sign. If I put it right there, pretty much on top of Cliftonville, and along 388, just as you'll note there, just to the west of Bigby Valley, and kind of moving up there near Togo Road. There's Union Bluff Road. Seems like at least once a year we have one of these that tries to move through this area. So hopefully this is the only one this year, and hopefully it does not produce anything more significant. So new location where we expect our tornado, if it is to form or if it is to be producing damage, to be just north of Cliftonville, just east of Mississippi Highway 792, just north of Mississippi Highway 388, Forreston in the path, and then New Hope behind our definition up there at the top. And so this is heading in the direction of New Hope at this point and time. It sounded like a whole bunch of stuff coming out there a second ago. Gabe, any additional reports that you're getting in at this time?
Well, I'll say the reports that are coming in are flooding, and that's been a primary concern that we've pushed along with this threat. And we're getting plenty of pictures submitted within that of just flooding, even in the Tupelo area, seeing it right down the street from where the station is here in Saltillo. But one thing I do want to talk about with another threat as we get some of those pictures set is down here towards Knox County. Now, what we're seeing, and I'll pull it up on the velocity, but what you're getting is some returns of inflow outflow interaction from northern and Knox County moving into southern Monroe County, closer to Highway 43. Now, this is really, along with the Knox County storm, the only primary rotations that we're seeing interacting themselves and the possibility of producing a tornado. It has weakened a bit since we last saw it, but what I am watching, in detail, is down to the south. You're getting these cells coming up from the north, interacting with the southern part of this Italian County. I can see this is an intense storm with lots of lightning and even some small hail developing. When these interact with that, it'll start to result in some interaction that might result in some turning and possibly even some formation later on. So that is a key part because that looks like the most significant storm besides Leak County. It's the Leak County storm down there in the fall. So yeah, it's just a very active pattern, but I'm definitely watching Tyler County.
Okay, that's our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. Some meso-analysis there, which is one of the things I was looking at a little bit ago, trying to kind of analyze, how this is all playing out. South Mississippi is getting the worst of this. They have more fuel and just a cleaner feed off of the Gulf of Mexico, and that has not yielded good results for them today, unfortunately. So that area he was mentioning near Poplar Creek in southern Montgomery County, as we continue to kind of track that ahead, and we'll go about 45 on that one as it moves northeast. You can see Poplar Creek, of course, 238, which is about a minute from now where that is as it's moving toward the north and east. Huntsville, we're at about 242. Stewart at 249, Pelez 253. Again, this is broad rotation, but most rotation looks fairly broad from this distance away from the radar site. And that's, maybe it's just I feel like that's a cop-out, but the reality is that is. There's less precision. We're looking higher up, and so we know that it's definitely tight enough up there that if something were to go just a little stronger, that it could be producing a tornado, but it takes a while for us to be able to confirm that, thankfully. One thing that we've had no problem confirming, and you mentioned this a moment ago, the flooding issues. This picture coming in, Lee County Sheriff Jim Johnson mentioning road conditions here related to this. This on County Road 598, and that would be, 598 close to 606, I believe. And clearly, as you can see, whatever the culvert was gave way, water washed out, and just problems there. Lots and lots of flooding problems. And I haven't seen a ton of roads in this condition, but lots of flooding problems out there, unfortunately, related to this. We do have other kind of damage, more minor scale wind damage pictures and things that we'll try to get to over the last couple hours. I see something flipped over there in Vardaman. Looks like some kind of a covering, but I do believe that's probably from, well, we do not know the time on that. So that's one, we'll come back to that once we have a better idea. Coming down here to Knox County, though, and southern Lowndes County, this storm, as we go back to the wind mode there, I have two areas of circulation along my elongated inflow area. And you can kind of just pick them out better on the precipitation mode. One right here on Togo Road and another one near a ravine. Two areas of circulation. I don't know that either one is officially a tornado at this point. Just with the environment today, just taking it seriously. If we're going to that safe place, we're hoping for the best. So let's go ahead and track the southern of those, which we have not tracked at this point, more toward Forthston and Ethelsville, and you're tracked toward Bigby Valley at 240. So obviously that is over top of you right now. And so we need to be in a tornado safe place, Lake Lowndes at 255, 257 for Ethelsville, Stafford at 258, and Forest at 301. The northern one has been our sustained rotation. I would say I feel more confident that it could produce something. And so you'll notice same locations I mentioned a minute ago, and to a certain extent, but in faster repetition. So that's why that Forest in time makes more of a difference. That's only 5 minutes away now. Lake Lowndes, you know, just a couple more beyond that. So we still have a little bit of time in New Hope. Hopefully this weekend's more before it makes it into town. Certainly our MDOT cams, you know, it's one of those things that if we kind of check our MDOT cams here for a moment, get those pulled up in and around the Columbus area. You know, there's not a whole lot to show, if we're honest, at this point, because the rain is actually south of town. The roads are wet. But one of the issues is that we still have, you know, a lot of times we'll have the storms move through, cools the atmosphere, we're done. Not. At dew points at 70. Temperature still 72. Those southerly winds into this at 20 miles per hour still providing fuel. And that's why, again, I feel like I broke a record on this one, that we're talking about this extended threat, this unusually long threat for severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, that, knock on wood, continues to be more of a threat than a realized risk for our part of the state. But down south, I mean, don't think there's any question. You can look and see that there have been much bigger issues down in South Mississippi this afternoon than what we've had in the northern part of the state. To that point, let's talk about some points here where we are largely done. Now, projections do have this band back here behind us, out toward Clarksdale, getting stronger later this evening. So I cannot say 100% sure that we're all done, because I have not looked at the latest projections. They still have this potentially trying to strengthen somewhat later on this evening, but we at least get a break up here in northern Montgomery County, Grenada County, Yalobusha County, Lafayette County, largely much of Union County, maybe not eastern Union County, and western Calhoun County. We're going to get a break for a little while, and hopefully what's back west does not develop more. But trends are at least in your favor for some of those locations, as this ever so slowly moving convergent area where air is just coming together from the boundary coming in this direction, and then all the winds back south. This boundary is gradually moving, and hopefully will start shifting the significant flash flooding threat somewhat. We've talked very little about that flash flooding threat, but it is very significant. And if I kind of pull off all of our radar data and other warnings for a moment, I might not be able to pull them all off. Yeah, because we got them layered up. But we just have this huge swath here of these purplish sort of colors. Those were all our flash flood warnings. And in many cases, we're talking about very significant amounts of water over some roadways, not stuff you want to get out and get into. So there's a whole lot of reasons to stay inside and make it an inside sort of day, as we've talked about the last few days. And I think all those reasons are definitely still valid. I'm going to check a couple of storms here. Go ahead, Gabe. Let's bring Gabe in here for just a second.
So-
Switch me places for a moment.
Okay,
We'll go ahead
well,
and
I'm
trade.
gonna pull it up on one then. But basically, I want to talk to you guys about power outages. We're talking about reports of damage, and currently, I have it pulled up with poweroutage.us. I'm gonna walk through county by county what we're seeing. So, of course, Monroe, 353, multiple severe storms have moved through that area. But what's the interesting thing is up north. Union County, 69 power outages. Prentiss County, 321. We look at Tishomingo County, 236. That's nearly 600 people without power in a 3-county span. But we didn't talk too much about those counties. And I do want to say that that was when the confirmed tornado went through Chickasaw County and then up into southern Lee. So whenever I look at previous radar data, give me a second to pull this up real quick to walk you guys through what basically happened. And then we'll get back on this tornado warning, because I do want to talk about that a little bit more. I just do want to say that they dealt with some stuff up there. Looking at that, I mean, you're seeing returns of some strong wind gusts. That gradient wind, you're seeing upwards of about 60 miles an hour. This was severe thunderstorm warned, and that produced enough wind gusts to knock out multiple power lines, and power crews are up there working to restore that. But 600 people without power just from straight line winds. And we've been talking about the tornado threat. I mean, Matt, this has been a severe weather threat with every mode possible, and cannot emphasize that enough. I want to go back to the latest, what we're seeing right now in regards to down south and that tornado warned storm. Currently, what we're seeing on reflectivity is that is still interacting there in the Forston area, wherever you get that wraparound moisture. The thing is, it's just the interaction of those cells. It's not nearly as defined as what it once was, and you're getting very, very broad rotation right around Forston with lots of, I mean, we talked about electric storms, lots of lightning strikes with this. So it is still active, and it does still have the potential. But what we've seen so far is just that broad rotation, not nearly what it once was as we go back to Knox County. So tracking it more into the Lowndes County area, I'm going to do a storm track moving northeast. And
It'll be out of the warning area. So if you are in this cone, just go ahead and take the precautions because more than likely it's going to move out of that warned area. I have to look more about what the National Weather Service plans on doing with that warning. Let me look here real quick. So no word of that so far on what the plan is with that. But currently, I'm going to take a look at times. We're talking about Forston, 2:45. You got 1 minute. Let's go ahead and get to that tornado safe place. If you're not there already, luckily this looks broad and it looks several scans away from producing. So that blow on over, but go ahead and be as safe as you can. Lake Lowndes, 252, New Hope, 253, Stafford, 255, and then on into Steens, closer to 303. So just go ahead and get that tornado safe place and go ahead and do what you need to do to stay as safe as you can. But yeah, latest scans just not showing anything too significant. Definitely not what it once was. I mean, we're talking about when it was moving through Cliftonville. I mean, that's a very, very tight couplet that looked like it was just moments away from producing. Fortunately, not the case. I want to see the interaction of radar because that is a big determining factor. We are still getting that wraparound moisture. You can see right along that Forston area moving across the northern side, and you're still getting that electric storm. So still a spiral in place, and that's why the tornado warning is still there. But definitely expect them to make a decision on that. National Weather Service in Birmingham on whether to continue that warning into Pickens County. But if you're in Pickens County, especially the northwest side, along parts of 82, let's go ahead and get to that safe place. Because, yeah, I mean, latest scan's still about the same. But the setup on reflectivity is definitely exactly what you want. A picturesque setup for tornado to form. I mean, you don't want that, but in order for a tornado to form, that's what it should look like. Good thing is that winds are not matching that. Let's go ahead and expand things out and look at overview, what we're seeing. Definitely some strong thunderstorms along that main line towards Montgomery County, Attala County. We talked about that interaction of those cell mergers, still keeping it strong on the north side of Attala County. So if you're in the French Camp area, buckle up for some strong thunderstorms. Wind gusts upwards of about 30, 40 miles an hour. And we are also tracking large hail development as well. Jumping up around the Huntsville Poplar Creek area, I do want to say there is a couplet there. But so far, I'm not seeing any returns that guarantee a tornado or anything of that matter. But it is embedded within that thunderstorm. So this will be a rain-wrapped circulation. So as it moves in that east-northeast fashion, we'll get a storm track on that rotation just to let everyone know. But this is definitely getting more defined, I would say, scan after scan. Looking at it move through Stewart, 250, Wood Springs, 253, Tom Nolan, talking about 255, Clarkson, 315, and on into Dancy, closer to 321. This is getting more defined, but so far, zooming in, I'm not seeing anything that's a confirmation that this is happening. Going to put a circle down just to track that mark and then see if there's any debris signature. No, not right now. So fortunately, we are still looking at an elevated storm, as Matt has been talking about with Montgomery County. And as Matt has been talking about with Montgomery County, it's ways away from the radar site. So it's really tough to tell what's happening at the surface. But let's go ahead. We're going to keep tracking that. I'm meteorologist Gabe Maynor alongside Chief Meteorologist Matt Lobhan and our meteorologist John DeLusick, tracking the latest on a significant severe weather threat for our Saturday afternoon. Seen several confirmed tornadoes, especially along parts of southern Mississippi. I mean, let's just look at the latest update. You're looking at confirmed tornado, and that's just continuing across southeast sections of Mississippi. Up north, we've had our fair share as well. We look at the overnight threat. We had a strong tornado move through parts of Grenada County. Now, or even today, dealing with several confirmed tornadoes, but still getting that threat further into the evening. And so it's just important we stay as weather aware. Don't get fatigued by the weather. This is just a significant event that we have to keep eyes on through the day. Let's go ahead and look at that because I am definitely curious if they're going to, okay, they're talking about it. I'm going to go ahead and draw out a cone and say, if you are in the path of this, let's get to that safe place because that rotation is tightening a bit more. We're seeing Stewart by 250, Tom Nolan 256. We're seeing Fame 314 and Monte Vista closer to 315. So we're into that 3 o'clock hour. This is going to be impacting parts of Eupora, just north of Eupora, as it moves further into the Webster County area. Clearing things out, looking at the reflectivity of it. It's not the typical spiral pattern that you see, but the thing is, some of these are just rain wrapped, and that's what you're getting right here. So inside of that, you're looking at a spiral. But when you get the heavy rainfall associated with it, it's what we call a rain-wrapped rotation and possibly a rain-wrapped tornado. But that rotation definitely getting stronger. And in regards to debris, so far staying void of anything that is sticking out. But that rotation, we're talking about right there south of Stewart, and that's just what we're going to have to be dealing with as we track that north, moving across Highway 82 into parts of Webster County. We're talking about New Prospect Church, 253, Tom Nolan Baptist Church, 257, Shady Grove Church, 3 o'clock, Eupora area, 303, Mount Zion Church, 305, and Harmony Free Will Baptist Church, we're going to be seeing that about 307. And this is just a rotation that we've been tracking along with those strong thunderstorms. I mean, just that line of them. And it's just interesting that this one is not the typical setup we've seen within this system, but definitely seeing that strong rotation associated with it. I want to see if they've said anything about it.
Looks like they're still concentrating on some of the other spots down south.
Understandably so. I mean, you have multiple confirmed tornadoes. I want to look back out towards Lowndes County, moving into Pickens County now, and National Weather Service Birmingham, if we can pull that up, if they've talked about extending this out. Okay, so they've talked about expanding tornado warning, and they are going to issue either a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible or a tornado warning. So let's go ahead and get a track on that as it moves in that north-northeast direction. You can see it's still relatively tight rotation, even though it's not what it once was. It still has the potential to do that relatively quickly. Ethelsville, 255, McCrary, 257, Forest, 259, Millport, 310, Vernon, 323, Moscow, closer to 332, and then moving into far parts of northwest Alabama. Still, when you look on reflectivity, it's doing exactly what we expect it to do. You're getting that spiral pattern of the reflectivity, that inflow notch right along north of Foreston, and as that crosses the Alabama state line, going to be impacting parts of Ethelsville, Forest, across 82, and then on into Pickens and Lamar County there in Alabama. Latest scan looks more impressive on reflectivity, and along with the velocity couplet showing that as well. So if you are not in your safe place right now and you are in northwest Pickens County, let's get to that safe place right now, especially if you live along Highway 82.
There's a new warning.
There's a new warning? Okay, so there we go. So Pickens County, did they do Lamar as well? Okay. Oh, they went Pickens County for the southern storm.
Oh, they did?
Yep. So we have not given a track on this yet, but we are going to do a track on that, and then we need to look at timing to make sure the speed is the same. General overview, we're talking about Fair Oaks being impacted 257, Lewiston 313, Jenna 327, Gordo 336, and then on into central portions of Alabama. Looking at a specific areas, churches, schools, things of that nature. Let's get a look at that real quick. And we're going to go at the center of that rotation as it moves across Salem School, 256. We're talking about China Bluff Access Area, 259, Riverside Recreation, 3 o'clock, and then Little Vine Baptist Church, 308, Sharptooth Creek, 312, Salem Baptist Church, 313. So it's going to be a very active system. This one has been, I believe, confirmed back towards southern sections of Mississippi. And what we're seeing with that right now, we've talked about it. I think you guys could say the setup at this point with that wraparound moisture, especially in that latest scan. Oh man, that tightened up quick on reflectivity. I want to get a look at the winds real quick and just see that interaction and see if there is any confirmed debris. So we see that rotation right there, and I'm going to do a large one because it looks like a large notch of rotation. And we're not seeing anything that is necessarily saying debris, but we are getting a little bit of that feedback showing that there is a good bit of a hail core with this system, especially further to the north. We're talking about Fair Oaks. So if you're hearing those rumbles of thunder and hearing the pounding on the roof, probably those large hailstones there in the Fair Oaks community. But as it moves towards New West Green, Lewiston, that's going to be southern parts of just south of Pickens County. And then moving into Pickens County, we're talking about closer north of Jenna. We're talking about Olney. We're talking about on into Highway 86 and Highway 82 intersections. So I'm going to swap out with our Chief Meteorologist, Matt Lopon. You can track these a little bit.
Absolutely. So this storm here does track into a part of Pickens County where we don't have quite as much in the way of coverage. So we're going to concentrate a little bit more on the north one there. But before we go that, there's some high impact flooding issues that we do have in and around the area just because of the number of storms we have, and still I still show rotation on a number of these up here farther north. We're gonna have to look at again here in a second. Our Pat Peterson is out looking at some of the flooding issues that we do have. Again, you heard from Tupelo Police Department a little bit ago, trying to keep people off of the roads. Let's see Pat's video if we could, of where he is at this point here, looking at some of the. Golly, let him go. He's gonna talk. Okay, go for it. Well, we're not hearing from him yet, but clearly that's not the way bridges are supposed to work. The water going over this roadway here. Do we have a location? Man, that is a rough spot there. So this is in Tupelo, some of the significant flooding. And we do have, again, more rainfall on the way. It wouldn't be at all shocking to have at least another 2 inches of rainfall on the way. Clearly that's an area that's supposed to drain somewhat, but not necessarily directly over the roads there. So hopefully that, whatever that is, doesn't give out on that. So Rogers Drive on McCullough is where this location is, or at least near McCullough. Yeah. So coming off those, doesn't look like it's into any of those houses, thankfully, but that's fast moving water, and it's tempting. Kids want to play in water. I mean, raise your hand if you did it when you were a kid. Not in water that fast, because we didn't have hills like that in Kansas. But it's tempting to want to go do it. But everything is in that water, from runoff from people's lawns, all the chemicals they put on those, to all the oils and grossness that comes off of cars, to just other things we don't want to think about. And then on top of that, the fast moving water can carry you away, especially if you're a kid, but even your car, you go through that, and it does not take much to make your car get lifted and pushed out of the way. So an example of a situation that we don't want to be out and driving through that. And this is after rain has stopped for a little while here, but we're still seeing that occurring. So be careful, smart, and safe. And appreciate our Pat Peterson for getting us that video that you're looking at here live on WTVA 9 News. We're also continuing to kind of assess more of the damage pictures from around the area. Lots of damage pictures coming in from last night's tornado in Vardaman. This picture here coming in from Wren, and this would probably be this afternoon with one of the storms that moved through there, as we kind of pop that up. Fairly large tree knocked down, and hopefully that house in the background there didn't get hit by it. It looks like the roof is largely in pretty good shape, hopefully just far enough back. But a very large tree, very old tree, knocked down because of the strong winds. And I do think that if we were to get another batch of strong winds in here, we've seen so much rainfall some spots, it's going to be easier and easier to push over some of these trees because of the quantity of rainfall that we've seen, and then cause the wind damage related to that. So appreciate all your photos. You can share yours with us, whether WTVA.com or the WTVA weather app. Dennis sending us that picture there just a little bit ago. And I referenced the Vardaman damage, which a lot of posts about that. A lot of issues related to that. Let's pull that up, and then we're going to get back to some active tracking here for a moment. But these pictures coming in from the Vardaman area largely looks like roofing material there off of the attendance center there, with damage to siding on one of those portable classroom buildings. The walkway there with damage. Have not obviously at this point seen any major structural damage on those, but of course roof ripped off at that location as well. So lots of pictures there from Vardaman, and appreciate Tanya Carter collecting these for us there. And you can also see again standing water there as well, and this would have been quite a while ago. So flooding issues, I think, in all these continue to kind of pipe up. Let's bring in our meteorologist Gabe Maynor for the very latest. Gabe.
Well, we are tracking storms still, and I do want to say that there is one entering Lee County that has a very interesting setup. What it's doing is you're getting these notches, and it's running around TCPS around the Enville Road area. And what this is doing is starting to get one of those notches. And I talked about it right there. That little S shape again from Sherman all the way down to Chesterfield. When you get across 22 as we speak, with high reflectivity returns as well, this is still a strong storm. Looking at some of those velocity couplets, we're seeing some of those returns of inflow outflow boundary right along I-22 as we speak, moving towards west-south Tilla. Now, when we look at damage, not seeing any damage so far, but probably just returns on our correlation coefficient. I don't believe that rotation is strong enough to be producing any damage so far. but it's definitely starting to get more interesting, moving in that northeast direction. You're seeing it move towards West Saltillo, Duntown, up to 45, and the southern Knox County area. Something, this is the one that I've been watching, Matt.
Okay, and looking out of our camera there in Tupelo at this instant, you can kind of see that elongated area that we were watching, that elongated kind of area. That is what this is. This is on the south side of Tupelo. Cooper Tire should be just about there. And yeah, so you can kind of see the low-hanging stuff related to that. We might see if we can flip the Tupelo Tower cam around to point back into that the right direction. I'm going to kind of check a couple of the shots here, kind of on the northwest side of town. Looks like that one camera is more unhappy than the rest. Let's check one other spot out that direction as well. See if we can get a west-facing shot. Kind of looking underneath this, you get a couple different angles. So looking right back into what's largely just dark gray in West Tupelo, and then kind of underneath it there, you can see some of the winds on that kind of wrapping in there. I don't think now. I think we have a little ways to go before this would produce a rotation of significance and damage, because one of the things to consider is that we also are back into the cooler air. We're still kind of on that boundary, but because we're on that boundary, it's still possible for this to kick out some stronger wind gusts, and everything goes the wrong way. Maybe it could spin something up. That's a pretty shot there, honestly, but I think more heavy rainfall and maybe some hail even in there. Sherman, where we're depicting that there. Now, there is, again, some broad rotation there, closer to Sherman and West Saltillo there. So I would still say that that is running just a little bit ahead of the precipitation. And so because of that fact, I'm not convinced that it's down at ground level. But certainly that is a part of this that we will watch. So again, tracking that ahead. Speed, we're still going about that 45 miles per hour. And one of the good things is this is probably back in the cooler air and probably does not have access to the same unstable air you still have even out here at Nettleton and out there at Richmond at this point. But again, working its way through the Tupelo area, we show 309, and this is going to make the flooding issues that we have out there even worse once again. And just in the back room, when we get different shots from Pat, just go ahead and let me know that, and we'll try to come back and catch some of those as we go. But let's wind things out. Let's double check the whole overall standing on where we are at this point. And there's no question where my eye goes. As far as lightning is concerned, it's that southern Pickens County storm. So let's start there and then go from there on our areas of rotation. Clearly, this one is a very mean storm. Still potential that this is producing a tornado. This is just on the fringe of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. I'm going to track at Lewiston, Jenna, Kirk. I show Ridge Community at 307, Lewiston at 315, Murrow's Grove at about 317, Jenna by about 329, Mantua at about 321, Kirk at 333, and then Romulus at 335. Doppler radar indicator rotation, just doing the eyeball check on the lightning. Clearly, it is strong. And that is one of our strongest and probably producing some pretty good hail on the north side that there. Our previously tornado-warned thunderstorm, the one that prompted the tornado warning for Lowndes County earlier, is now up here closer to Ethelsville. We have a couple other areas of kind of circulation showing up there. I don't know that they are anywhere near as strong as the one we still have up toward Ethelsville, which is holding on. And let's get a track on that up into Lamar County, because I'm still interested in this one here. It's still potent enough that it could produce some sporadic wind damage and could potentially produce another tornado. I'm going to see if we can adjust that just a little bit, and we'll circle our area of concern, which I put right over US 82. If you know somebody traveling on US 82 between Columbus and Reform, let them know that there's this area that's been spawned. Briefly brought up some tornado warnings from time to time. I don't know that it's quite at that level, but it's pretty close to trying to spin something up. And what you could say, Gabe?
I was just saying Lee County is getting higher.
Okay, you keep an eye on that Lee County storm, and double check the obs that I have there. Make sure the obs, because that's one thing that, like, looking at the temperature there, I have real questions. If the airport is sitting at 60 over 59, I'm not sure that that's not side lobing on Lee County. Okay, we'll go ahead and do that. So we'll come back up to Lee County here in just a second. But for Lamar County, whoa, there's another one up there in Lamar County as well. that's just kind of gotten a little more active. I don't think it's quite the tornado levels, but down there, once it gets out into Fayette County, it could get active enough for that. So let's go and track that as it moves Fayette. And that's actually close enough. Let's include Winfield in that track. There we go. So Gwynn at 317, Winfield 319, Twin at 322, Tucker 323, Brilliant 327, Goldmine 328, Sunny Home at 333, and Whitehorse at 334. Have we gotten Tower Cam about the right direction where we need to look at it? Okay, let's bring up Tower Cam here for a moment. Kind of looking into that. I'm not seeing much.
Northwest?
Yeah, I put it west to northwest. Yeah, the direction I would go with it. Yeah, it's very sensitive on the way it works, so I want to get it. Okay, well, when you get that up, you let me know on that. I'm going to try a different camera shot while we're kind of cleaning that up there. Just double check this, and I'm actually on the wide shot here. Check the velocity. We've had some other spots in this line that we've been watching. They look like they've largely broadened out. That's a good sign. Still west of Houston. Let's look at that. Yep, still on that one west of Houston. Let's get a storm track on that. Weaker than the previous few storms that have come through, but still, let's get a track. And again, same spots. I've seen this 3 or 4 times. Been in your track today. We're in there again. Davis Lake 313, Hall at 306, Van Vliet 319, Shannon 336, Verona 343, Tupelo 344. Assuming it goes that far north, I think it'll probably be a little south of that. I might be a little far north of my track. Either way, let's include more Okolona in that track at 329 and Plantersville by about 344 as it moves toward the northeast. Okay, we're good on Tupelo Tower Cam now, so let's bring that up here. Again, just kind of looking back into the gray, right? Not going to have a lot of good visibility on that, unfortunately. Sometimes that happens. Let's look MDOT Cam, and let's see if we can get another north-facing one from I-22 and US 45. Well, they're west. Actually, we can kind of see it, I think, on both the north and the west. We'll take the north camera. Got a bunch of stuff on there we're going to clear off. So that is kind of looking into this. So there's the rainfall, and this is that thing. So we really actually need to be looking probably north. Hey, Gabe? What's up? We probably need to be looking more north on this. That is your rain-free base there that you were looking at on that storm. And so our location is there-ish. So you can hear the precipitation. We're about to get into the precipitation there, which is why we were looking at that curtain of gray just a moment ago. Let's go ahead and go back to the precipitation mode here on radar. Let's come look a little closer up here as the rainfall is about to get in. And this is, now listen, this is getting a little bit more organized as we look up north. You said northeast is where we're looking with this? Okay, so we show this northeast. So yeah, I mean, you could see that little gust of gray that we had kind of running in advance there. The area where this is rotating around. See, this is the thing. This looks more impressive than it is. Let's just be clear. The reason it looks more impressive is it's taking rotation from aloft and transferring it down closer to the surface. So this is a rotating storm, but not rotating at surface level yet. And clearly we can tell that looking at a couple of different things here that we're looking at. So again, no debris, no official tornado, probably some wind damage here, possibly out of this. Again, you can hear the precipitation kind of getting to us here at this moment. And then track there, Saltillo 307, North Lee Complex about 309, Guntown 311, Baldwin 313, Chapelville 317, and Pratt's at 318. Pat Peterson is out live checking out some of the flooding issues that we do have out there. Let's go to Pat's video where he is kind of assessing that, and looking, oh man, what was the street again? Hibner Street and Joyner. Those are cars making waves. Don't need to be doing that. I don't know what they're out doing that's so important. As I now see trash floating down the street. We definitely don't need to be out there in this. And this is before the heaviest rain on this next batch is moving back into and through the Tupelo area that Pat's capturing this video, live right now. So yeah, this is water into yards. I don't necessarily see it definitely in the homes at this point, but this is in the Joyner neighborhood of Tupelo. Yeah, that's not good, obviously. So don't get out. Don't get in that. We still have more rainfall. Again, another couple of inches of rain could absolutely continue to fall with this storm before it leaves the Tupelo area. And again, we have the next batch kind of working its way in right now. Speaking of that, we've been watching that north-facing camera out of Tupelo, and I'll see if I can get the shot here. Appreciate our Pat Peterson with that video a second ago. He's going to get more video of that here in a moment. But this has now prompted a severe thunderstorm warning in for Lee County as well as Alcorn, Prentiss, Tishmingo, and Itawamba counties for potential for strong wind gusts, possibly up to 60 miles per hour, and also some hail. We have not had a whole lot of reports of hail out of these storms today. From time to time, that has been a possibility and still could be a possibility. So yeah, unfortunately, again, all my weather calls are coming in. Make sure I know, make sure you know. And so there is that warning that kind of encapsulates all those different locations we're talking about. So let's get you a storm track, kind of a longer track on that there. You can check out some of the other thunderstorms that we have. So as we track that, northeast, Port Tishmingo, Marietta, and Burton. We show Baldwin at about 317. We're looking at Marietta 329, New Site 336, Payton 350, Tishmingo 352, Iuka 340, and then Petertown there at 403, and then Iuka, I think I said 4 o'clock. I might have said something different. The 4 o'clock in Iuka. Gabe, were you trying to get my attention over there? Let's go ahead and go to our meteorologist, Gabe Meter, the Weather Center with the very latest. Because Gabe, I saw something behind you looked impressive. Yes.
So let's go ahead. We're talking about the number of revenue plan. Go ahead and get that. It's known as that potential rapid or the southeastern time. I know it's that rough area, but there are folks there that we need to take that one seriously. Another one that I'm watching is over in Houston, and the state of Lincoln that is currently every long. But again, here it's almost a bit safe. But the fact that it's not it's not as unstable of an environment as what it once was, but still, if you are in the northeast of Houston, go ahead and get to that safe place, or at least have that plan ready as it's tracking more in that northeast direction. We're talking dates like 311, Polka 311, Good Food 312, Sport 312, and Black Diamond 813. When you're moving in the northeast direction towards you guys here in the next several minutes. Overall, though, I mean, it's not anything too crazy, not like what it once was, but we are tracking the latest on that daytime storm. So.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is getting a little bit more. Whereas a minute ago it was a little higher up, and I do think a lot of the rotation is aloft. It's trying to translate down, and this is really kind of a test of what the atmosphere is going to be capable of for storms this far north, on whether or not it's able to take that next step and produce a tornado north of Guntown. That rotation is finally at a point where it is actually kind of intersecting with the precipitation, and that's the spot where we would definitely watch it. So it has gotten a little more organized for that. I don't know for sure that it's going to produce a tornado, but the rotation has kind of increased a little bit there north of Guntown. And then, of course, we have the wind-driven hail potential perhaps on this to a certain extent just east of Guntown as well. So I'm just not sure how warm this air is that's wrapping back into this air, whether it's going to be warm enough to get it to produce a tornado. But certainly it is rotating. It is attempting to do as much. And so that's the concern, that perhaps it could take that next step. So let's go ahead and track this ahead. And speed on this. We'll continue to do that about 45 miles per hour. And again, this is making flooding issues worse where we do have it there. But Baldwin 315, Pratt's 316. Defining what we're looking at. This is Doppler radar indicated rotation that could potentially develop into a tornado at some point in the future here. Tornado has not been spotted, and radar has not confirmed debris on this, thankfully. But of course, both those things happen after the fact. Go back and reminder, tornado safe place. Just kind of have this in mind. We have not had to take those tornado safety rules as and use them very much up here in Tishmingo or Prentiss County or even northern Lee County today. So this might be the first time some of you have appeared in some of these storm tracks. Let's make sure we're kind of getting within steps of that safe place just in case. I think it would be a tall order for this to produce a tornado, but tall orders are sometimes achieved. So hopefully that is not how this goes. Let's clear that all off. Let's check the wind. And then we're going to check out a little more of the flooding issue, which unfortunately continues to start to dominate the feed and what people are sending in, because these training, rotating thunderstorms are just producing a lot of water. So near Baldwin, where our circulation is right now, near County Road 2788, just south of the Lee and Prentiss County line. The rotation does not really look any stronger than it was a minute ago. Also did get, by the way, a little bit of small hail reported with this storm, pea-sized hail when it was near the Saltillo City Park, reported by folks at 911 here in Lee County. So a little bit of rotation. I don't see necessarily enough to declare that could be a tornado, but certainly rotating storms what we expect. Let's check out Pat's video again. Now, where are we at this time here? Is that the Park Street? Near West Jackson. Obviously, that is supposed to be drainage, but that is also very full drainage. We definitely need to. That's concerning for sure. As you can see, those homes there have a lot of water around them right now. That drainage ditch is about toward the top of where it goes. We need to kind of shut off the spigot here pretty soon, or we're going to have some issues. So yeah, that obviously some of those drainage ditches are getting very full. Yards are filling up, and you know it's not just in and around the Tupelo area that this is an issue. I mean, I can we'll go back to Pat's video in just a second here. I just want to show a picture or two, and then we'll come right back to Pat's video. Yeah, but this is in Golden. I mean, you know, all the creeks, all the sides of the roads, they're all filled up, full of water as well at this point here. It's just the rainfall amounts have been very significant. Let's just get even just the roughest of estimates, and which by the way, I think is well underdone. As you can see, stripe of moisture here, 5 or more inches, 6 or more inches in some spots here. We've just had these storms continually tracking along the same spots. So, yeah, I mean, a lot of water. And I'm gonna try one more estimate on that because I have 2 different ways in my system here we can estimate rainfall, and I think they're both kind of underdoing it a little bit. But that sometimes happens with these heavy systems like this, that it's underdone somewhat. A report of some hail in the Baldwin area. The report was of marble size hail. The issue with the report of marble size hail is marbles can be different size. We don't know if it's the little marble, if it's big marble. Either way, hail in Baldwin, which matches up with the fact that we had hail from the storm when it was in Saltillo. And so I'd continue to expect to produce some hail toward Hobo Station and Marietta as it moves toward the northeast, and eventually toward Altitude and Burton. We'll look at this Richmond storm here, because it's still in the slightly warmer air. And that's one of the critical factors on what we have to pay attention to going forward is where is this just hail? And don't want to say just strong winds, but just hail, or where is there still a tornado threat? Before we do that, and every time I go to do that, I see something else. Let's come here to Lamar County, where there's an area of rotation that not quite what it was when it was down in Pickens County or Knox County, but still getting a little more organized there. One bank, there's piping burning up there. You look in your direction. Let's get a storm track on this. And I'm going to put the track on here for you in 45 miles per hour. So we have that going for Vernon, it's about 348. I could be 324. That's certainly an area. Maybe spring time. Okay, so let's do that big reset that I kind of planned a moment ago before we saw that rotation there. Let's do an overall assessment here for a second. Take a look at this. Okay, so still good here in Grenada and Coffeeville and Oxford and most of Calhoun County, most of Montgomery County, we're probably done. Don't really expect to have a lot out of this last band here. So hopefully we're done in some of those spots. Most of Union County, Pacific County, still watching Hawthorne County, that corner there for that one hail is kind of moving in. But then there's this zone out here around the Golden Triangle where we still have fairly fertile air. Let's look at temperatures. Kind of check that. That would probably make it pretty obvious. As you can see, those low 60s, this is kind of what we were talking about versus the 70s running ahead of this there. You can see even in Monroe County, the difference between Houston at 61 and 72 at Prairie. So where you have these mid-70s out here ahead, there's still enough fuel to pull off tornadoes. Back behind this, that's a real tall task, really tall task. Maybe something brief. That's part of the reason why Coffeeville, Water Valley, Oxford were probably done for our tornado threat today. But ahead of this, Ackerman, Louisville, Starkville, Columbus, Brooksville, Prairie, down toward Macon, West Point, we're all still potentially in that zone where we could see something try to spin up. But I'm going to check again. Another kind of nerdy thing we show from time to time, dew points, a measure of moisture that uses the exact same scale as the temperature. And as I kind of plot on all of that data, I mean, it shows the dew points a little lower back around Tupelo with, all the rainfall. We're using up some of that moisture. It's still 63 back there in Oxford. And then those mid-60s that you see up in Columbus, those strong summer winds still bringing that moisture northward. Not as impressive as, what they have down south. But saying that, though, most of those are mid-60s, some of those 70s down there as well. But clearly they're closer to the coast and getting a little bit more of that fuel. So this tells me that things are going our way today. And not the way that you might think that if you're talking about some of the flooding issues that we've had. But as far as tornadoes go, this could have been a lot worse. We've still had some damage. We're still getting information back. We have crews in the field learning about that and on their way to those locations. We've frankly, just in the last hour, dispatched some of those crews because it's safe enough to kind of migrate them back and around to get to some of the spots. We want to make sure that we were as safe as possible. Pat Peterson, though, has been getting us the video from in and around Tupelo area with the flooding issues that we've had. Of course, he is still there just near the Joyner area with some of the flooding rainfall that we have. Of course, say that one more time. So there's lots of junk floating in the water. Another reason to not get in, and clearly that's swift moving. Our Tupelo firefighters have to be trained for swift water rescue because of creeks like that, because of days like today. The point being, don't get in and play in the water because bad things can happen when you do. So just be careful, be safe. Yeah. Because that's scary stuff. There's been kind of debris and that sort of stuff kind of floating in the water, which is to be expected. But that is largely the drainage system working as intended. Just we get a whole lot more rainfall and we're going to have more problems with it. Come on back over here to Storm Track Doppler radar. Again, there will be more rainfall, but that main fetch of moisture is finally starting to move a little bit. I don't know. It's kind of locked in there around Houston. It's not really moving very quickly, unfortunately. Hey, our meteorologist Gabe Mayer's been kind of looking through some of the things that you guys have been sending in, the reports that you have. He's going through some of those pictures to kind of show folks at home what's going on.
So it's flooding. It's the primary threat really from here on out. Not down roads. The income will go home. It's going to be a fun. I hope that you stay safe and off those water and everybody to let them process. Just got reports a lot of times a lightning strike just that's a good weather threat. That's not a severe weather threat. But their electricity as well. And the last time I was getting guys, flooding here in the 2-4 area. By Lindsay, you're seeing those roads, that's one off right here along the embankment. On the other side, as you can see, any floodder that's still on those embankments, it will be trashed. So, don't get in the water. Please do not get in the water if you don't have to. Once that severe weather threat moves, we need this water and get off with it, and then we'll be back to some state of normalcy. But till then, stay home, enjoy the dry conditions, stay away from it.
Okay, so meteorologist Gabe Maynard here. Some damage pictures coming in from Monroe County. Monroe County Sheriff Kevin Crook sending us these just in the last few minutes here. So if we can pull those up, of some damage. Looks like some power pole snapped there. And this in Amory, a tree that fell down on a house. Could have been strong winds moving through. Also could have been a combination of strong winds and the fact that all the rainfall there made it to where those roots were soaked and it was easier to push over that tree as it moved into and through the area. I'm going to look here on Storm Track Doppler radar for a moment. Again, let's kind of do an overall assessment here and looking at the wind mode and looking back over here at the precipitation mode. I think what we're going to do is we're probably going to suspend our coverage here for now. The Pickens County storm here, southeast of Reform, is in a part of the county that we can't reach people. You know, that is in the this portion in the Birmingham television market. And so I'm going to give a storm track on that for those folks that do follow us on live stream from that area to make sure that they have a heads up. But Benevola, we show it at 322, Jenna at the 336, Kirk 340, eventually toward around Samantha by 404, Sandtown 419, obviously completely out of the area by then. But outside of that, and this is one of those we need all yeses on this. Gabe, do you agree that we can probably go back to programming at least for now?
No, yes, I would say so.
John, do you think we can at least go back to programming for now?
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3 yeses. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the live stream up here behind the scenes. We're going to send you back to regular programming on NBC and ABC. And if necessary, if something looks like it's going to spin back up, we'll be back to bring you additional coverage. The prayers today need to be for South Mississippi and for the folks that were struck last night. Largely, we have gotten away with one today. Hopefully that continues to be the case the rest of the day, but the flooding issues remain substantial. We need to stay in, and it is still possible that additional storms could try to produce tornadoes in this zone here, especially east of this line from around Kosciuszko to Choctaw County through Houston and Tupelo and Boonville. To the east of this tornado is still very much possible, but I don't have a storm that looks like it's going to produce one in the next 5 to 10 minutes. So we're going to send you back to programming for now. We're not going anywhere behind the scenes. We're still watching things. So keep it here for the latest. Live stream stays up, and we'll bring you the best coverage. Okay, live stream still up here. We are in, I guess, golf. Okay, give me a moment to kind of assess back behind the scenes. We are going to continue to kind of talk about things on the live stream. Gabe, and I'm going to hand it over to you again here for just a moment while I touch base with the newsroom.
Correct.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Good work, Dave, so far.
Well, it's good work all the way around from the entire team. I want to give a shout out to all the staff here at WTVA for coming in, getting the coverage that we have needed to really understand what's going on outside. Of course, we can look at it on radar, but getting an exact idea. Thank you to our crew for heading out and battling the conditions to see what's taking place. So far, still dealing with some pretty strong thunderstorms across the region. Not anything too severe, but definitely hail, pea-size hail, nickel-size hail, as well as strong wind gusts. Just looking at that velocity graphic showing you some of those stronger turns, especially around that Choctaw County area, as all of those stronger thunderstorms push north, and we're seeing that enter into Attala County as we speak. Thing is, whenever it enters into our area, I'm going to show you what kind of air it's battling and why we say there's a corridor for that severe weather to develop. And one of the ways that we do that is through dew points. Helps show that measure of moisture, and I don't want you to pay attention necessarily to the greens or the colors. I want you to pay attention more to the number. So expanding things out, and I'm going to pull up our entire viewing area. We're seeing very, very high numbers. We're seeing 71 in Starkville, 67 Eupora, 68 off there towards Ackerman. But let's move north. We're talking about Tupelo, 60, 61 Houston, 62 New Albany. So when you're talking about low 60s, upper 50s, it's harder for these things to enter into the atmosphere and strengthen. So that's why we say this corridor, this triangle right here around the Golden Triangle, funny enough. But that's really the next chance for these storms to develop. So that's why there's still a threshold for these storms to strengthen. We need to say weather aware. But if you're north of, I would say, Highway 6 and even west of, well, I'm not going to say west of 55 just yet, because that front is still making its way through in 65, 66. That is enough. But if you're seeing low 60s right now, yeah, that you're in the clear for these storms so far. So it's a great sign. We're definitely trending in the right direction beyond this threat. And so that's what we're continuing to track. It's just that triangle, the Golden Triangle, living up to its name. Still seeing the tornado warning over in Pickens County as it moves northeast out of the area, moving more towards Birmingham. And I am going to give you guys a track as it heads more towards the Samantha region, just north of Tuscaloosa County. And I want you to just tell people, tell any friends that you may have, your friends that go to University of Alabama, let them know that there is a storm that's going to be moving towards their direction. Probably go north of Tuscaloosa, but take a picture of this, send it to them, so that way they're as prepared as possible, because you guys were as prepared as possible. Let's do the same for them. We're seeing Pullman 340, Samantha 359, Sandtown 415, and then on into Oakton by about 427. Taking a look at storms more here in northeast Mississippi, that's where we need to really pay attention to, because this one, thankfully, is cycling out of the area, not going to pose a threat for anyone in northeast Mississippi. What we're tracking are some severe thunderstorm warnings up around the Prentiss County area. This is what produced that pea-sized hail here in Saltillo, and now affecting parts of eastern Prentiss County. We're seeing that just east of Boonville, on towards the Tishomingo area, moving more towards Iuka as we speak. What this is doing, I mean, we talked about the upper atmosphere up here. Not a favorable atmosphere for these things to strengthen. So comparing it to what it looked like as it was more in the North Lee County area, definitely diminished in strength, and they're probably just going to let this morning ride out, maybe take it early by about 3:45. Fortunately, meaning folks in Tishomingo County, you're going to be in for just some rainy conditions and maybe even a few rumbles of thunder with that system. I mean, we're still hearing it here at the TV station. So it's just the atmosphere that it is, still unstable despite dew points not being too incredibly high up around that region. Here in Tupelo, seeing heavy rainfall, few strikes of lightning as well. I was tracking this rotation off there towards eastern Pontotoc County, now moving into western sections of Lee County. We're talking about western sections of Tupelo. That is not anywhere near what it was, thankfully. So the rotation not as much of a concern as we head into the 3:30, 4 o'clock hour. You see that wrapping around. That's what I was watching over there. No longer doing that same motion to the significance that it was before. Still, as we look further to the south, we're seeing lots of reds and lots of yellows. This entire line is going to have several lightning strikes, a very energetic storm as it moves into the area, so it can change like that in regards to a steady rain, to a heavy rain, to a significant rain. So that's why if you're out and about, these rains can build and result in more flooding problems. One thing that we are tracking is the further south you go, yes, into the corridor that we were talking about with that unstable air, that's going to be your best chance to see any more severe weather. Currently, as we're taking a look at Attala County, Montgomery County, even parts of Clay and Oktibbeha County, not seeing anything of significance. Maybe a few high wind returns, but other than that, nothing too major. Even hail, not really concerned with this like it was. The most significant one that I see is up around Ackerman, just going to get those strong wind gusts, and whenever we're saying strong, what we're talking about is anywhere from 30 to 40 miles an hour, just as that main line moves on through. So still significant, but it's going to knock off a few limbs. We're not going to see any widespread damage with these as they move on through, especially as they continue more of the weakening process like they have been doing. Could they strengthen like that? Yes, but so far seeing more of a weakening progression. I want to make sure National Weather Service is not going to do, if they're talking about any specific cells altogether, but so far they're seeing the same thing that we're seeing just this week. It's much weaker than what it was. But down south, a whole different story. I mean, just look at the picture down there of what's going on. You have large tornado with considerable damage right outside of Laurel, Mississippi, moving in that northeast direction. I mean, those are trending towards that Pickens County area. And yes, that one up in Pickens County did come from the south of the Jackson area. So it has that potential, but overall, it's not entering a favorable atmosphere and not expecting for that to continue, especially being that, I mean, giving you guys a fair of where this is going. There's your track. So it would more than likely just flip Pickens County. If you are in northeast Mississippi, your main concern is the line that's already here and developing more as it gets more into northeast Mississippi. But a rain-saturated atmosphere, and I want to go back. Give me a second while I find this real quick. Of just how much rainfall we received. So this is just through today, because I mean this threat began at midnight today. I guess it would still be today. Just showing how much has gone on. Our meteorologist John DeLucic, he's a trooper. He's been here since the early hours of our Saturday. So he's a trooper. But we just are so grateful for the weather team and the team here at WTVA just doing what they do and keeping you guys informed, keeping you guys safe even into the wee hours of the night. Fortunately, the threat is starting to enter into the closing stages. Looking at how much rainfall we've received, though, this is just today, and that is insane to think about. I'm going to move this over to where you can actually see those numbers a little bit better. And we're going to walk through the biggest portion, 6.5 inches there in northern Chickasaw County. We're seeing on the southern side of Lee County, 6.1, eastern side of Itawamba County. We're seeing 6.7. So intense rainfall, and that causes flash flooding in an instant. And that's why we're seeing so many concerns. Our news director, Pat Peterson, out and about showing us every which road. You pick from what's going on because of how active that pattern has been. But even parts of northwest parts of our area, I mean, over an inch, over 2 or 3 inches. We're seeing Calhoun County come in with 3.5 inches. Northern Choctaw County, 5 inches. Prentice County, you're seeing 4.2. Up around Tisch County, 4.1. So it's all just going to be a busy evening rainfall-wise because it doesn't end there. So take a look. Let's just pull up radar and take a look at what else is to come. Give me a second. There we go. So heavy showers across all parts of northeast Mississippi. Basically, if you are, I'll draw a line, kind of show you, west of this line, you are in the clear. Rainfall-wise, you might get a few more showers developing along the Mississippi River, but overall, you've gotten your rainfall, you've gotten your severe weather, and all of that is now clearing out. You're entering a much more stable atmosphere. Beyond that, if you're east of this line, still have the potential for more showers, more heavy showers, and we're talking about additional 2-3 inches for some parts, especially along the Alabama state line, and the possibility of severe weather. When we talked about that window, really Monroe County, Chickasaw County, and all the way south of 82, going to be still in that unstable atmosphere and unstable environment. Upper 60 dew points, it's favorable for those to form. That one in Pickens County, golly, that is just intense. Let's just take a look at that. You're almost getting 2 rounds of rotation. There to the south and there on the eastern side. So if you're in eastern Pickens County, it's moving out of the area, and even the rest of Pickens County, you guys really don't need to be more alert for this cell as it moves more into Tuscaloosa County. Your next threat is further to the south of our viewing area as it moves in that northeast direction. We tracked those a second ago. And I'll give you guys a time on those as well, but this one is just concerning in regards to that couplet, and it's been that way for a while as it's moved across parts of central and northeast Mississippi. I want to give you a track on those storms further to the south. Let me find that exact couplet. So here you're seeing one in DeKalb County, and I will say that it's not warned, but let's treat it like it is, because that is a very tight couplet that could produce in a matter of moments. So I'm seeing, okay, rotation not as strong on the latest scan, going to be more of a cyclic pattern. What that means is that it's going to the next storm. So that energy that's being produced in DeKalb right now going to be pushed down to the one just west of Meridian. But still, if you want a time check on that, let me make sure it extends all the way to Pickens County, so that way you guys get those times. So seeing it move more towards Dancy, we're talking about 415 into the Memphis area, 423, Aliceville 429, and then the rest of it Rainfall 451, Fayette 519, and then beyond that more towards northwest Alabama. But if it's going to do what they say it's going to do and move all of that into the next storm, that'll be interesting because there's not really much to see. We haven't been tracking these storms because they are so far south of the area, but I mean, what I'm looking at on that polygon, not really anything too significant. Well, let's take long track and let's grab this one right here and move it in that east-northeast direction. Try and get it up to Pickens County. We'll see Pickensville 601, Macon 542, so it might even get into Knox County. Now that's a stretch because what we've seen with these, and I'm going to see if I have it drawn. There we go. These basically go north, and then we'll track into that pattern right there. And so while we track it northeast, it does start to get more of that eastern direction. And the reason why is because it's interacting with that frontal boundary. So when the front takes it, then it starts moving in that eastern direction rather than it moving directly in that northern direction. Those lead cells that we've been talking about all night that are still happening. I mean, you look right there in southern portions of Mississippi. These are still going in a northern pattern, but that frontal boundary, when those interact and you're getting that northern extent and then into the front will win, and the front will start to push it more in an eastern direction. And so that's what we've experienced here in northeast Mississippi with those lead cells. Not seeing really any more of these lead cells. Every one of them moving east at this point, just showing that or east northeast, should I say, just to battle that frontal boundary. I want to look at, just make sure that Memphis isn't saying anything. Okay, let's pull up the tornado watch because they are adjusting that as we speak. And I want to basically reiterate what I told you guys earlier, talking about the all clear. We drew that line, matches up perfectly. If you are anywhere on the west side of this arrow right here, you're in the all clear. Seeing clear conditions, much drier conditions, much more better sense of normalcy. Tupelo still on the wrong side of that line, as you can clearly hear as the thunderstorms just continue to roll into the area. So those rainfall totals, our Pat Peterson was showing us those 6 inches here in parts of Lee County. Might even see 7, might even see 8, depending on how long those thunderstorms stick around. But fortunately for some parts, getting some better conditions. Want to track those thunderstorms yet again, just kind of see a general overview of what we're going to get. That line still producing several heavy showers along Chickasaw County, Choctaw County, Itala County, Lee County, Itawamba County, Chimingo County, and then even further towards the south and east, still seeing some moderate showers. So those rainfall totals are just going to be something else. And I want to see if we have, I'm trying to navigate Matt's workplace right here. Oh, perfect. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at MDOT's here in the Tupelo area. Anything that's like over the top that we can kind of see the sky with. I want to say east of Main Street. Okay, yeah, we'll pull up crosstown. Showing some of those storms that are rolling through. We heard the pounding thunder. Oh, let's see if we can get that pulled up here real quick. But yeah, we heard the pounding thunder here at the studio. That just shows you that we're still in an active environment for these things to pick up pretty quickly. We're going to get a look at crosstown right now. And yeah, you see that flooding rainfall. I can see it just washing that car's wheels right there. That's what we're getting. That's the concern from here on out, is going to be how long those flooding conditions stick around. I know there's several streets down Main Street that are going to be affected, even down McCullough Boulevard that are going to be affected as well. I mean, look at that. That's one of the busiest intersections in Tupelo, and it's seeing rainfall up to about 2-3 inches in that area. So if you're a low-lying car, don't drive today, because you're going to be dealing with those flooding conditions at some point during your commute. But if you are even a high-rise vehicle, that's how significant this flooding threat is, that even you could be affected. And on top of that, winds. I mean, we'll talk about wind-wise. We're seeing gusts upwards of around 20 to 30 miles an hour still, probably down to about 10 to 20 on leading parts of that front. Most significant ones I'm seeing out here towards northern Itawamba County. We're talking north of Fulton. That's going to be producing winds. Let me pull it up here real quick. Might be the most active chat I've ever heard. That ringing is all National Weather Service chat that we're hearing. And do what? Oh, perfect. Let's go ahead and look at Fulton MDOT, and then we'll talk about wind speeds. So let's pull it up real quick. And still seeing those dark conditions. I mean, on the north side of the city, what that is just some, what do we call them? SLC, scary looking clouds.
Scary looking cloud.
And yeah, so we're not seeing anything tornadic or anything severe develop within these because it's just not an unstable atmosphere anymore. It's starting to stabilize more and more heading into the afternoon, but still heavy rainfall. We talked about that coming down in Fulton. It'll be coming down here a little bit more here in the coming minutes. So we'll take a look at Fulton again, but I do want to say with that Fulton MDOT camera, we are seeing puddling right along the interstates. So even interstates aren't excluded from that flooding threat. But let's talk about winds here real quick. 26 miles an hour there in Tishomingo County, some parts 43. So this is up in the upper atmosphere, so you're probably getting about 20 to 30 miles an hour at the surface, and we're talking about 30 mile an hour gusts. That's why it's not to that severe level, because earlier we were seeing these numbers be about 60 to 80. So much more stabilized atmosphere.
I tell you, a tornado just crossed 82 east of Gordo already. So especially it's tornado on the ground. It's crossed 82.
Yep, right there.
There's debris signature too.
Yeah, that's right. So what we're seeing right now, our meteorologist John DeLucic's telling us that there is a confirmed tornado as it crosses east of Gordo along 82. I know that I've driven that road many a times going back home to Birmingham from Starkville, and I know that place well. A great community over there, so hopefully folks in Gordo are okay. As that did touch down, we can go through the radar. So it looks like it did stay east of Gordo the entire time. So downtown Gordo, stores that were in that area, looks like you guys stayed clear, fortunately. But do pray for people in Holman, Nicola, Samantha, as this continues to roll through a violent tornado. Looking at the latest scans, you're still seeing that velocity couplet right there southwest of Ecola, even on reflectivity. That's on the west side of the storm. And what this is doing, I mean, you look at the debris signature. You don't even need me to circle it for you to see it, but I'm going to go ahead and do it of just what exactly is happening. Believe that to be Tuscaloosa County. I'm from Alabama. I need to be better with my Alabama counties, but yeah, I mean, you see it right there. The debris signature, the rotation, the reflectivity, all lines up and all signifying a damaging tornado. So if you are in Alabama, I know that some of my family and friends watch this from Alabama. Go ahead and just get to that safe place. If you are in that Tuscaloosa County or north of there, to stay as prepared as possible, because this is tracking, and going to give you guys a little insight about where I grew up. It's going to track towards St. Clair County. And so if you're seeing Springville, my Springville folks, 522, go ahead and have that severe weather plan in place, as that's about an hour and a half. We're talking about Clay. I have some friends over in Clay, 512, and then Centerpoint, 505. So go ahead and have that severe weather plan in place, and I will let you guys know if you guys need to get down to your safe place. We'll be right here. And of course, keep my Alabama people taken care of. But let's talk about Northeast Mississippi, as that continues to be the primary concern. It's been a busy afternoon. I do want to pull up if we have any storm reports. I say any storm reports, we have several. But this just continues to populate with more storm reports that are given. And so far, I mean, you're seeing that path of the tornado moving through parts of Grenada County, as we saw yesterday. There it is right there. And that is a significant path. And I want to say, like, even beyond Grenada County, when it moved through Vardaman and through Calhoun City, that was still on the ground. In some parts, we got confirmation of that. As it moved across Chickasaw County into Tupelo and Itawamba, or not Tupelo, Lee County and Itawamba County, it still was at that potential. And if it wasn't producing a tornado, of course, we'll find out either tomorrow or Monday what exactly took place. But if it wasn't a tornado, you're looking at severe wind gusts. We do? Okay.
We need to go back on. We need to go back on. Knox County. You want me to
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
do it real quick here?
Okay.
Let us know when we're on. Yeah. Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside of meteorologist Gay Maynard tracking a new tornado warning for Noxubee County near Scuba. Of course, Scuba not in Noxubee County, but this warning extending into Noxubee County. Sugarlock there, Aubrey, Dancy. This area of rotation, again, Doppler radar indicated it could potentially try to produce a tornado. Looking at the wind mode here on Storm Track Doppler radar, it looks pretty similar to a lot of the different returns that we've had today, where it could potentially be trying to spin something up once again, unfortunately approaching the scuba area near US 45. Bring it in a little closer here. So we do still have a little bit of time before it makes it up the Wallach and Paulette. You'll notice that Macon is not officially in the track for this one here, and I do think that the worst of this probably stays just a little bit to the east of Macon, but as has been the case for most of the day, this is a scenario where this is thankfully Doppler radar indicated. That means there are still some questions. Nonetheless, we have to take these seriously, and we need to be in that tornado safe place. And we know we have students that have a tendency to be in scuba there, so maybe a phone call to them wouldn't be a half bad idea. But as I kind of get the storm track adjusted on there, you see scuba, look at 351. Current time is almost 350, so pretty close to the scuba area on the west side of town. As we track this there, we're going closer to the Benville area at 401, 405 Paulette, Cookville at 407, Dancy at 412, Dinsmore at 416, Cochrane 418, Aliceville by about 428, and obviously most of these are over in Pickens County. Pickensville at 430, Cunningham, Dilburg 433, 435 or so, and then Carrollton by about 440 if it continues toward Pickens County Hospital. About 441 would be the time there. Again, back and forth here as we kind of check all of our different things. This looks pretty similar to most of the storms that we have had today, with rotation that is increasing. And so if you live ahead of this in the eastern portion of Knox County, we need to be in that tornado safe place, the lowest floor of a sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up and try to protect ourselves from the potential for this to produce some debris, which remains a concern with this thunderstorm once again. There's still this zone here in the southeastern half of the WTVA viewing area where we're ahead of this line, where we have, this has mainly been flooding zone back here the last hour, hour and a half, but just ahead of this, Amory, Hamilton, Solgen, Columbus, Starkville, Louisville, Macon, Reform, all still in warm enough air, temperatures in the 70s, that it's still possible to spin up tornadoes in some of those locations. During most of the time that we have been off the air, meteorologist Gabe Maynard has been tracking these storms. He's continuing to kind of do so at this time. And Gabe, you obviously that one in Tuscaloosa County out of the viewing area, but that one I think at last check was producing a tornado. Is that correct?
Yes, and a major tornado at that. It's just east of Gordo at this moment, but you can see, if we pull it up right here, I mean, we're seeing it over Ecola right now. That large debris ball happening right there. I mean, I don't even point it out for you to see it clear as day. And on top of that, whenever we look at the rotation, not only are we building one notch rotation along Ecola, we're also building another closer to Coker. Is it building south? Seen a couple of these do that, where it's that cyclic pattern in the build in that southern direction. So seeing both relatively prominently just east of Pickens County. I believe that's Tuscaloosa County, am I right?
Yeah.
Yes, and so, you know, the city of Tuscaloosa makes trained for these strong tornadoes, luckily going north of Tuscaloosa, but if you are in Ecola, it's probably used to be now. Samantha, you're going to be affected. Folks along that County Road 171 going to be affected as well, and towards Wyndham Springs. Over where we are, though, the concern continues to be scuba. We saw a rotation earlier. We started working on this rotation earlier, and we tracked it up into Knox County. If we go more towards Pickens County, but we took a little bit of a northern turn that. That's where things have gotten more interesting since then.
They actually, you're absolutely right. They've kind of like taken these different turns. I appreciate that, Gabe. So yeah, we're just going to have to continue to, unfortunately, monitor some of these thunderstorms. I mean, obviously, it's not inconvenience to monitor these storms. Unfortunately, though, it is inconvenience to shelter from them. And so I'm sorry having to deal with that there in Scuba. Aubrey, locations in the eastern portion of Noxubee County, where you're kind of in the path of this as it kind of moves into and through the area. So our track, you get about 45 miles per hour as it has been, and a long enough track, if this were to hold together, probably make it all the way up into Lamar County, potentially. I don't know if the angle's quite right to make it all that far north. Let's double check that angle of movement. It might be a little too far north on that. Let's adjust that a little bit more east. So there we are, kind of the updated scan. About 3:55 in the Millington. Of course, current time is 3:53 over top of the Scuba area now, and over top of 45 at this moment as well. So obviously, we don't need to be traveling between Sugarlock and Scuba along US 45 or coming up from the south there between Scuba and Macon, we need to be stopping. I mean, we talked a lot about it on social media. This was just not a great travel day in general across the state, and certainly down south, that has proven to be the case as well. So some definite travel issues associated with this still in place at this point in time here. And so ahead of this, a reminder of places we don't want to be. We don't want to be in these unsafe places. Of course, unsafe places, cars, trucks, manufactured homes, mobile homes, essentially anything where the wind can get below them and flip them. That's obviously a situation that we want to avoid. Large open rooms, upper floors, and rooms with windows, not where we want to be. We want to be in shelter when we can be, and certainly that's our recommendation, because those reinforced shelters obviously are reinforced for a reason, and work well to keep people safe. They've been tested, and so obviously making smart choices makes a big difference here. So much of what is going on outside of the tornado threat is flooding. So many flooding reports coming in, because we just had this pretty much stationary line back here from Kosciuszko to Ackerman. I mean, just back out here into Calhoun County, Chickasaw County, Lee County. Calhoun County Sheriff Greg Paulin reporting County Road off of 331 is closed until further notice due to a culvert washing out. And that is by no stretch of the imagination the only report of issues with roads being covered. I'm just looking back through here, some of the pictures behind the scenes, and a lot of yards flooded, a lot of streets flooded, a lot of reason to be staying inside, and waiting for all of this to move on out. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, though, for Clay County and parts there of mainly out of Oktibbeha County by this point here, with some broad rotation showing up there kind of west of Abbott. Take it back here a few scans. It's north of Phoebe, near that 46 symbol that you see there, kind of near Abbott, an area of a very broad rotation. I don't know that it's ever going to produce a tornado, but it is still an environment where it could. At 3:56 is the current time. There's still plenty of juice out there for this to use in the atmosphere, but I think it would be fair to say we're past the peak of that in our areas. The peak focus starts to shift a little bit to the east. It's still possible for this to produce something beyond the peak. So that's why, of course, we're talking about it. Near Beasley, tracking that toward Gibson and Aberdeen, eventually maybe Amory and Parham. So we show at 407, Gibson 416, Aberdeen 423, Wren at 427, Amory at 434, Hatley 437, Smithville at 443, Splunge 445, Cardsville 448, and Van Buren 450. Doppler radar indicated broad rotation. Probably more wind at this point than the rotation tornado threat, but something that bears monitoring, because again, the atmosphere is going to allow for these to kind of strengthen fairly quickly from time to time. Mostly just heavy rainfall up here in Steens and Greenwood Springs. I don't think there's anything there that I'm overly concerned with in that band, though maybe some gusty wind as well, kind of moving in where people are still trying to pick up from some issues we had earlier on. And then coming back down here south again to Scuba, our rotations continue to show up there a little north of Scuba, and just kind of east there near the Millington area. Paulette, McLeod, kind of in the path of this, and this has moved a little more northeast than north over the last couple of minutes here. Current time is 3:57. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching our tornado warning coverage for Noxubee County, as a storm moving into Noxubee County has the potential to produce rotation that could at some point strengthen into a tornado. Based upon the distance away from the location that we are with this, not fully convinced that this is going to take that next step and produce a tornado, but certainly the environment today has been structured where they can form quickly, and they can, even if they form quickly, produce damage of significance. To that point, as of our last update, from a different tornado, the tornado we had up in Chickasaw County earlier, required them to shut down the Natchez Trace in Chickasaw County. We have not heard any updates as to whether or not that is back open. They got all the folks cleared out from there after that likely tornado moved through earlier on. But just a reminder, there's just a whole bunch of places where travel is probably not a great idea right now, as people are still picking up from what has happened earlier on. So our area of circulation here now has crossed past US 45. between Wallach and Binsville there, moving toward Paulette, Dancy, and Memphis. And it's going to be mainly to the west of Aliceville based on this angle, current angle here. Nope. Nope, that's wrong. It's headed toward Aliceville. Let's go ahead and track that, catch that track. And we'll have to see if the National Weather Service over there in Birmingham decides to extend the tornado warning for this. They're watching that storm that's north of Tuscaloosa is clear cut, no questions asked, a tornado producer and has been. This one's more a questions asked one. So we'll see if they choose to continue it there. But certainly there is some rotation continuing on this. And considering what we have seen today, it's better to, out of an abundance of caution, be in that tornado safe place as opposed to wish we had gone there. So, of course, you're a safe place. You got to find it. You have to stay there as it's moving in. And again, Scuba, if you live within Scuba, you know, it's not a big place, but they have a lot of kids down there. You can come out of that tornado safe place in Scuba. Binsville, northern portion there of, you know, the Kemper County area. We're definitely in a place where we need to be in that safe place. So you need to find that safe place. Cooksville 405, Dancy 410, and we're looking closer to Cochrane 415, Aliceville by 424. If it continues at this rate, Carrollton by 434, depending on the exact angle as it heads northward here. So potential for some damaging wind. That rotation's still there. As we bring it in, I put it right on the county line between folks down there in Kemper and Knox County. As I continue, of course, to get my weather calls to let me know when different things are changing in and around here. Near White Horse Road, that's where that circulation is showing up, approaching Paulette and Cooksville, moving toward the north and east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. But, I mean, this is not the healthiest storm that we have looked at today, thankfully. So hopefully it goes through a weakening phase as we've really used up a lot of what the atmosphere is capable of. Farther north, still watching the storm that's in Clay County. Again, our severe thunderstorm warning for Clay County there for at least a little bit of rotation starting to show up. As we kind of bring this into the latest scan, looking at the wind mode, just kind of broad stuff. Luckily, there's not there that I think is overly impressive. So good sign with that. Hopefully this is kind of on that boundary that's going to signal the end of the unstable air. And so as that more unstable air just kind of slides through, you know, that will hopefully, as the more stable air moves in, it'll turn off the tornado potential as we go into this afternoon, the remainder of this evening. And that's largely the reason why behind this line, there's, I'd say, a fairly low potential to see anything else. And so I do not know if they canceled any counties out of this yet.
Yes, west of, remember the defined line, but it was western and northwestern.
Okay, yeah, so good. So following that same trend we were talking about, this tornado watch in effect until 6 p.m. for all of our Mississippi counties. We will see if it fully clears Knoxville and Lowndes County by that point in time, if it could. But the tail end of this is just taking a very long time to get out of here, which was anticipated. And that's part of the reason why we ended up with that high severe weather risk, was because of that issue. We're going to zoom down here and look at this Knoxville County storm, and then we're going to take a look at what has become kind of a widespread issue today, which is some of the flooding issues that we have had around the region. So near Binsville here, now hold on, we've gotten a little more organized in the last couple of moments. On the far eastern, northeastern portion there, just south of Knoxville County. A lot of directions there for a moment. Just southeast corner of Knoxville County, perhaps clipped with this. I don't like that. I'm gonna catch the whole kind of area there. I can make an argument that this is the most impressive part, but I don't want to miss out on something else. It's being so far away from the radar. So tracking that northeast, Binsville 403. Current time is 403. Obviously over top of you, Cooksville. Looking at that about 409. Dancy 414. Memphis, Alabama 419. Doppler radar indicated rotation that at some point could produce a tornado if it kind of continues at this rate here. Let's go ahead and look at some of the flooding video that we're continuing to get in around the region, because again, the rainfall's just been so heavy and consistent and it's causing issues. Our Pat Peterson is in the Saltillo area. He's been going around checking out some of the flooding issues in Lee County. And this is Willow Creek. And they did some work, I believe, last suddenly. It's going to have to see flood when we have active weather situations. They supposedly did some work. And maybe it's just the overwhelming quantity of rainfall we had this time, but unfortunately, it does look like some of those houses there are experiencing some of the flood issues that often happen during this kind of weather. Unfortunately, we can hold this for just a second, see if it comes back in a moment. But yeah, obviously those houses dealing with some rough issues at the moment there because of all of the rain that has fallen and continues to fall, unfortunately, for some locations. In fact, if we're looking at storm track Doppler radar, you'll note here that the Saltillo area, yellow, we're only showing 4 inches there. I say only because you go to South Lee County there, where reds and pinks, I mean, you're talking 7 inches of rainfall, most of which has fallen in the last, 12 hours. Well, maybe much less than that, less period of time than that. So yeah, it has been a lot of, actually, I think this is since midnight. Yeah. So that's right. That does not include anything before midnight last night. So been a lot of rainfall in a very short period of time, and that's what's caused just some of these flooding issues. So, we heard from Tupelo Police Department earlier, encouraging people to just stay home, stay out of it, not cause the problems that come with it. You heard from the Calhoun County Sheriff who was talking about some of the flooding issues that we've had on the roadways. A lot of the stories, it's a similar story. They're just trying to keep people out of it and keep people safe from it. So let's try to stay safe and stay out of it if we can. Back here to Knox County, Pickens County. As we're looking at this area of rotation, I would put our most significant area of rotation. I'm going to draw a fairly large circle here. I put near Binsville, moving toward Dancy and Cochran and Aliceville, out here into crossing over the Alabama state line. And so leaving this tornado warning behind largely as it kind of moves out of those areas here fairly soon. Just kind of checking our discussion with folks here. Looks like most everybody on our Facebook discussion continues to talk about the flooding rainfall. It is the widespread thing a lot of us are seeing. And again, on this storm here near Binsville, it does look a little bit more impressive. Checking the wind change on this, about 64 miles per hour. When that pixel-to-pixel change is above really 80 or 90 miles per hour is when we feel more confident that we're probably dealing with something at the surface. I do not have that high confidence level at this moment here that this is producing a tornado at this moment, thankfully. I do probably need to trade out one of y'all. Do you have a minute, Gabe, if you build it? Gabe is kind of working up on the forecast, trying to get a handle on how things evolve from here. It's what he's kind of working on behind the scenes. I'm going to trade you out for just a moment, if that's okay.
Yeah. Just making sure my mic's still on and everything. But yeah, we're tracking this rotation right along Binsville, moving into parts of, sure that works. There we go. Okay. So moving into parts of Pickens County, we're also seeing that towards Knox County, basically on the cusp of 4 different counties. National Weather Service in Birmingham, I'm awaiting to hear if they will extend this warning. Definitely something we're continuing to track over the next little bit. But yeah, so far can't confirm anything in regards to a touchdown, but we are getting several strong returns on the couplet. And as this builds, I mean, you look further to the south, it's got more building behind it, so we will expect even more warnings to be issued for some of these storms out behind it, especially with that atmosphere still being as unstable as it is. Further to the south, up where we are, still not seeing anything like what it was earlier today. But that tornado warning continuing until 4:30 this evening. We're about 23 minutes away from that, but you already see when it's moving out of the county. So Knox County probably not going to be affected. We're looking more at a Pickens County threat once that rotation fully clears the state line. Let's continue that up towards Aliceville and Reform. Taking a look at a few times there, you'll see them on the side of your screen. Dancy 410 on towards Aliceville, 424 Cunningham, 429 Delma, closer to 441 Reform. We're talking about 446 if this thing continues at the strength that it is. And honestly, it needs to strengthen even more if it's going to produce, because right now it's just broad rotation aloft, and that's how it's been over the past several scans. Let's go back. I'm just seeing that scan whenever it got issued right along that scuba area and then ended up, I will say, it is strengthening. And the reason why you're able to tell that is because look at the volume of lightning that you're getting out of this compared to earlier. Earlier, you're getting a few strikes along the northern part of that storm, but watch compared to now. I'm all right. So flash flood warning in effect for our area. We have seen that through several videos. And we'll pull up flash flooding graphics here in a second. I want to stay focused on this tornado warning as it continues into Pickens County. I mean, if you are along or in Aliceville, anywhere along County Road 17, go ahead and get to that safe place as this does move in that north-northeast direction. Aliceville, Carrollton, Dilburg, all going to be affected by this storm. But what will this storm produce? Right now, it's broad rotation. Could be a tornado here in a couple of moments, as we are not too far away from that. I am continuing to look at Birmingham to see if they're looking at extending this warning. Personally, I would, because there is still that rotation. So we're going to treat it like it is, and if they do choose to extend it, then great. But if they don't, we're going to be prepared either way. So continue to look at that rotation and a large volume of lightning with that. I want to zoom in and see how this lines up with reflectivity. So latest scan is not as impressive. It's just the volume of lightning that we're getting out of this. Looking at it, I want to say, let me walk you through my thought process. I want to say that this is starting to build more to the north because you're getting that wraparound of moisture inflow right there into the southern part of that Dinsmore storm. And then down here where the rotation used to be, it's now starting to fizzle out and move more towards that northern part. So I do think that the rotation is starting to transfer and move more from here. I know it's still stronger down here, but I think it's transferring up around, and we're going to start to get that a few miles more towards the north, where that influx of lightning is. Okay, so they're monitoring that storm closely, have not decided on issuing a warning, but they are tracking it. And whenever we look at the grand scheme of things, I do want to extend it out and just make sure that we are still in the clear in regards to any other tornadic development. And so far from it. This is definitely our best one. I will say there's strong wind gusts coming out of that that storm just, I apologize, up around the Clay County area, moving more towards Pontotoc as we speak. You're seeing some strong wind returns. Looking at that, I do want to show you guys what those returns are, upwards of about 40, 50 miles an hour. No surprise there. Of course, that is a loft, so it might be a little bit less once it reaches the surface, but still with those returns, and those are brighter reds coming in, would not be surprised to see some damaging wind gusts with that. Northern Clay County, up around south or east Pontotoc. We'll go ahead and just get a storm track on that and make sure timing is right. So it's speeding up just a little bit. We're looking at 55, and we will carry this entire leading edge going in that northeast direction. And we're going to see it enter into, I mean, this is a very large track. Will it keep that same strength? I mean, I highly doubt it because of the environment that it's entering into. But we're seeing Gibson 417, New Ren 425, Ren 426, Big B 433, and Carolina 436. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that's moving through the central parts of our viewing area. But again, we are tracking a tornado warning further towards our south. So here's what's happened over the last 3 minutes while I was tracking that storm. They have expired the Knox County tornado warning. Went ahead and canceled it out despite it being issued until 4:30. Reason why? It's in Alabama now. Out of the area, no longer a concern for Knox County. So for now, people in Knox County, you're good to go. Pickens County, they did not issue a warning yet. They will likely list one or put one out here in a second, as this continues to have strong rotation associated with it. Now looking at that return, we're talking about that building more towards the north. You're seeing that southern part of the storm, it's now starting to wrap around those brighter greens and brighter reds returning in that interaction of the couplet. That's where we're seeing the brightest returns, even on the latest scan. You saw it just update. We're seeing that just south of Cochrane. So let's go ahead and get a storm track on that as that continues to move in that northeast direction. I'm just making sure that track is right. I want to make sure it has not gone east. I would say that, yes, we're looking at that northeast track. We're seeing Cochrane 415. Go ahead and get to that safe place. I know there's not a warning issued just yet, but with broad rotation like this in an environment like this, it does not take much for these storms to develop relatively quickly. Aliceville 424, Beavertown 427, Cunningham 429, on into Dilburg by around 430, and then Carrollton closer to 435. monitoring this to see if they want to issue another warning. But as of now, they are not going to issue one. But this storm's still very mature, very strong. You're seeing that much lightning return. You're seeing a decent hail pour. You're just showing the unstable environment that these storms have entered into and continue to build off of as it's entered towards parts of Pickens County. Now, looking east of Pickens County, they still have that tornado warning there towards Tuscaloosa County. So continue to pray for folks over there that are being impacted. Once Pickens County, if this storm does ramp up or a warning is issued, we will come back on and update you guys. But please know we're monitoring this closely as we head into the 4:15 hour for any further development on these storms. Stay with us here at WTVA 9 News for the very latest on the severe weather warnings. So we are still on stream. Are we clear in the back? Perfect. So regularly scheduled programming, but we are continuing to monitor what's going on here in Northeast Mississippi. I do want to say, let me make sure that's not going to do anything. Okay. So what I'm watching right here is this nose. And the reason why is because it's jutting out just slightly ahead. And so you're getting that interaction of winds in the upper atmosphere. I want to see how this is compared to earlier, because technically those were different cells that were able to merge. You were getting a leading edge of strong winds, but now as you get that interaction, okay, it's not showing as strong. So it's still just strong wind gusts, but definitely keeping an eye on that nose right there as it continues to move towards Gibson and then on into Egypt Road 45 north of Aberdeen, going to be affecting parts of Amory. Strong wind gusts as of right now, but keeping an eye on this as it continues to trend northeast. Carrying that out, let's go ahead and just get a storm track on that as it's moving about 55 miles an hour. You're seeing Gibson 418, Wren 430, Becker closer to 434, Amory 436, Hatley 439, and then Smithville 446. So far right now, we are staying void of any tornado warnings as they did let that one expire in Knox County. Fortunate thing there as it did move east into Pickens County. Man, what is happening in Alabama is a very dangerous situation. You have a confirmed tornado touchdown, and I mean, that is just a defined couplet. And you're getting, luckily, no tornado debris signatures anymore on this. I say anymore because let's take it back a couple of scans. There's your debris signature. Oh, I'm blocking it, but there it is right there. Over Ecola, folks in Ecola. I'm curious to see what they report back from Tuscaloosa County, but that was a very large and dangerous tornado that touched down and affected folks there. We're continuing to pray for them, and just hopefully everyone comes out and is able to see the light of day and start that rebuilding process for any damage that took place. But if you're northeast of this, if you're along parts of 22, I know Jasper, it's a busy community. Stop there for lunch with my parents every now and then, and it's just, there's a lot going on there. So hopefully this tornado does not trend through the downtown Jasper area. Let's go ahead and just track out that rotation as it moves in that northeast direction. Jasper, you're living in Jasper right now or know anyone in Jasper. 446, as you see there on the side of your screen. Sipsey, 453, and then on closer to Drummond, 454, Empire, 456. That's just how it'll be trending. And guys, this has been a long-lived tornado. This has been a long-lived, dangerous tornado. That rotation being tight all the way into central portions of Mississippi. Now moving into central portions of Alabama. We saw these on projections. We knew this was possible in this environment. Fortunately, stayed away from northeast Mississippi, but unfortunately, it is still affecting lives. And just hate that. Continue to pray for them. Whitson right now, I mean, you guys, I just hope that you're in your safe place right now as that's moving through. I do want to look south and make sure that nothing is going to move into our neck of the woods. We know that we did have that one develop in DeKalb and move north into Knox County, but so far what I'm seeing is not anything too impressive. Even the one in Pickens County, I mean, it is still a relatively tight couplet. Personally, for me, they should be shooting one, but that rotation not getting to the surface, and it hasn't, and they just don't believe that it will in the environment right now. They need to show stronger returns before the National Weather Service in Birmingham issues one. it's a pretty defined couplet. And on top of that, it's a defined couplet. It's an energized storm. And it's also showing that on reflectivity with that moisture return wrapping around the southern part of the system, and then you're getting inflow out ahead of that system. So latest scans still showing. It's not a strong return. I mean, you're not getting winds. Let me go ahead and pull up the quarry tool. Yeah, so you're not getting extreme returns at all. But in regards to the inflow winds, you're getting anywhere from 50 to 60 miles an hour. Outflow probably about 10 to 20. So still a ways away, but will be something to watch, especially with a couplet like that. I mean, look at the difference. I'll take a step off screen to show you, but look at the difference between the two. Pickens County is not showing nearly as bright of returns as what they're showing in Tuscaloosa County. That's why the tornado warning is still in effect, and that's why it was able to produce, because you have the stronger interaction with the winds, and then you get that debris associated with it. It's a confirmed tornado touchdown. Just not seeing the same parameters down there in Pickens County, fortunately, and we do not want that. And so, the safer we can be, the better. Just want to continue to watch that. So it looks like they're continuing the Tuscaloosa County warning into Walker County. Again, I got to get updated on my Alabama counties, but yeah, no, don't blame them there. Seeing that, that's a beast of a storm. Let's continue to look, and I want to look at dew points with you guys, because this has been where they define that line to cancel out the warnings. And we looked earlier, and it was mid to upper 60s where the watch was still in effect. So let me just do some stuff in the back right here. I'm pulling these numbers up. Again, don't pay attention to the greens. Pay attention to the numbers. Okay, so there we go. So let's just take a look right here. We're seeing low 60s north of Highway 6. So I would say that you're in Tisch County, Prentiss County, Alcorn County, even I would say Lee County. You're good. This is going to move past, and you're not seeing that unstable environment. Monroe County, 66 degrees, 67 Clay County, 67 Oktibbeha County, even down south. Atala County coming in at 62, 65 in Winston County. That 65 plus is really the margin you watch for that unstable air to continue to interact with these storms. So let's line that up. Let's go ahead and just draw a line of where these are happening. I'm going to go 65 plus. We're just going to keep it right there. Change it over to our radar mode. Let's see if this lines up. Just give it a second to load in. Oh, it would go away. Oh, true. Well, I remember the line. Let me go ahead and draw it out. Okay, so you're still having these storms right here in parts of Prentiss, Tishomingo County, Alcorn County. You're still seeing those develop along the northern portions of Mississippi. What I will say is, yes, you're going to hear rumbles of thunder. Yes, you're going to get heavy rainfall. And yes, that flooding threat is still significant. But in regards to severe weather, I would say you're pretty much out of the picture, because these storms entering into your area are not entering a destabilized atmosphere, starting to stabilize out. And so fortunately, that's going to help these storms get less and less impactful. Down south, though, we are still under a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Monroe County. That is going to continue to develop with mid-60 dew points there in Monroe County. Further south of there, as these storms move more into Knox Lowndes County, that line continues to progress. That's where we will see those storms continue to enhance or keep at the strength that they're at, which is still impactful, but we're not seeing anything severe out of them aside from that one storm in Clay County. Let's look at the watch, because that's where that line does come into effect. And I think they're just keeping Prentiss and Tishomingo County because the storms are still in the area. Just going to play it out of caution. Don't blame them at all for that. But once those storms clear out of those counties, we're in the clear. And then those will move into parts of northwest Alabama, making our situation better here in northeast Mississippi. Lee County, Monroe County, not going to be too far behind there. Atala County, I would argue that you are in the safe zone as well as those storms clear on out. So just let the last of that rainfall move, and you'll be good to go. Let's see, how long is this being issued for? Let me pull that up here real quick. So until 6 p.m. So we're looking at 4:30. I want to look at models here real quick just to show what it's saying in regards to timing. I do agree 6 o'clock. That fits perfect. But yeah. So that should move out around then. And then beyond that, our threat is just the flooding. So let me see if we can pull up a flooding threat map and talk about how much rainfall we've got. There it is. I apologize. I'm not using my workspace. So let's just look at some of those rain totals that we've gotten. The peak right there in northern Chickasaw County, I'm going to try and bullseye it. 7.5 inches. Up here in Tupelo or southern Lee County, we're seeing 8.9 inches. That's unreal. In regards to just today. Over in Itawamba County, several places reporting 6+ inches, 6.9 there on western sections of Itawamba County. Down south, I know we have yet to see the heaviest portions of this, but even right now we're seeing about 2 inches there. Lowndes and Knox County with some of those highest portions. Out west, Grenada County, you guys are in the clear now, not seeing too much more rainfall, 3.1 inches. So hopefully all of that washes away with those storm chances. Up north in Yalobusha County, 3.4. Lafayette County, let's get the highest totals, 4.4. We're seeing Tippah County come in 3 inches. Union County, can't exclude that, 2.5 inches. So I apologize, it's cluttered with numbers, but needless to say, it's been a busy day rainfall-wise. Do we have, let me try and find it on his. Bear with me one minute. Okay, here. So here's your flood threats. And we are currently under a flood watch. I'm going to step over here. So looking at all this, a flood watch in effect north of Highway 82, aside from Clay County. But we're seeing that in effect as heavy thunderstorms continue to roll through. So even though we're still yet to see the heaviest showers over in the Golden Triangle and further south, it's not going to be the same magnitude. So you're not going to get those 8-inch returns, 9-inch returns, anything like that. You're going to top out at about 2 to 3 inches. Still significant, but the thing is, it's not going to be as significant as what portions further north are. That's why there's flash flood warnings in effect. Our news director, Pat Peterson, has been driving all around Lee County, showing us what's taking place. Road washouts, you're seeing cars flooded, people's trash floating the streets, and sticks, debris, anything of that nature, just floating out in the road. So please, if you can, stay off the roads today. Just stay as safe as possible. You can see those flash flood warnings extending into northwest Alabama, well into Mississippi, Itawamba County, Prentiss County, Lee County, Pontotoc, Union, Calhoun, Yalobusha, Grenada, even off there south and west of our viewing area. So busy day, busy day, busy day. Looking at the latest, let's go ahead and take a look at that Pickens County storm one more time, because it does look more impressive in regards to reflectivity. Rotation-wise, that has been how it's been. And the National Weather Service in Birmingham will not pull the trigger on it.
Well, I mean,
It's an impressive return.
it is. I mean, well, especially the thing that's on their mind is warning fatigue.
Mhm.
You don't want to underwarn, but you don't want to overwarn. And I think that's the balance that they're trying to.
I wouldn't say you'd be overwarning giving it with this, because that is one of the stronger ones, and you're also getting a ton of energy. It's not like it's a
Yeah.
couplet with nothing.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it's I'm standing in front of it. A lot more than nothing.
You're not getting anything.
Don't
under
give me a
it.
loop on the reflectivity again. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It's more than nothing. It wouldn't. No, okay. Let's backtrack here for a second. It should at least be a severe thunderstorm warning rotation possible. Right?
Easily.
But anyway, that I have to admit, to a certain extent, when we start arguing this, it's arguing balls and strikes. No, that was a strike. And it was ball. Just the strike zone is what the strike zone is today. And I think, to a certain extent, they calibrate, what have storms been capable of, and this is borderline. And it's like it's at the edge of the strike zone. Does that make sense?
I will say that if this is how they're kind of setting the tone going forward, then they did not watch what happened in southern Mississippi,
I get that.
because this is what was produced. I mean, that was a confirmed tornado 4 counties ago. with that, I would say the same notch of rotation, maybe a little bit stronger.
I mean, listen, I would not have any problem if they issued a tornado warning on that. Because I mean, I can absolutely see where they're coming from. I just try to be cautious to not. It's easy to.
Oh, yeah, you always say like, oh, do this in their shoes. I can see what they're trying to say, and I know that fatigue is a thing. If it was, it's just the fact that this is already produced. Like I
get that. And listen, that's the beauty of the way in which we do things is that we can agree to disagree and put a track on it and talk about it, right? That is the beauty of the way this works in America.
Now I will say out east, because I know they're looking at that way more.
Yeah.
Golly, that's east.
It is. Very much so. This one, I mean, this one still could produce damage, and this one still could produce tornado. Absolutely, like you're in no way wrong about that.
Well, and the thing about it, it's almost going in the same path as that Tuscaloosa County.
Very close. It's only probably 10 miles north, right? That's what's just so crazy. That's how you end up with a high risk. There will be some. I gave up saying things for Lent. Person that that says, "Wow, but why was this a high risk?" I mean, there've been I think 15 fatalities so far around the country between yesterday and today, and on numerous injuries and quite a bit of damage. But there will still be that person that asks that question, and the reality of this was a high risk because of opportunity. It is math. That graphic from the Storm Prediction Center, whether you or I or anybody else wants to admit it, this is based upon math. How many, the odds of a tornado within 25 miles of location, right? And your odds go up if you have 3 rotating storms coming over you. And so the more rotating chances you have, that's how sometimes you have an EF4 tornado on a, on a level 3 day, and you have only EF2s on a higher risk day or less, is because it's opportunity. This is how that opportunity is manifesting. So that is the reason this high risk is because of the opportunity that over time, as opposed to, hey, there's EF5s all over the place. And listen, there have been some substantial tornadoes south today. And that tornado that moved south of Grenada near Elliott.
Yeah.
It was that let's go back and show that picture for a second, because that's one that,
The video.
no, for me it's there were the videos. No, but
Oh,
it's
the picture of the debris of the trees.
the
right?
trees.
Yeah.
The trees are what get me on that.
Tornado is for Gordo, Alabama.
Mhm.
There's 11, big one right now.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that's one John and Gabe are both talking about. This one is definitely one of the stronger ones we have. So thoughts and prayers for folks out that direction. Now this one here, in a moment, coming out while we were a little bit ago, but still watching that rotation on that one near eastern. Wow, I've now lost directions.
You've been on air for
Apparently the adrenaline needs to
16
kick in.
hours.
Nah, I slept for like 3 in the middle.
You should be good.
Huh?
So then it should be good.
Exactly. No excuses.
I can't find it because we have so many pictures.
Yeah, we've just had a lot of pictures coming in. Any rotation on that's pretty broad still. There are 2 little areas there, but as I think, and I missed your discussion because I was blowing my nose, so I apologize. We've reached that time where I'm just admitting things now.
Unfiltered.
Where were the dew points on that? Were they still mid 60s dew points?
Mid-60s Monroe County.
So see, still possible, still
Well,
opportunity.
It's sustainable moisture.
Yeah.
You
Whereas,
just need the winds to interact. In the same way.
golly, see, and you got another one up here in Tupelo that is just taking this issue with flash flooding and just making it worse and worse again.
Mhm.
And that's just moisture flowing over top of this. It's rough. So we got a pat shot. Let's take a look at it real quick here. So this is going to be more video from our Pat Peterson. County Road 1303 near the Natchez Trace. As you can see there, just, I mean, water. That house in the background there. I mean, clearly it's probably an area that has some flooding issues from time to time. You can tell they've had the main roadway grade up a little bit higher related to that. It's going to be rough going on that driveway. Clearly some of the rock kind of washed away there. Pat staying back out of the water. And this is before, you know, that next storm that we were looking at just a moment ago kind of comes through the area. Water flowing across there. Hope everyone's okay at that. And then flowing in the natural drainage pattern there. But I mean, just a lot of water out there as of flooding, especially a lot of the water is going to the places it's supposed to. And I think one of the things that has helped us is we'll get these tremendous downpours of very heavy rainfall out of these high precipitation supercells. And then we'll end up getting a little bit of a break, and that gives, you know, the infrastructure some time to kind of shed some of that water. So that has helped us. But certainly one of those signs that, you know, the rain has just been extreme, as Gabe, as you were talking about, you know, a minute ago. Those rainfall totals pretty high.
You're looking at 9 inches southern Lee County. That's unheard of in a less than 24-hour span. And then this is just all.
I wouldn't say unheard of. We've had some tropical systems, but it's fairly rare for sure.
And like
out of I would say out of a non-tropical system, that's pretty rare.
Yeah, and so what you need for this?
Actually, this is a John DeLuca question.
Louisville, right?
Okay, so 9.3 inches in Shannon. I'm trying to think of a non-tropical system where we've been able to pull that off.
It's 13 in Louisville, was it not?
I know we had a very heavy rain somewhere in August 6th. Like, I'm gonna go back. See, it was like in August 6th, like about 20 years ago, that we had like 6-7 inches of rain that caused flooding in Tupelo.
So I mean, but in August was it tropical in nature?
I'm not sure. I don't think it was. I'm trying to recall.
But it would have been slow moving because
it was a slow moving thunderstorm. This was back. I'm pretty sure because I was working during it, and I went and covered the Louisville damage.
How long ago was this?
That was Dollar General flooding.
Okay.
And that was, I want to say 13 inches that fell down and what had happened was the thunderstorm kept like recycling. And it was over that same general area. And you got, I want to say 13 inches, if I remember correctly. But that was 2-3 years ago.
Yeah, I do remember that one. That one was substantial, a lot. Now we've had so much lightning day. Unfortunately, information coming in our Tanya Carter getting from Franklin County, Alabama, a report of a woman that was struck by lightning today. Both Franklin County Sheriff and the immediate emergency manager have confirmed that. They believe that it's a 26-year-old woman was coming back from the storm shelter at the time. Not certain if the woman was inside or outside, exactly where they were when it happened. Family got her to the Russellville Hospital, and she was transported to UAB in Birmingham. We don't know her condition, but that's scary stuff.
And that's just the severe element that's not severe. Like, we never say, hey, it's a lightning threat. And with how energetic these storms are, I mean, we're several cloud and ground lightning strikes that we're going to get.
Yeah, I mean, you can hear them nonstop.
Wasn't there a cow that was struck by lightning, too?
By the way, they've re-upgraded this to tornado warning. They have done that. Let's go ahead and do a cut-in real quick. I don't think we'll necessarily stay on for this portion of it, but let's go in and do a quick cut-in on TV if we can. Okay, whenever you're ready. Okay. Hey, a quick severe weather update here on a tornado warning southeast of Carrollton, Alabama. This is in kind of the fringe of the WTVA 9 News viewing area. So we want to make sure that, you know, for the folks that are out there, that they're aware that this storm is attempting to produce a tornado. Moving in the direction of Gordo and Bell and Nicola and Morris Bridge. We show the time there into Gordo, about 4:52. Current time is 4:38. Meteorologist Dave Maynard has been tracking this extensively on our live stream over the last 30-40 minutes or so. This was one that previously prompted a tornado warning back in Knox County a little bit ago, and certainly it has strengthened quite a bit more over the last few minutes here. So we'll get you the tornado safety rules on this. I'm going to put on a track that has a few more things on it. near Ray Bass Road where we showed it at this moment, moving toward Moore's Bridge, Ricola. And here's what I would ask is that if you know some folks live out here in Pickens County to take a picture, give them an idea on when those times are as it's kind of making its way through those locations. Again, Gordo about 453, Bell 452, Ebenezer Church 444, 447, Glen Echo Church, and Arbor Springs Church about 449. We need to find a sturdy structure, go to the middle or lowest floor of that sturdy structure, a small windowless room where we can wrap up in blankets and pillows, put on a helmet if necessary to protect ourselves from debris. This tornado warning has been issued because of the rotation. Of course, as we look toward tornado debris, I need to double check that. We might have the ability to confirm debris on that. We might have a confirmed tornado on this one. One moment here. Near Ray Bass Road. That pretty well lines up right. So I think we can confirm that we've had a tornado touchdown here in, this would be Pickens County, Alabama, southeast of Carrollton, moving in the direction of Gordo. We're kind of in a zone here where there's not a whole lot of folks that can follow us on TV here on WTVA 9 News. But we do have quite a few that follow us on live stream as well. So I'm gonna give this a couple moments, take a picture, let some folks out there know. Once we kind of get here, kind of east of Carrollton, there's just not a whole lot of folks that can watch us out there. But this is a confirmed tornado touchdown in Pickens County, Alabama. Take that picture, send it some folks that do know. I think we're going to send you back to regularly scheduled programming. We are on the live stream as we have been tracking this here, but this is kind of exiting the WTVA 9 News viewing area at this moment as it kind of passes there near Ray Bass Road. So keep it here for the very latest. Okay, back here on the live stream. So again, we're going to keep tracking this on here because we know we have some folks that watch us on here that, you know, versus the people that can necessarily see us on the air out there in Pickens County. There's only just a couple of spots where we're actually on the air that far east. In fact, honestly, I'm not even sure if that we're on the air when we get out there past Gordo. Are you sure? Hey, John, are you sure they can still catch us in Gordo? I knew they could a few years ago, but I know that the way retransmission has gone, it's not always the case. So, yeah, so let's put on everything we can put on this. So there's our track with everything. And Gabe, this was your storm, right? And they did, and as you can see, it is strengthening rapidly. Yes. Well, so let's look at this for a moment. Here, I'll trade the spots. I'm gonna do some method analysis on it.
Okay, so doing a track on this. Just need the hour by hour. Yeah. I trust you, Johnny D.
But we do plan mistakes on the first weather. Probably have you do some damage pictures and things. I don't know if we have enough mics to have them do something with you. I think how else to do I don't know how to put that. And I'll have you do names like everything fun. And then kind of talk all you.
You're gonna finally go home? Golly, you know what might be happening? This reflectivity right here, I think, is the debris ball.
Absolutely, it's good reflection. That's the deal.
Yeah, it's headed right for downtown Gordo. We talked. So Gordo missed the last one. Gordo, it went right east of you last time.
we are seeing a completely different path. I talked about it taking the same path. It is still the same generic path, but the fact that it's going through downtown Gordo right now, there are several stores, several communities that are about to be impacted by this on-the-ground large tornado. When we say large, this is what we're talking about. Reflectivity is typically how we see moisture returns, how we see how high the rainfall is. But with this one, that purple right there, that is your funnel. That's your tornado on the ground right now, lofting that debris, and we can confirm that debris. That is a very, very large debris ball. I mean, a large tornado headed towards Gordo right now. So go ahead, find your safe place if you are not there yet, and you need to get there now. What we're seeing, Gordo 450, Zion 458, Morris Bridge by 503. If you know anyone in the Gordo area, tell them to go now. They have 5 minutes to get to their safe place before a large, damaging tornado moves through the area. And I know there are a lot of mobile home parks there as well. So go to the storm shelter if you can get there in 5 minutes. If not, we need to go find a neighbor, find someone with a sturdy structure, and get there as soon as possible. Now, as we look at reflectivity and the velocity couplet, still about the same. I'm going to take that off. We're going to just advance this forward just a little bit. So yeah, Gordo, going to be dealing with that damaging tornado. Still, when we look at that debris ball, we're seeing debris lofted thousands of feet. John, do you know how to do GR2 analysis? Do you know how to do GR2 analysis to analyze right? Let me try and do that real quick. So I'm going to keep this here. And actually, I'm going to keep this here with a path as it moves through parts of Gordo. And just letting you guys know, so it's still on the ground, latest scan, moving right towards Gordo. Guys, the time frame is ticking, and we need to get to that safe place now if we are not already there. Carrying that over into the Gordo area. And I'm actually going to change this. We are not going to do this cone. We are going to do significant landmarks in that area. We're seeing Gordo 451, Gordo Elementary 451, 452, Hargrove United Methodist Church, Pleasant Grove Church 454, Hannah Church 457, and Sardis Free Will Baptist Church 5 o'clock. Now I'm going to head over and show you guys something here in a second, but give me a second to get this together. So as I expand things out on here, just continue. If you have not already, take a picture of that and send it to any friends that you may know in the Gordo area as they're about to deal with a very large and damaging tornado. Let me do something on this end. Okay, yeah, I think we should.
I agree.
Because that is substantial.
Just even if it's just for people and phone calls.
I'm going to do debris height on this. I'm going to try and figure it out.
Okay, I appreciate it. Whenever y'all are ready. I apologize for the back and forth on this here, but this is a strong tornado approaching Gordo. And I know we don't have a lot of viewers in Gordo, but I need you to make some phone calls if you know somebody that lives in Gordo. This is a strong and damaging tornado producing, as you can see, a very significant tornado damage signature moving toward that city, and there's really not a whole lot of time before it gets there. So just some phone calls, just in case somebody might not be paying attention. We're now 4 minutes and 3 miles outside of that city. Again, this is on the fringe of the TVA 9 News viewing area, but I know that your phones reach beyond whatever proprietary lines are assigned to locations and which TV station covers those. I'm going to put this over here on one of our other computers to see this, because that debris is lofted high, and bring up Gabe's microphone. How high is that debris being lofted right now, Gabe?
Getting returns of about 40,000 feet. So this is a large damaging tornado. One scan ago, whenever it was the larger debris ball, but still, when I did it a second ago, still getting some returns at that time.
Yeah, I would say 20,000 feet there. We look kind of for a consistent return on how high it is there, but maybe as high as around 20,000 feet. We'll have to see. Sometimes if you look at just the planar view and go up, you can see if it's fully connected there. So we'll double check that on that, and then just kind of put your pointer over just to double check. But either way, this is likely a damaging. Well, this is no question a damaging tornado moving toward a populated area, and so. I know this is fringe of the viewing area, and I apologize. We're covering up some programming as if we haven't done enough of that today. But folks in Gordo and Bell need to be aware that this could be a deadly situation, a strong and possibly large, and I mean just very damaging tornado moving there close to the Gordo area.
The debris is being lofted out of the rotation. That's how strong it is. It's being lofted to the north.
Yeah, it's been kind of centrifuged out. It is, because your main circulation is kind of right here, and you'll notice that little blue that he was talking about as it's ejecting it up to the north. A lot of trees, things like that in here that it's picking up. Kind of the opposite situation when we were tracking those storms in the Delta. There's plenty to hit over here, unfortunately. So let's get the angle correct on this. We got to make sure that folks out here know, get on the phone, and maybe just as importantly, if you know somebody that's traveling, we talked a lot about how travel is not the greatest idea today. We've got a lot of spring break travelers that might be trying to just split it back between Tuscaloosa there and Columbus along 82 is not a place to be right now. And obviously between Reform and Gordo, where we have this tornado near Bostic Road, right there where that red kind of ball is where this is producing and it causing significant and inflicting significant damage at this time. Lifting there closer to Gordo, checking the wind mode on Storm Track Doppler radar. It's not a good sign, not a pretty thing, unfortunately. And going back to the debris mode, significant debris. And as Gabe was mentioning a minute ago, this isn't all the tornado. This is debris being, centrifuged out, being, spinning out from hits it and thrown out. But that's where our tornado is, very close to the city grid of Gordo, northwest side in particular. Certainly, if you are in Gordo, you know somebody in Gordo, you can take a picture and send this to them. Blow their phone up, make sure they're aware that that this could be one of those really bad ones that we were tracking, or we were afraid we could end up having today. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupin alongside our meteorologist Gabe Maynard, John DeLucic. A strong tornado doing damage in Pickens County, Alabama, near Bell and Gordo. As I kind of go through all the different things that we can look at here, again, that debris being lofted fairly high. Checking with folks at the National Weather Service in Birmingham on this here, as they're tracking multiple of these damaging storms at this time. Not a whole lot of information in the last couple minutes on this, unfortunately, but certainly needs to be treated with respect as it moves toward US 82.
18,000 feet is what I have right now in the debris ball.
Golly. So 18,000 feet. Why is that important? Why does that matter? When we start talking about how high it's lofted, research looking at kind of correlations between how high debris is lofted and how significant the tornado ends up being rated. When you start talking about being lofted up there in excess of 15,000 feet, we're now easily into strong tornado category on this. That's where well-built structures are seeing and being inflicted with significant damage. So if you live in Gordo, near Gordo, have a Gordo address, or know somebody who checks any of those boxes, they need to be in a tornado safe place. This could be a deadly situation. Again, this is where our tornado is probably right over top of 82 now. So hopefully we've kept folks from going across 82 near the Gordo area. But this is all the debris settling out on the north side here, tree branches and other things that we don't want it to be, unfortunately, falling out of that. So the way this looks is it looks at the correlation. It says if everything's the same, like all rainfall, you get white colors, you get a high correlation, you get darker blues as things are different. When you start talking about tree branches and raindrops and other big pieces of metal all in the same pixel, that's when it knows, that's not right. And so have to definitely be in a tornado safe place because of this area of circulation moving through the northwest side of Gordo at this instant. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Laupin alongside our meteorologist John DeLucic. Gabe Maynard. Current time is 4:52, and we're tracking a tornado doing damage in Pickens County, Alabama. Likely a fairly strong tornado. We've been tracking it for quite a while on our live stream at WTVA.com, as well as Facebook and all the other different social medias as well. That tornado is now a little north of US 82 near Alabama Highway 159 and County Road 38 on the north side of Gordo. Likely a tornado still inflicting damage. Our damage signature is not quite as strong as it was the last scan, but it's really kind of on the northwest side of town. I put the tornado is probably right here at the moment. I have my circulation kind of showing where we think it will continue to move as it kind of moves here along, or at least near Alabama 159 within about the next 45 seconds or so. It's no more than probably about, probably 1,000 yards to the west of that roadway at this point in time, kind of moving toward the northeast with a speed at about 45 miles per hour. We're in very close. Let's take it a little wider. Let's do a longer track. Again, my request to you, because we know we don't have a huge footprint out here, but we know that you have a larger footprint, is to, I'm going to put our storm track on here that kind of puts everything on it and take a picture and send it to some folks you know that might live near the Gordo area, or anybody that might be traveling out here into this portion of Alabama, especially when we have some folks coming back from spring break down at the beach trying to make that trip back today. I know a lot of those rentals, they're Saturday to Saturday. So I had a lot of folks asking, should we travel today? I told all of them that asked me, no, we should not, because of this kind of situation there. US 82, I would say if you give this about another 5 minutes, I think, listen, there might be trees across the road, and running in one of those trees is not a good thing as well. There's going to be some probably debris on the roadway there, especially because we saw it being shot out from this. That's not going to be an easy roadway to get through on for a while here. But Crossroads Church at 457, Moores Bridge at 505, 507 Mount Hebron Baptist Church, 510 there at Chapel, PM Phillips Chapel Free Will Baptist. And again, that's completely out of the area by that point in time there. So looking at the latest here, again, advancing where we're at here and checking in particular the debris and in relationship to Gordo, again, a fairly populated area there in Pickens County. I would say our circulation still is showing up, but it's less than it was a scan or two ago. Still solidly on the north side of Gordo is where I would have our tornado circulation. A little stronger when it's southwest of town. We are hopeful that it didn't hurt anybody as it went through that, and we're hopeful that the worst of this stayed a little north of town. Obviously, there are folks that live there too that didn't want to be impacted, and our thoughts and prayers are with those folks out there. From this likely strong tornado that moved very close to Gordo over the last few minutes here and continues to probably produce damage near Alabama Highway 159 and County Road 88 on the northeast side of Gordo. So this is going to be your Pickens County line. At that point, we will fully, I know for sure we do not have any viewers out there east of that. So we'll fully turn it over to the folks over in Birmingham at that point in time. But a scary situation ongoing there in Pickens County, Alabama. Not a whole lot of folks in the immediate path of this, eventually crossing over there the Crossroads Church within about, well, pretty much right now. It's pretty much on top of that at this moment here. I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Gabe Maynard. You've been kind of monitoring our discussion with the National Weather Service. Any reports coming out from that area at this point?
I'm still waiting to see a confirmation on it as they are tracking multiple storms moving through western Alabama. Now into central Alabama, I mean, you're seeing multiple reports here with this storm, and it moved right through Gordo. I actually traveled this route going to and from school at Mississippi State from Birmingham, and there's several convenience stores on the north side of town that were in that debris ball. And so it's a populated area that was impacting, unfortunately. And so our thoughts and prayers are with those that are affected. Now on the northern side of Gordo, it's not as populated, so you're not going to see as much debris, except for some trees, but definitely went to a very populated area. I did talk to Tanya Carter, and she is going to get us a contact down there that is going to let us know what exactly happened, who was affected, and what those numbers and funds are. So Matt, once we get those numbers, we'll get you the radio.
Okay. That's a meteorologist, Gabe Maynard, of course, continuing to kind of check and see. This is luckily, I think, now past 82 to the point where people can probably get through. On a different storm, it could have possibly looked like this. This was from, looks like it's locked up. I was going to show you a video from our Standora. We could probably save that for our 5 o'clock broadcast with the tornado on the Mississippi side as it crossed I-59 a little bit earlier, but it looks like that's not going to show up, and that's fine. Latest roads that we're looking at here. So again, we obviously don't want to be on these roads as this is coming through. Your most unsafe places are cars and trucks. And so that's where you're most vulnerable to be knocked over if we were to have issues there. Hold on just a moment. I saw a report a second ago where somebody mentioned Pickens County, and I can't find that here. Apologize for that. We'll see if we can lock that down. But luckily, at this point here, looking at the winds, does look like it's a little broader. Looking at the debris, I want to see one more scan to kind of figure out this. But this is, I'd say, it's likely weakening and is now just kind of crossing a little bit north there of Gordo as it works to exit. There we go. So I do think that's weakened. I do think it's possible, if not probable, looking at that latest scan there, that it is probably lifted. Yeah, I do think our tornado has now entered a place where nobody can watch us on WTVA. So we're going to come off of the television. We're going to keep it going on the live stream here. Thoughts and prayers with those folks in Pickens County and all the folks that have had tornado damage today. Okay, send you back to regular scheduled programming. We will have an update on all the damage, all the things coming up at 6 o'clock on WTVA 9 News, or earlier, obviously, if some of these storms on the Mississippi side decide to strengthen once again. So we'll see. I can go home with those.
Thank you, John, for doing that.
Is there any point out first? I understand we're still more acceptable.
I heard the okay, so there's three classes I'm saying. There is stuff like two, but like that's what the formula.
I mean, yeah, so,
Didn't let John go as soon as we got everything right? We have everything done?
I'm not sure. I put everything.
Jamie, you're leaving, Danielle, you're cutting out soon.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Did you end up taking sleeping pills
Hmm?
last night?
Say again?
Did you end up taking sleeping pills last night?
I took some NyQuil. I do. Hey, so I don't know if they saw it. Hold on. Hmm.
Yeah, we got the
Yeah. Well, I don't know. No, we don't.
So we're still kind of assessing some things.
Tell me don't think something really bad happened.
Gordo?
Because Piggly Wiggly's not answering or.
Well, I'm sure the power just straight got cut off as it went across 82. Yes.
How much time? You.
Thank you.
And I'm feeling the whole. It's not even gonna get red or Jordan, it's gonna be local.
Even though it's like, dawn, I'm gonna keep. I'm going. Get it together. Have it. Yeah. Oh, what? So I now like way up.
So it's where she's in Grenada.
She's in Grenada. They have reached out to yeah, we're gonna do 2 officers. He's actually at part of after that, we take watch out there and watch that out. Anyway, very hot. And then there's like that'll be, I have that in the game walks and tracks. I can actually answer that. And then, make a I do not realize. So I need to have some, I'm doing some.
Tiny confirmed it was tornado.
Yes.
Do we need to consider sending game over here Monday?
Are we still considering different counties? Like, some, like, the Alabama counties are like,
Lamar
still
County-
looking out.
Lamar County is certainly have their own Alabama. It means it's not, I'm not wrong since I thought it was tornado.
I think that it's important for us to do.
Or we send Jake over there to Bob.
Maybe sending it over tomorrow. A bad idea. I think it's important for us to cover it and at least get some videos so we can show that these major tornado hits in all the day.
I'm gonna get a picture of that. Well, this different than we like our.
We can probably make sufficient for tonight. That's sufficient for tonight.
But if it's visible, and Jake is on the anchor, Joe is producing. We can send them over there.
And yeah, I think getting, yes, I think getting some video of it, it looked substantial enough.
Let the remote was, I was
Screw this coach on that one.
Rudy wasn't bringing him.
I died, no, but I went off when we came back on.
Yes,
We
ma'am.
did a push.
Indecisive.
We did a push, and so it's on the whole
Veronica,
laptop.
oh, all right, hold on a second.
Was there more than that?
Gordo is almost 2 hour drive.
I know.
It's gonna be tough for Jake to get to, he's anchoring 5 and 10. So that's why I was suggesting maybe Sunday, sorry, Monday.
That's fine. I don't think we have to. I don't think we have to.
Hopefully, and Monday, they'll probably be doing, some pairs, yeah.
None of that maybe sounds like pilot.
They're, yeah, but well, Birmingham, they might have a busy day. Theirs is a start.
Okay, what can we do tomorrow? And then once again, Ray was far, Jay was my reporter, so anything local, so we think about it off. Here's what we can do, can't not cover something's going on.
Yeah.
Bartman,
He's there now.
I would honestly say, like, you have to, there's the flooding component on this. I don't want to be.
but you can get video now for that. Wayne's got all that, I've got some.
We, like, Lee County road managers tell people not to be on the road for 64 hours.
What?
What?
Yeah,
Oh, Greg's putting together both sides.
Maybe 4 to 6 hours, right?
no, that is what, like, that is maybe, but that is what Craig put up. He talked to the Lee County, road manager, and he put in there 64 hours is what.
So Matt, Tanya has a contact for you at the top of the show, talking about closing, or we can see how, we're still doing that at the top of the city.
I mean, I'd rather, that's Wayne's focus.
Oh, then, yeah.
So then there's no,
So, how about, would we be better off having Emily talk to her? Talk to her.
this is about people trapped in homes right now.
That's right. Look at, yeah.
That's what's after that.
Now, are we talking trapped in homes by debris or just by flooding?
Flooding, flooding.
Okay, so fortunately, they won't be trapped too long.
So concept.
Back tomorrow,
Grenada is it.
So
It's
Jake,
the thing.
Jake's not go back over there and just have a long day. So it's
Yeah, because if I'm choosing one thing that we need to cover tomorrow, unless there's a tornado weakness, that I'm not thinking. Whoa, what about Chickasaw County?
Oh, yeah. Because the.
We had at least one.
I know we had,
But the Natchez Tracy was at it.
Well, no, but that's where we knew the damage was. Like, it hit other stuff.
They closed the Natchez Trace, that's why Jake had to reroute and try to
Was there
get.
structural damage or?
That's what I don't know. We need to check with Linda to find out about that. So before we send it down there, we need to check with Linda. It is, I think, 5.
Okay, so I need to go back there tonight. Okay, so where do you want Francis on?
I like it.
It's gonna get cable.
Um,
Do you want it after? Three on the hospital if you want it, that's still the same.
Hey, what's up? Hey, can you do me a favor? Can you check in
No,
with
hey,
you?
actually,
Chickasaw County.
right after me.
I had a feeling. Wait, where it was.
Because then that allows you to, like, you can see the 2 boxes to them. Before you go to the Greenfield, then up to there, right?
I have 3 boxes. I have 3 boxes. Or teeth after that.
3 boxes would be.
Veronica did
Okay.
it, and probably.
Okay. Okay, yeah, good.
I didn't want, because if we had 4 boxes, I could put everybody.
Yeah, just call me or text me back. Let me know.
By the way, the reason you were not able to take, Craig's stuff.
Okay.
Is because we don't have a 2 box coded for from behind you and collection.
That's fine.
Because we tried doing that earlier to where it's gonna be new possibility like on Friday. And it did work. Like, it would have to have been on 4.
Okay.
And 4, I'm ready for 4.
Okay.